All right, guys, buckle up, cause today we're diving into one wild ride. Ji Yuan thought he was just going on a chill camping trip with his coworkers. Tents, barbecue, the usual vibes. But while looking for firewood, he stumbles across some ancient, massive trees, and right in the middle, a mysterious chessboard covered in dust and fallen leaves. Now, curiosity kills the cat, and almost Ji Yuan too. He places one single piece on the board, and boom, his phone dies, the sky darkens, and when he turns back, the entire camp is just gone. No friends, no tents, nothing. Only strangers telling him he's been missing for half a month. Before he can even process it, Ji Yuan collapses, his body wasting away as if he hadn't eaten or drunk in weeks. But here's the catch. He only felt a few minutes pass. Turns out, he's tangled in the legend of the Lanke Chessboard, where time doesn't play by the rules. When he finally wakes up, he can't move a muscle, just lying there, trapped in some ruined mountain temple, listening to merchants chatting about monsters and ghosts roaming the land. And if that's not creepy enough, a so-called scholar suddenly walks in. But here's the thing. Ji Yuan never heard his footsteps. So now the big question is, did Ji Yuan just time travel? Or did he step into something way darker than a legend? Gear up, cause this story is about to get crazy.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The mountains were quiet, the air fresh, and the streams ran cool as birdsong filled the forest. On a flat hill by the water, a group of young co-workers bustled about, setting up tents and preparing their campsite. It wasn't an official company trip. Tired of boring bus tours, the younger employees had decided to organize their own camping adventure, led by a few with outdoor experience. Ji Yuan, who had only been with the software company for 2 years, was among them. With a full head of black hair and a love for games, he was now sitting at the tent entrance, locked in a fierce mobile match with his colleague Li Jun. "Damn, I'm dead again," Ji Yuan groaned. "What's the point of you playing? I'll handle the double kill." Li Jun laughed. Before long, a voice from the camp broke their focus. "Ji Yuan, Li Jun, quit gaming and get some firewood unless you want food for lunch." Resigned, the two quit the match and headed into the shade of the forest. Fallen branches littered the ground, easy enough to gather, but Li Jun was too busy swinging a branch like a sword, shouting and laughing, while Ji Yuan stayed clear to avoid being hit. As Ji Yuan wandered deeper, something caught his eye, a cluster of massive, ancient trees, their roots thick as thighs and intertwined like veins across the earth. He called out to Li Jun, but got no reply. Curiosity pulled him closer. There, hidden among the trees, stood a tree stump carved into a chessboard. The pieces still sat on it, mid-game, the white stones forming the shape of a dragon, while the black stones pressed from all sides. Next to it lay a rusted, deformed axe, half swallowed by time. A chill ran through him. "Wait, is this the legendary cursed chessboard?" he muttered. Despite knowing little about Go, the incomplete white dragon gnawed at his obsessive need for order. Almost without thinking, he picked up a heavy white stone and placed it on the board's center point. Relief washed over him, until he pulled out his phone to snap a photo. The screen stayed black. Battery dead. Strange, since it was at 80% minutes ago. Muttering, he turned back toward camp, only to find the world had shifted. The sky darkened unnaturally, and when he reached the hill, every tent was gone. Not a trace of his co-workers remained. Panic rose. Then, by the stream, he spotted 2 men in uniform. He rushed over. "Brothers, did you see where the campers went? We just set up here." The men turned sharply, their faces pale with shock. "Campers? No one's been camping here. We've been searching for a missing person, a young man named Ji Yuan. He's been gone for half a month." The word struck like thunder. "Missing? Me? Half a month?" Before he could speak again, dizziness crushed him. His body grew weak, his skin cracked and dry as if drained of life. "Sir, are you all right?" "Hold him," one rescuer shouted. Ji Yuan's vision went black. The last thing he heard was their panicked cries before everything faded away. The search for Ji Yuan in Nutushan lasted 3 weeks. The outcome was tragic. At just 24 years old, he was declared dead, the cause, dehydration. The rescuers swore they'd seen him still conscious when they found him, but before he reached the hospital, his body gave out. The news devastated his parents, while his co-workers were left in shock. But Ji Yuan himself didn't see any of this. When consciousness returned, he was met with unbearable pain. "My body. I can't move. I can't even open my eyes." Every nerve felt like it was being stabbed by needles, and though the agony slowly faded, he realized something was horribly wrong. The ground beneath him was hard and cold, a chill breeze brushing his skin. He could breathe, but not move, not even a finger. No voices, no footsteps, just the sound of insects chirping and birds calling in the distance, each note unnaturally clear, as if his hearing had sharpened beyond human limits. Ji Yuan could even tell where the sounds came from, how far they were. Yet the gift only fueled his panic. Where am I? Not home, not a hospital. Was I kidnapped? He forced his mind to cling to the last memory. The 2 uniformed men by the stream. They'd told him he'd been missing for half a month, when for him, it had been only minutes. Then it struck him, the chessboard. That eerie game in the forest. If he hadn't touched that piece, would any of this have happened? Ji Yuan's thoughts drifted back to a childhood story his grandfather once told. A woodcutter who stumbled upon 2 immortals playing chess, only to find that while he watched, 60 years had passed in the outside world. And there it was again. The chessboard, the ancient trees, the rusted axe. Could it be? Had he fallen into the very legend of Lanke? But unlike the woodcutter, Ji Yuan hadn't been given a peach of immortality. He had nothing. No food, no water, no strength. Just a broken body and the crushing weight of loneliness. Time slipped away. An hour? A day? He couldn't tell. The silence pressed in, smothering him more than the pain. His greatest fear wasn't monsters or kidnappers. It was that no one would come at all. Please, someone, anyone. Ji Yuan begged in the depths of his mind. But the world around him stayed empty. Only the cries of insects and the rustle of unseen creatures in the dark kept him company. And in that suffocating silence, Ji Yuan realized his nightmare had only just begun. Ji Yuan tried to sleep, but the more he wanted to sleep, the more he couldn't sleep. The time was so long. Ji Yuan, who was always optimistic, was tortured by loneliness and almost despaired. Boom! A loud thunder suddenly sounded, startling Ji Yuan. Listening to the sound of thunder in this state gave Ji Yuan an unprecedented feeling, as if he was in the sky and felt the dance of thunder. This mysterious feeling penetrated into his heart like lightning, sweeping away all the fear, anxiety, depression, and confusion in Ji Yuan's heart, making his heart calm down. Ka-la-la-la. Not long after, the raindrops fell heavily. Ji Yuan's eyelids trembled, and he heard drops of raindrops falling in his ears, and he could clearly hear the raindrops hitting the ground, rocks, flowers, and plants. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. Patter, patter, patter. A drop of rain falls on the leaves and the ground, etc., and the sound is transmitted. The drops of raindrops cause ripples in the darkness of Ji Yuan's heart, and each ripple outlines a sound source information. Thousands of ripples form a picture scroll, with leaves, tree crowns, ground, rocks, houses, rubble, flowers and plants, and people fleeing in the rain. Animals, the lines of all things appear in the mind with the sound of rain. There is no color but three-dimensional and vivid, as if Ji Yuan is touching everything on the earth with every drop of rain. Yuluo listens to everything, and the picture scroll opens from the heart. This is an indescribable and mysterious experience. Ji Yuan forgot all the irritability, even forgot to breathe, and quietly realized that the closer things are, the clearer they are, and the farther away they are gradually hazy. It turns out that I'm really still in the mountains, so I am lying in an old dilapidated house in the mountains. Is it a ruined temple? The heavy rain came suddenly, and many small animals are running away in a hurry. It is so beautiful. Although he still couldn't move and couldn't open his eyes, there was a faint smile on the corner of Ji Yuan's mouth. The irritability in his heart was relieved, and this unusual hearing also made Ji Yuan wonder if he got any benefit from that chess game. After a while, Ji Yuan's heart was lifted. He finally heard the voice he was most looking forward to. In the mountain rain, a group of people carrying large baskets with canopies are walking forward quickly. This kind of large baskets is a bit like the bookcases of ancient scholars when they went to study and take exams with a cover cloth on it, but the volume is obviously much larger. Ji Yuan couldn't hear their whole picture clearly, but could only hear the area where the raindrops fell. So what he felt in his heart were the limbs, baskets, and covers of the people, but the faces were hazy. What puzzled Ji Yuan was not only the big baskets, but also some of these people were wearing rain gear like core raincoats, and some were not. In short, it didn't look like any modern rain gear at all. Hurry up, everyone keep up. The mountain temple is in front of you. Be careful where you step. The mountain road can be very slippery in rainy days. Follow up. Go to the mountain temple to take shelter from the rain and start a fire. Hurry up. Someone in the crowd kept reminding everyone to be careful, and someone kept urging everyone to speed up, and some people would stop to see if the people behind were keeping up. Turning around a few big trees and bypassing an upright rock, the leading man finally saw the mountain temple very close at hand. Come on, guys. The mountain temple is here. Let's see if anyone is left behind. It's all here. Hurry up and enter the temple. The mountain rain is too cold. A group of people quickened their pace while talking and rushed back and forth into the mountain temple. Phew! The rain is really evil, almost drenched me to death. The leading man was a man with a short beard, and like everyone else was dripping with water, he first put down the heavy basket and then took off the dripping core raincoat. I stretched my muscles and looked behind me and counted them one by one. There were 12 people in total. Everyone put the goods over there. Lu Quan and Li Gui took out our firewood, and we built a fire to keep warm. Okay, it's a bit dry over there. Let's go and put over there. My clothes have to be dried. Hey, I didn't have time to wear the core raincoat. A group of people either moved baskets or took firewood to make a fire, and some people simply cleaned a piece of dry ground. They are a group of traveling merchants, and it is common for them to travel across mountains and mountains, and it is common to encounter bad weather, so they always prepare dry firewood, charcoal, and other things in baskets to deal with various situations. The leader of the team is called Zhang Shilin. His parents originally hoped that he could study hard for the sages and become famous in the future. He would become a scholar of the Zhang family, but he was not born to study. Became a hard-working traveler. As a team leader, he has a great responsibility and needs to take into account the safety of the whole team, but there will naturally be some preferential treatment. For example, now that everyone is busy, Zhang Shilin can rub his shoulders to relax. No one complains about this. Zhang Shilin's role is obvious to all. He is a qualified and good leader. The mountain temple is not big, only a few feet long and wide, and the 3 walls are relatively stable. Except for the damage to the cornice at the entrance outside, there is no rain leak inside, but the 2 gates have already collapsed and disappeared, letting the cold wind can blow in from time to time. The inside of the mountain temple was even more dilapidated, with spider webs and beast excrement everywhere. The incense burner and candlestick on the incense table were overturned, and it was impossible to have tributes. Even the statue of the mountain god master was so damaged that his head was gone. Hey, thanks to the fact that the mountain temple is still there, if the mountain temple collapses sometime, there will be less places to stay in this Nyokue mountain. Ji Yuan listened to the footsteps and conversations of these people. It turns out that I am in the mountain temple in the mountain Nyoquishan. Should it be the Natution or dialect of a slip of the tongue? From this point of view, these people may be donkey friends, carrying something like a convertible. At least they will definitely not be kidnappers. But the sound is obviously very close, and the temple is not big. I may be in some corner of the temple, otherwise it is impossible for them not to see themselves. Ah, Brother Shilin, there is someone over here. Hearing the exclamation nearby, Ji Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally found me. The next step should be to call the police for help and then send myself to the hospital. My life should be saved. Hearing the sound, Zhang Shilin hurried around the statue of the mountain god. And sure enough, he saw a person lying behind, and the traveling merchants also gathered in twos and threes. The man behind the statue of the mountain god closed his eyes and remained motionless, with an unkempt face and ragged clothes. He didn't know whether he was dead or alive. The young man who first spotted the beggar took a step closer, squatted down, snorted, and touched his forehead. Brother Shilin, this beggar is still angry, but his forehead is so hot. What should we do? What should I do? Are you out of your mind? Call the police. If it wasn't for being unable to speak now, Ji Yuan really wanted to roar. He hadn't noticed that these people were calling him a beggar. Zhang Shilin frowned, then sighed. In the barren mountains, it seems that this beggar won't last long. I'll give him a mouthful of hot water to see if he can drink it. Hey, this damn world. Why? Let's go. Let's make a fire. The traveling merchants shook their heads and sighed, and walked away one after another. Wait. What are you doing? Why are you leaving? Call the police. No. The reactions of these people were completely different from what Ji Yuan thought, which made him both confused and panicked. I can still save myself. I'm still alive. Even if what you saw was a dead body, shouldn't you call the police? Ji Yuan couldn't understand what was going on in the brain circuits of this group of people. What they did was tantamount to murder. Some of the conversations just now were also weird. Could it be that these people really have some problems in their minds? Ji Yuan felt that this group of people were not joking. They really ignored him. After one of them covered himself up and put a wet cloth on his forehead, everyone went about their business. Zhang Shilin ordered everyone to move the place where the fire was made and put it closer to the statue of the mountain god, so that the dying beggar could also be warmer. Crack, crack, crack. With the sound of the flint and steel being struck, sparks sprang out continuously, and after a few strokes, a small piece of tinder was ignited. It's caught firewood. I'm coming. Don't press too hard. Put some finely chopped firewood, and then carefully watch the flames, and soon the flames will flourish. Traveling merchants set up earthen stoves and put iron pots with them, and some people took bamboo tubes from the temple gate to catch rainwater and poured clear rainwater into the pots for cooking. Everything was done in an orderly manner. After completing these tasks, the traveling merchants relaxed temporarily and all sat on the ground to rest. Boom! Thunder was rolling in the sky, and the rain was showing signs of increasing. The traveling merchants who were waiting for the water to boil all stared blankly at the heavy rain outside the mountain temple. I don't know if the rain can finish before dark. Someone sighed worriedly. Look at this posture. It won't be able to stop for a while. Another casually answered and tightened his clothes by the way. This spring rain is really cool. Yes, the skinny cow and the skinny horse are sad on February 8th. A group of people gathered around a small fire to keep warm, and their damp clothes were hung on a thin temple pole on one side. The lid of the iron pot gradually became restless as the water temperature in the pot continued to rise, and soon after that it began to shake ping, 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 ping. The water is boiling. Lu Quan said something with a smile, and then took out a wooden ladle from the basket, and other traveling traders took out their own wooden bowls or bamboo tubes. Lu Quan tirelessly took the wooden bowls and bamboo tubes one by one, filled them with boiling water and wooden ladles, and returned them to others one by one. And a young man opened a basket and took out a cloth bag from it, which was full of dry food, such as motley pancakes, and held the bag to share with others one by one. Give. Here, take it. Brother Zhao, you like steam buns. Thanks. The young people shared one share. Some patted his arm, some thanked him, and they soon arrived in front of Zhang Shilin. Brother Shilin, there are steamed buns and pancakes. What do you want? Zhang Shilin glanced at the cloth bag. Give me the pancake. Good. The young man took out a dry biscuit and handed it to Zhang Shilin, who took it and nodded. Then he put the bag back into the basket, took a steamed bun, and sat in the original position. Someone had already blown the water in the wooden bowl and started to eat dry food after catching cold boiled water. During this process, Ji Yuan could hear the crackling of firewood, the bubbles of boiling water, the sound of pot lids, the sound of scooping water, and the chatter of these people. I thought to myself, it's too fucking realistic. This group of people actually started to eat one by one, so they completely ignored his life and death. Sherlin, when I was in Narcissus Town, I heard people say that Nyokue Mountain has not been very stable in recent years. No one stays on the mountain at night. If it keeps raining, don't we have to stay in a mountain at night? The person who spoke was a middle-aged man named Jin Xuanfu, who was eating dry biscuits. His face was covered with intertwined wrinkles and ravines. Zhang Sherlin also looked at the rain outside. It shouldn't be a big problem to be careful at night, and he looked at where Ji Yuan was lying. This beggar should have been here a long time ago. He's fine. What were we so afraid of? A big bug could drive it away. The young man who distributed the dry food trembled when he heard this and choked on the water. Cough, 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 cough. Ouch, Brother Sherlin, cough. Don't scare me. Are there really big bugs on Yokoi Mountain? Ha ha. This kid, ha ha. Xiaodong, you have to practice your courage. Ha ha. The people around laughed because of this incident. This young man has joined the team for less than 2 months, but he's a very energetic and hardworking young man. In addition, everyone is familiar with him from his hometown, and they take good care of him. Zhang Sherlin smiled and looked at Wang Dong. Xiaodong, this Nyokue Mountain has many peaks and deep forests. It really has a radius of 200 miles. It's normal to have a few big worms, but the paths we choose are all outside, so it's relatively safe. Is it really Nyo-Quishin, not Natushin? Big Bug? Narcissus Town? On the other side, the doubts about Ji Yuan became deeper and deeper. How did I get from Yodo Mountain to Nyokue Mountain? Did the big worm refer to the tiger? The name of Narcissus Town is actually secondary. After all, China is too big to be known. The peddlers by the fire were talking and laughing. Zhang Sherlin noticed that Jin Xuanfu was still frowning, so he leaned over and asked in a low voice, Old Jin, what's the matter? What exactly did you hear in Narcissus Town? Jin Xuanfu swallowed the dry biscuit in his mouth with a mouthful of hot water, looked around, and answered Zhang Sherlin in the same low voice. Sherlin, I heard from some people in Narcissus Town that Nyo-Quishin may be haunted by monsters. For some reason, Zhang Sherlin's goosebumps rose upon hearing these words. At the time, I took it as a joke and didn't pay much attention to it. We only walked through Nyo-Quishin twice last year. What could be the matter? But now I suddenly panicked for no reason. Sherlin, don't laugh at me. The sentence Jin Xuanfu added was not only an explanation, but more like comforting himself. Don't scare yourself. Take a good rest. Zhang Sherlin patted Jin Xuanfu's arm. They have a private rule when they go out, no matter day or night. They must never pat anyone on the shoulder. However, there's actually another person in the temple who also has goosebumps, and that is Ji Yuan, who is like a half vegetable. What these people said definitely didn't sound like they were joking, and they definitely weren't acting. To be honest, if it was really acting, Ji Yuan now has the confidence to hear the sounds of the venue and shooting equipment. 12 people. The sound of footsteps approaching gradually brought back Ji Yuan's thoughts. Zhang Sherlin carried a wooden bowl and walked to the side of the beggar behind the statue, touched his forehead. It was still hot, and his breath was so weak that it seemed to be there. He looked at the beggar carefully, although his face was dirty, but there was no abscess rot spots. After hesitating for a while, Zhang Sherlin still stretched out his hand and raised Ji Yuan's head with his wrist and held the wooden bowl towards Ji Yuan's chapped lips. There's not much we can do. Let's have a drink. Hot water at a suitable temperature leaked from the corner of Ji Yuan's mouth, but a lot of it poured into his mouth, and his throat reflexively swallowed it into his stomach. The nectar came to Run's Wune, and Ji Yuan felt a lot more comfortable all of a sudden. Ji Yuan could recognize this voice, and it was the brother Sherlin and Zhang Tu in those people's mouths. That is to say, his name was Zhang Sherlin. Obviously, this person doesn't seem to be mentally ill, and so are the others. An extremely strong guess grows in his heart. Could it be that I really crossed over? Perhaps when reading some literary works in the past, many people wished they could replace the protagonist in the story with their bodies. Many people longed for some adventures for themselves, and Ji Yuan was no exception. But at this moment, Ji Yuan has a hint of Yi Gong's fondness for dragons. He feels very uneasy, very uneasy. Seeing everything in some literature and film and television works from the perspective of God is full of challenges and fun. But when you switch to the real world, Ji Yuan immediately thinks that it is not a sense of exhilaration or his own luck, and his mind is full of everything unknown dangers, diseases, natural disasters, man-made disasters, and bad luck are all included. This may be a world with outdated standards and outdated medical care, and the tension and anxiety caused by it are so strong that Ji Yuan's mind is disturbed. I have come to a world I don't understand at all, and I may even encounter some supernatural threats. The beasts are still good, but the monsters are simply too scary. After having the experience of watching chess for a few minutes, but leading him for more than half a month, Ji Yuan doesn't think that the world he travels through is really free of monsters and ghosts. What's worse is that Ji Yuan is simply a useless person now. At least for now, his physical condition is not as good as that of ordinary people. He has no self-protection ability at all, and a mouse can bite him to death. The only thing that can make Ji Yuan comfort himself is that although he can't move from head to toe, he can still feel the touch of his body, and the real hemiplegia is often because he doesn't feel some parts of the body, so he should not be paralyzed. Ji Yuan is in a panic now. These strangers don't seem to have bad intentions. I don't know if they will take him and leave with them. Let's find a doctor here to help him. Let Ji Yuan stay alone in the deep mountains and old forests, let alone in a state of being unable to move. Even if he is healthy and energetic, he dare not dare. This is not China in 2019. There are absolutely a lot of dangerous animals in the mountains, plus the special encounters in front of the chessboard. It is impossible to say in a world with monsters. The reality cannot be Japanese anime, and it is even more impossible for monsters to be stupid and cute. Most monsters in traditional stories are cannibals. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't move, Ji Yuan would definitely ask for help. Zhang Shilin fed the beggar in front of him a bowl of warm water, and saw that although the corners of his mouth twitched a few times, he was still unconscious, so he could only shake his head and put the beggar down gently, and then return to his companion. Brother Shilin, what about that beggar? Do you want to take him with you when you go down the mountain? Zhang Shilin shook his head with a sigh. He's very weak, he probably won't live long, and he won't be able to withstand the toss. Having said that, Zhang Shilin didn't say any more, and everyone understood the meaning behind his words. Click! After the statue, not far away, Ji Yuan's heart turned cold. The rain is still falling, and the peddlers are chatting and resting. The focus of the topic is actually not much different from chatting with friends in the 21st century, with some slightly obscene, dirty jokes. Of course, from their chat content, Ji Yuan also roughly heard what this group of people were doing. Although he was not sure, this kind of peddlers seemed to be similar to the back shoppers he remembered when he was a child, but different. A person who travels long distances and sells goods and goods to make money. Ji Yuan listened intentionally or unintentionally with a sad state of mind, and also listened to the world outside the mountain temple through the beating of rainwater, which could calm his heart down. These people call themselves beggars. Does it mean that their souls are possessed by a beggar in this world? What about the self who was found by the search and rescue team on Nutushin? Is he dead? That's right. I haven't eaten or drank for half a month, so I should be dead. Mom and Dad should be very sad to hear the news. Grandpa and Grandma are so old if they know. Ji Yuan was thinking wildly. 2 lines of tears flowed from the corners of his eyes on his dirty face. I don't know if it's because there is nothing to consume because of being paralyzed. Ji Yuan doesn't have any obvious sense of hunger. I don't know how long it took, but the rain outside gradually stopped, which made Ji Yuan's heart skip a beat. He still remembered that the traveling merchants wanted to leave immediately after the rain stopped. Brother Shilin, the rain seems to have stopped. This is the voice of the young man named Wang Dong. Yeah, but it's getting dark soon, and it's too dangerous to walk in the mountains at night after the rain. Let's spend the night at the mountain temple tonight. Zhang Shirlin's voice also followed. Ji Yuan was slightly taken aback. It turned out that it was already getting dark, but at this moment he was a little thankful that the rain stopped late enough so that at least these people would not leave him and leave tonight. After the rain stopped, some traveling merchants went out to collect some wet, dry firewood near the mountain temple and returned, and put them next to the fire to bake to ensure that there would be enough firewood to burn at night. And Ji Yuan seemed to be forgotten by everyone, and no one came to see his condition after nightfall. In fact, he was looking forward to Zhang Shirlin, or someone who would change the cloth on his forehead and feed him some water, not to say that he really needed these, but that this might be a pale way to show that the traveling merchants would not abandon him. But the reality is a bit cruel, neither relative nor reason. He is just a sick beggar who seems to be dying. If it was the motherland in the 21st century, he would have been saved long ago, Ji Yuan thought so more than once. There are so many people in this barren mountain and ruined temple. Now, I don't have to be afraid. A surprised and unfamiliar voice suddenly sounded at the entrance of the temple, causing Zhang Shirlin and others to turn their heads to look at the door, and some traveling merchants stood up. At the door was a man in a long gown who looked like a scholar. He seemed very happy to see the people in the temple. "It's great to see you. I went to the mountains during the day and got separated from my friends and got lost in the mountains. Unfortunately, it was raining heavily, so I had to find a place to shelter from the rain. The rain stopped, but it was dark. Don't mention how scared the head is, but fortunately, I saw the fire here." The visitor walked in while talking. "Even if you're bandits, even if I lose some money, I hope you can take it with you when you go down the mountain. I dare not stay on the mountain alone." Seeing the nervous and surprised look of the visitor, Zhang Shirlin and the others also smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. "They're unlucky scholars. Come and enjoy the fire. We are not bandits. Ha ha ha, you scholars are leisurely and kind of play in the mountains. Do you have fame?" "Never, never." I laughed. The scholar is a bit cautious, but everyone can see the state of peace of mind. And these traveling merchants are also smiling. In an entire mountain temple, only one person felt that something was wrong. Ji Yuan's back felt cold, and his scalp was numb, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. It wasn't until Zhang Shirlin and others talked to the scholar that Ji Yuan discovered that there was an extra person in the mountain temple. Just now, he didn't find out how the so-called scholar got to the mountain temple, and he didn't hear the scholar's footsteps from the beginning to the end. This scholar has a problem. Having experienced the mystery of Yuluo listening to everything, Ji Yuan is now very confident in his hearing. Although he was not distracted just now, at such a close distance, the sound of a person's footsteps will never be missed. Recalling what Jin Xuanfu said just now, Ji Yuan couldn't help but feel chills in his heart. On a cold night in the barren mountains, a scholar of unknown origin suddenly appeared, which is not normal no matter how you think about it. But this scholar's demeanor and movements are all in place. Coupled with his identity as a scholar and his powerless appearance, it seems that he has initially succeeded in gaining the trust of the traveling merchants. To be honest, this mountain temple is not the private property of the traveling merchants. Everyone has the right to come in and rest. After all, they're not vicious and unreasonable people. So even if they are wary of scholars, it is impossible to drive them away. Of course, the traveling merchants were not completely unguarded. Although they politely greeted the scholar to sit down, they still wanted to ask about the scholar's situation. "May I ask what your surname is, where you live, and where did you study?" Zhang Shirlin had read some books anyway, and when he asked the scholar, this sentence seemed more literary, and the youngest Wang Dong couldn't help but look at him several times. The scholar didn't dare to be negligent when he heard it, and bowed to Zhang Shirlin. Xiaoxing's surname is Liu, and his single name is Xing. He lives in Peimenfang, Narcissus Town. He is a student of Qingsong Academy in Dushing Prefecture. This time, he went to the mountain with his friends from the academy to study and return home. Probably because of Zhang Shirlin's way of asking, the scholar regarded him as a half-scholar, and claimed to have changed from Ida Shaoxing. The scholar is both memories and fears. He tells about who went up the mountain with his friends, why he accidentally got separated in the mountains, where he lives, and which college he studied in. He will spit out a sentence of literary poetry from time to time in the middle of the journey, and the words are all in order. Clearly, it is definitely not like talking nonsense. The scholar's performance is not pretentious, and his words are polite and decent. Especially when they heard that the scholar was a student of the Orthodox Academy, it made all the peddlers respect. Compared with the scholars who studied hard at home alone, the students of the academy were much better in terms of status, family background, and talent. Scholars have always been admired, let alone students of Qingsong Academy. Slowly, even Zhang Shilin let go of his guard. Not only that, everyone also respected Lu Shusheng. And the scholar is not arrogant. He will thank you repeatedly for receiving water and food, but he will not eat for the time being because he is not hungry. Ji Yuan's heart has sunk to the bottom. This so-called scholar is too good at acting. If Ji Yuan hadn't already determined in his heart that this guy is definitely not human, he would have believed him long ago. This is terrible, terrible. If there is an option for Ji Yuan to choose whether to keep traveling or go home immediately, he will choose the latter without hesitation, but unfortunately, he has no choice now. Now Ji Yuan is still a little lucky because this scholar needs to act like this, which means that this thing should not be the master who can kill the world, and the other party seems to have not noticed that there's a beggar lying behind the statue. Lu Shusheng and the traveling merchants were already chatting and laughing. It was rare for a student from a large academy to have no prejudice against these merchants, so the chat was naturally harmonious. As if he suddenly thought of something, the scholar slapped his head and said mysteriously to Zhang Shilin and others, "That's right, Shaoxing doesn't have a lot of money with him, so he can't repay you for your help, but Shaoxing saw a good thing on the way to the mountain temple, which must bring you some benefits." Sure enough, it immediately aroused everyone's interest. I don't know what good stuff it is. The scholar lowered his voice and said, "Shanwang ginseng with a full year." Ginseng is a precious medicinal material, and adding the word Shanwang before the word ginseng often refers to the best ginseng. As a traveling merchant who travels through mountains and rivers all year round, if he encounters suitable medicinal materials, he will dig them out carefully and take them away, which will bring considerable benefits. When everyone heard about Shanwang ginseng, their expressions became a little excited. Zhang Shilin frowned and looked at Lu Shusheng. "Mr. Lu, you are a scholar, and you also know the appearance of the Mountain King ginseng?" "Haha, what Zhang Xiongtai said is true. Although I have indeed read the characteristics of ginseng in the miscellaneous book Essence of Plants and Trees, I can't identify the Mountain King ginseng at a glance. But I can't do it, others can." When Lu Shusheng said this, he looked around carefully and then lowered his voice. "I'm from Narcissus Town, and I know that occasionally a group of mountain hunters will come to the town to go to the market to sell mountain products and medicinal materials. I have chatted with them a few times and know some inside stories. The Mountain King ginseng has 9-leaf palms and tall red seed flowers. The most important thing." Speaking of this, all the traveling merchants, including Zhang Shilin, couldn't help but get their heads together. The most important thing is that there are 3 small red strings tied on the ginseng stalk. This is the local method led by the clever driver of the mountain to prevent the ginseng from escaping. This statement surprised many traveling traders and made them very excited. "Yes, I heard from the old man that the old ginseng will escape through the soil, and only the most powerful mountain hunters can catch them." Jin Shunbok also narrated what he had heard before. Extremely extreme. What Jin Xiongtai said is true. Lu Shusheng clapped his palms and nodded in agreement. The man who drove the mountain tied the red rope and did not dig it away. He must have waited for the Mountain King ginseng to reach the best temperature, but you don't need to do this. If you can get this Mountain King ginseng, it must be a lot of money. If it wasn't for the fear in my heart, very heavy is also afraid of digging up the medicinal material. Maybe it has already been dug away. Yep, Brother Shilin, let's dig. Scholar, where is the Mountain King ginseng? The traveling merchants were so excited that they could not wait to dig up the Mountain King ginseng immediately. Money touches people's hearts, and the drive of profit makes them trust Lu Shuxing's words even more. The chill in Ji Yuan's heart was getting deeper and deeper, and he had only one thought: too bad. Facing the eagerness of the traveling merchants, the scholar thought for a while before answering. That place is not far from where Shaoxing used to hide from the rain. It doesn't take 2 sticks of incense to go back and forth. If you really want to, you'd better go with me before dawn. Why is this? It's dark and the road is slippery at this moment. Isn't it too unsafe? Zhang Shilin asked suspiciously. Brother Zhang doesn't know something. The mountain hunters all enter the mountain before dawn. I see that the Mountain King ginseng red flowers are already standing. If the mountain hunters come to dig the ginseng in 1 or 2 days, why don't we go tonight? Mist? Yes, it makes sense. Brother Shilin, I have good limbs. Let me go. Yeah, let's go dig. These days, raising a family is the most important thing, and the Mountain King is naturally raised. It is not that the mountain hunters tied the red rope and said that it must be theirs. As long as they don't hit it, it will be fine. You don't have to go all of them, just go to a few with flexible hands and feet, and the rest are here to watch things. Zhang Shilin didn't hesitate any longer and began to find torches and tarpaulins from the basket. Lao Jin, Xiao Dong, Lu Quan, and Li Gui, the 4 of you are going with Mr. Lu. The road in the mountains is slippery. Be careful on the road to ensure Mr. Lu's safety. I will handle it. Don't worry, Brother Shilin. I won't let Mr. Lu fall. There is work. Lu Shuxing bowed to thank him, and on the side of the fire where no one was paying attention, his smile opened a pale and strange arc. Ji Yuan only felt a chill rushing to his scalp and roared in his heart. Do not go. Don't go with him. Please don't be stupid. Don't go. Ji Yuan was very anxious behind the statue. If something happened to these traveling merchants, it would be his turn in the end. He wished he couldn't roar, but could only hear the footsteps getting farther and farther away until they disappeared in his ears. Under this intense inner struggle, Ji Yuan's eyelids trembled violently, the corners of his mouth trembled constantly, and the little finger of his right hand moved slightly. Ji Yuan felt this change immediately, which immediately lifted his spirits when he was in an extremely bad mood. He felt his body carefully and found that under the violent struggle of consciousness, this ghost-pressing bed had been relieved a little bit, and several fingers of his hands could barely be stretched. Although the range was not large, it was indeed huge. Improvement. This made Ji Yuan ecstatic. The 4 traveling merchants who were taken out would surely have a worrisome ending, but if he could move and unite with these traveling merchants, he might still have a way out. At the entrance of the Shanshan Temple, Zhang Shilin only lit 2 of these torches and then handed them to Wang Dong and the others. The cold wind at night caused the flames to sway from side to side. Be careful and protect young Master Lu. No problem, Brother Shilin. Old Jean, pay attention. Don't worry, Shilin. I'm watching. Jean Xuanfu took the torch, and together with a few others, assured Zhang Shilin that he was a traveling merchant after all, and he could be regarded as a half-time traveler, so he would not be afraid of such a small journey. Zhang Shilin wanted to hand over the second lit torch to Lu Shuxing. After all, the other party was going to lead the way, but Lu Shuxing didn't take it. No. I'm a little afraid that the torch will burn my gown. Just let Brother Xiaodong hold it. Yes. Give me. He. Wang Dong directly smiled and snatched the torch. You boy. Zhang Shilin cursed with a smile, put the remaining unlit torches into the pannier carried by Lu Quan, and once again told them to pay attention to the road under their feet. The group set out to dig the Mountain King ginseng. In the mountain temple, Ji Yuan's hands and feet twitched with a ferocious face. Naturally, this is not an illness, but a violent struggle to gain control of his body. The remaining 8 traveling merchants at the gate didn't return to the mountain temple together until the flames went away, and the expressions on their faces were full of expectation and joy. Even if it is not Mountain King ginseng, a well-aged ginseng is worth a lot of money. After all, rich people are willing to sacrifice their lives, and good medicinal materials are willing to pay for it. Jean too, what's wrong with this beggar? Someone was sitting by the fire, and when he noticed the strangeness of Ji Yuan, he couldn't help but exclaimed. Zhang Shilin quickly walked over, and other traveling merchants also surrounded him, and they all panicked seeing Ji Yuan struggling. He's sweating a lot. Is this epilepsy crazy? Bring a stick and pry his mouth open before he bites off his tongue. Zhang Shilin knelt down to fix the beggar's twitching body and yelled at the others. Immediately someone found a suitable one from the woodpile. I open his mouth, and you stuff him in immediately. Woo-woo. Ji Yuan instinctively resisted. He is not epileptic. This stick is so dirty. Help me hold him. After a while, a wooden stick got stuck in Ji Yuan's twitching mouth. Fortunately, it was held horizontally from a bite. A group of traveling merchants looked at it for a while, and then slowly returned to the fire. Someone sighed. This beggar will probably have trouble getting through tonight. If that's the case, let's dig a hole for him and bury him. Yeah, we will still stay in the mountain temple in the future, so don't let the corpse stay here. Were you guys? Knowing that they had good intentions, Ji Yuan's veins popped inexplicably when he heard it. That is, the wave of people walked for about 10 minutes before. Hey! A terrifying roar suddenly sounded from a distant place, frightening everyone in the mountain temple to tremble subconsciously. Chi-chi! Pata-pata-pata! In the surrounding mountain trees, countless birds were frightened and flew away, chirping in panic around the mountain temple. At the same time, a gust of cool wind passed through the temple gate, blowing the fire in the temple to sway. Open your head. Shilin, what's that voice? Beast. Zhang Shilin's face was a little pale, and he shrank subconsciously looking at the night outside the temple. The roar of the tiger scares the forest. It's a big bug. Hiss. There was a sound of breathing around. Then Xiaodong and Lao Jin. No one dared to go on. Zhang Shilin also clenched his fists and looked outside the temple. The sound of this big bug is far away. Xiaodong and the others should be fine. Yes, they still carry torches just in case, and everyone prepares them. We can't sleep tonight. The roar of the tiger also frightened Ji Yuan Ming into a shiver. It's just that after the shock, Ji Yuan discovered that he had actually gained control over his body. At this moment, his right hand was retracted and held. Although it was slightly jerky, he could control it freely. He did not straighten up hastily, but carefully experienced this hard-won feeling. Afterwards, Ji Yuan slowly opened his eyes. If he could see his own eyes, he would find that the center of his eyes was lighter, a kind of translucent gray. Feeling that the light was a bit weak, it was too dim to see clearly. If it wasn't that he couldn't see anything at all, Ji Yuan almost thought he was blind now. He turned his head slightly, looked at the fire, and his heart skipped a beat. The fire was very blurry in his eyes. The light from the fire seemed to be separated by a thick layer of frost, and the light that penetrated through his eyes was limited. My eyesight is not simply a little flawed, at least not totally blind. Ji Yuan could only comfort himself in his heart. But just opening the eyes for a moment, the eyes are a little sore, not unbearable, but definitely uncomfortable. Jean too, the beggar has woken up. Although the rest of the traveling merchants are very nervous now, someone still noticed the abnormality of Ji Yuan. This voice also attracted everyone to look in the direction of the beggar. Sure enough, they saw him moving, and turned their heads to look at the beggar. Sighed. It's just that now even Zhang Shilin didn't have the time to pay attention to this beggar, who was neither relative nor relative. Everyone took out hatchets and short sticks from the baskets, and held them tightly in their hands, and kept an eye on the direction of the temple gate with nervous. Ji Yuan didn't have time to worry about his vision problems at the moment. The most important thing at the moment was his own life. He tried to sit up, but he felt a strong sense of dizziness and powerlessness just halfway up with his arms supported. With a snap, Ji Yuan fell back to the ground and landed on the back of his head. Hiss-ho! The pain was so painful that Ji Yuan couldn't help baring his teeth. He found that although he was able to move, it was as if he had just recovered from a serious illness, and he couldn't use his strength, and none of the traveling merchants paid attention to his side. Ji Yuan didn't ask for help. He grabbed the base of the statue with his right hand and sat up with great difficulty. When Ji Yuan was still feeling fatigued and dizzy from sitting up, there was a voice outside the temple from far near. Brother Shilin, Brother Shilin. The people in the temple suddenly became excited. It's Xiaodong. Xiaodong is back. Sure enough, Wang Dong's figure quickly ran into the mountain temple from outside and was immediately surrounded by nervous Zhang Shilin and others. Xiaodong, why are you alone? Are Lao Jin and the others all right? Where's the scholar? Did you hear the roar of the tiger just now? Zhang Shilin asked a series of questions, eager to get answers from Wang Dong. Wang Dong just looked like he was panting heavily. His expression was a little unnatural. He didn't take the water bowl handed by others. He glanced at Zhang Shilin and looked away. He took a breath before answering the question. Lao Jin and the others are together with Mr. Liu, and the digging of Mountain King ginseng is going well, but what? Oh, Xiaodong, you are usually the best at talking. Why are you hesitating now? Don't interrupt. Zhang Shilin roared and looked at Wang Dong, whose face was a little pale. Xiaodong, go on. Well, the Mountain King ginseng is on a slope. We just dug out the Mountain King ginseng, but we heard a tiger howling in the distance. It was too scary. As a result, Lao Jin, Lu Shusheng, and Lu Quan were so frightened that they didn't step on it firmly. Slid down. Hearing what Wang Dong, who lowered his head slightly, said, Zhang Shilin and the others panicked. What? Slid down? How are Lao Jin and Lu Quan? Is it tall? Xiaodong, you said it. Zhang Shilin became anxious, grabbed Wang Dong's arm, and asked him. This shaking seemed to wake Wang Dong Yao up, and he spoke more fluently. The slope is not high, nor is it very steep. Lao Jin and the others are fine, but his ankle is sprained badly. Lao Jin asked me to come back and find 2 or 3 people to help, and we will bring them back together. Li Gui will take care of them over there. Where are they? Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. Yeah, count me in. Since they didn't meet the tiger, everyone felt more at ease and expressed their willingness to help. The same is true of Zhang Shilin. This time I will take Xiaodu and Ahua back with Xiaodong to help, and the others will stay in the mountain temple to look after things. While speaking, Zhang Shilin and the people around him had already taken out several torches and lit them. Ji Yuan's hands and feet were cold, and bursts of numbness went straight to his scalp. He recognized the young traveling merchant's voice, but apart from his voice, Ji Yuan didn't hear his footsteps when he came. Moreover, when Ji Yuan looked there with his gray eyes, Wang Dong could be seen in the blurry field of vision as 2 double images. One was normal, the other's neck was crooked to one side strangely, and he would twitch from time to time. This scene made Ji Yuan's goosebumps unable to subside at all. But Zhang Shilin and others on the side didn't notice this. This is no longer a human being. Thinking back to the roar of the tiger before, Ji Yuan suddenly understood something. Naturally, he was terrified to death, but when he heard that Zhang Shilin was planning to take people out with this ghost, he couldn't care less about it. Apart from not wanting Zhang Shilin to die, he also felt that if there were only 5 people left in the temple, it would be fine. Dangerous. Here Zhang Shilin and the others lit the torches and were about to rush out. Let's go, Xiaodong. You lead the way with... Wait. All of a sudden, a strange voice sounded, which startled everyone. They looked nervously, only to find that it was the beggar. He had sat on the side of the mountain statue, at some point, leaning on the statue and looking towards the direction of the temple entrance. Ji Yuan's voice at this time is different from his physical state. He speaks clearly and honestly. Zhang Shilin, Wang Dong has a problem. You can't follow him. In Ji Yuan's eyes, his voice caused Wang Dong to turn his head very stiffly, and the stimulation made the back of Ji Yuan's head numb. The beggar, what nonsense are you talking about, Brother Shilin? Let's go quickly. Lao Jin and the others are still waiting. Okay, believing in his companions, or believing that a rotten beggar doesn't need to think too much, Zhang Shilin still stepped out of the temple gate. Stop. Wang Dong is dead. This roar immediately stopped Zhang Shilin and the others, subconsciously looking at Wang Dong, who was standing outside the temple looking at them, the shadow of the night covering his face. Brother Shilin, Hurry up! Lao Jean and the others are waiting for us. Don't listen to this rotten beggar's nonsense. Am I not doing well? Wang Dong took a step closer. Half of his face was illuminated by the light of the torch, and he saw the grin try to open his mouth under the pale complexion. Very discordant, very wrong. Every traveler felt a chill rushing up, and those who were about to go out subconsciously retracted their feet. Zhang Shilin swallowed, looked at Wang Dong, and then at the beggar. Shout on, are you really okay? But before Wang Dong could speak, Ji Yuan, who was sitting in the temple, immediately said coldly, For the tiger, Wang Dong is already a ghost. Just like the previous Lu Shusheng, he's going to lure you to the tiger to eat you. If you go with him, you will never come back. Ghost! Zhang Shilin and the others were so frightened that they took several steps back, thinking back to the roar of the tiger before, and some things that went wrong after Wang Dong came back. The scalps of the traveling traders all felt numb. Brother Shilin, don't trust him. Lao Jean and the others are still waiting. Wang Dong walked towards the temple gate, but his voice was not emotional. Shout on, don't come here. Zhang Shilin had already raised the torch in front of him, and Wang Dong stopped. He looked at the people at the gate of the temple, and the people at the gate of the temple also stared at him. They were silent for a while, and the scene that followed made everyone almost suffocate. Wang Dong suddenly became blurred, and his breath turned into smoke float away outside the temple. Pang dang! A hatchet fell to the ground, and two traveling merchants collapsed in fright. Ghost! Oh my God! Enter the temple! Enter the temple! Yes, go to the temple quickly. Take a good guy. The remaining 8 traveling merchants fled back to the mountain temple in a hurry, and all subconsciously approached the mountain statue and the beggar. Zhang Shilin's breathing was still a little disordered. He looked at the night outside the temple and at Ji Yuan. This expert. Before Zhang Shilin finished speaking, Ji Yuan raised his hand to stop him. Ji Yuan's complexion is very bad now. His lips are trembling slightly, but the environment is a little dark, so others can't see clearly. Shashasha. The wind became stronger, and the grass and trees swayed wildly in the forest. In the ears, there was a steady and powerful sound of special footsteps from far to near, and a low hissing sound of a beast came from outside the temple, sometimes mixed with low growls. Ji Yuan swallowed and stared nervously at the outside of the temple. His back was already soaked in the past few seconds. Don't talk, it's coming. The traveling merchants were stunned for a moment. Then their faces turned pale and bloodless, and they all realized what it referred to. Ji Yuan was also very scared. In fact, he was more scared than these traveling traders. He was so scared that his breath trembled a little, but at least he was calm on the surface, and he looked much better than these traveling traders. The sound made by walking on the ground with 4 claws and 2 feet is obviously different. Ji Yuan closed his dry and sore eyes, and now he focuses more on hearing. The voice is very soft, but there is a sense of heaviness, like a pad of flesh squeezing the soil and dead branches, and the limbs staggered to the ground like a stroll in the garden. I don't know if it's because of Ji Yuan's illusion just now. The sound of the wind and swaying vegetation around is a bit louder than before, and all the night birds in the forest stopped singing, as if they were too frightened to make sound. Will it be a tiger? Or tiger essence? Ji Yuan's shabby clothes were already soaked with sweat, and as the sound of claws approached, Ji Yuan became more and more suspicious of the role that so few people in the temple could play. The other people in the mountain temple didn't even dare to breathe out, holding the weapons in their hands and huddled behind the fire, looking out of the temple. Although they don't have the keen sense of hearing, they know that the wind changes and the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees are swaying without direction. The atmosphere was so depressing that it was suffocating, and the faces of all the traveling traders were covered with fine sweat. Hey! A violent roar of tigers sounded from outside the temple, and the surrounding forest frightened birds in an instant, and many night birds screamed and flapped their wings and flew away. Of course, the people in the temple were even more frightened. Many people felt their feet were weak. By this time, No one had any luck thinking that Lao Jin and the others were still alive. Ji Yuan was extremely flustered. No matter from the previous ghost or the current momentum, it proved that the outsider was definitely not an ordinary tiger. These soft-legged shrimps beside him and myself, a half-blind trash who was afraid of dying, let alone a fine tiger. Even an ordinary tiger would probably have to kneel. It's just that before Ji Yuan scolded the sky and the earth in his heart, his thoughts were interrupted. You and I, the well water, does not interfere with the river water, and we have not stepped into the mountain temple. Why do you want to help them? A deep sound mixed with the low roar of the tiger came from outside. Ji Yuan's heart twitched. It's really a fucking tiger spirit. But Ji Yuan immediately reacted. The information in the words made his mind run like lightning. He was thinking at a high speed that he had never seen before, and countless possibilities flashed through in just a few breaths. After being frightened, the traveling traders subconsciously looked at the beggars around them. Going to such a damned place, it's dead anyway. Ji Yuan gritted his teeth, changed his previous fear and humble mentality, and let out a voice full of anger. Because you and I don't interfere with the river, I didn't pay attention to the scholar's ghost coming, but Zhang Shilin has a pure heart, and I can drink a bowl of hot water as a small favor, and I won't let him go like this die. After saying these words in one breath, Ji Yuan's heartbeat was as fast as that of a machine gun with the trigger dead, and it was so sudden that it could not be suppressed. There was silence outside for a while, and Ji Yuan felt that his heart would jump out of his throat after a while. It seemed that it was something that had been considered for a long time, and the thick voice of the barking beast rang out again, but had nothing to do with eating people or not. Although I have never met you face to face, I know that you have become more and more lifeless in the months since you came here. Why are you so alive now? Ji Yuan breathed quietly, as long as he rushed in without saying a word. His mind was spinning, and he tried his best to squeeze his IQ to think about the tiger spirit. Combining the previous words, Ji Yuan first confirmed that he was indeed a soul wearer. That is to say, he occupied someone else's body, and the other party's question explained at least 3 key elements. First, the tiger lives in the deep mountains, and the beggar lives in the mountain temple, and the two sides have never met each other. Second, maybe this beggar should not be simple in the first place, so tiger spirit didn't touch him. Of course, it may also be that he doesn't bother to eat disabled people or has a cleanliness habit. The third is also the root of the tiger spirit's doubts. The beggar was supposed to be dying, but because of the time travel, the beggar became full of life in the eyes of the tiger spirit. Ji Yuan only wants one result now, to bluff this tiger spirit. And the most important thing to ensure everyone's safety is to ensure his own safety. It's been a while, and it's okay if the outsiders get impatient. So Ji Yuan also went all out. Some stories I've read before and various second-year fantasies quickly flashed through my mind. On the surface, it feels like the beggar was silent for a while before speaking. He deliberately slowed down his speech. There's nothing I can't say. It's ridiculous. Back then, I knew that my time was running out, but I was just waiting to die. I didn't think about it, but I realized that I was living towards death. The eyes of the fierce tiger outside the temple widened. Its sharp claws were so excited that it grabbed into the ground and lived to die. Lied to die. It's easy to say, but the information contained in it is terrifying even for a tiger spirit. 2 days ago, he had seen thunder falling from the clear sky. The aura was terrifying and the power of the sky was unpredictable. He had only seen it in his life. It was by no means comparable to ordinary thunderstorms and lightning. The tiger spirit at that time was even limp in the cave. Today, the tiger spirit suddenly understood that the source of the thunder is here. He is a refined beast. How hard and difficult it is to practice. And the person in the temple in front of him who was thought to be an ordinary beggar, not to mention being able to turn into a butterfly and be reborn after dying, must have an extremely profound realm of practice. To be honest, this is also the first person in the practice that tiger spirit has met. But even if he has only seen this one, he knows that this person is by no means comparable to ordinary practitioners. At this moment, knowing that he is a strange monster to the human race, and knowing that it may be dangerous to stay here, Tiger can't help asking with impatience and apprehension, "Sir, what do you think of my practice?" Then I may realize that it is too abrupt and immediately add a sentence. "I have practiced in Yokoi Mountain for more than 100 years without any support. Now I have exhausted all kinds of methods and can't make any further progress. Sir, please give me some pointers." Mr. Lu Shan is very grateful. Even the honorific title is used. Obviously, there's been a big change from the title to the tone of voice. It is related to the fundamentals of practice. This is a matter that is bigger than the sky. It is impossible for the tiger spirit to be careless. His practice has been trapped for a long time. Of course, even the tiger spirit understands that it is a taboo to ask about the cultivation method, and the monsters and birds are even more self-realized and self-cultivated in the years, and they will be happy for a long time with a little achievement, and they will not tell others easily. So I was also cautious when asking this invisible beggar in the temple, only asking for a little on demand. Since there is no unresolvable enmity between the two parties, it is natural to seize the opportunity and try to ask for advice. Thanks to Scholar Lu, the ghost, Tiger Jing has learned some knowledge of etiquette in the world, and it feels that it should be considered polite. It's just the uneasiness that made Tiger walk around nervously after saying this sentence, looking at the temple expectantly. And at the same time, he was also ready to fight back or escape as quickly as possible if the people in the temple broke out. Ji Yuan originally thought that the tiger spirit would appear more intense, but he didn't expect it to become a little more civilized. He couldn't even imagine the appearance of Big Tiger outside, chewing on words. Throwing away these absurd associations, Ji Yuanping spoke again in a flustered mood, this time speaking at a much slower speed. "Dare to ask Mr. Lu Shan, how much can you eat people so far?" Ji Yuan knew very well that in this situation, the more panicked he was, the less he could show it. Instead, he had to be more aggressive according to the situation. Hearing the questioning in the temple, the tiger outside panicked for a moment, and was so impatient that it scratched the ground with its sharp claws without knowing it, then suddenly thought of something, and snorted. "Huh!" A burst of phantom mist flowed out, and turned into a figure in front of him. It was Lu Shusheng. The tiger looked around at the burning mountain temple, and whispered to the scholar ghost, "You heard what I said just now. How should I answer so that I don't miss this wonderful opportunity? If you can help me this time, I promise to let your soul go back to your homeland." But Lu Shanjun didn't expect that all these low whispers were actually heard by Ji Yuan, which also made Ji Yuan realize how much this tiger spirit cares about the so-called mysteries of cultivation. Lu Shusheng bowed slightly to Tiger Lu, and then looked at the mountain temple. "Before I went to the temple to lure him to sleep, but this time I stopped him because of Zhang Shilin. This person acts according to his heart. This kind of person is the worst kind of lie, let alone an expert. Mr. Lu Shan should answer everything truthfully, an act of deliberate deceit to achieve a purpose." Hearing this, the huge, eye-catching tiger frowned, with a slightly struggling expression, and then shook its head before opening its mouth towards the temple. "Don't dare to lie to Mr. Lu Shanjun. He has not been able to advance in his practice for a long time. He has no choice but to supplement himself with people. He cannibalizes people. He is already 53, but I cannibalize people like people eat birds and beasts. I don't have the intention of killing indiscriminately. Those who do not disturb me in the day will not eat. Only the young and the strong will not eat the old, the young, the sick, and the disabled." Oh my God, 53 people were eaten. Although Ji Yuan just asked a sharp question casually just to elicit the following words, his feet were a little soft when he heard the answer, and the pedestrians beside him were even more unbearable, and several of them trembled in fright. After answering this question, the tigers outside the temple and the ghost beside them were full of anxiety, while the people in the temple were frightened for a long time. So there was a moment of silence. Ji Yuan calmed down again, thinking hard about how to communicate harmoniously with the cannibal tiger demon. When the tiger outside the temple started to get impatient, the long voice finally came out from the temple. "Lu Shanjun is very courageous. If you change to a monster, you may just deceive a few people, but it doesn't make me look down on you. The scholar ghost couldn't help clenching his fists in his cuffs, and the tiger spirit Lu Shanjun was also secretly delighted. Humans are the primates of all things. Maybe some monsters think that cannibalism is the most nourishing. What does Lu Shanjun think? Ji Yuan didn't wait for Tiger Spirit to speak again and asked again directly. In addition to letting the things outside dispel the idea of cannibalism, he is basically delaying time so that he can think of suitable words to deal with it. After all, if the other party can't deceive him in the end, it will be over if the other party becomes angry and violent. But a simple question, the tigers and ghosts outside are in a hurry again. Lu Shanjuan's huge tiger head just stared at the ghost. He himself didn't know how to answer. He felt that saying yes was absolutely wrong, and saying no was too simple. What if the person in the temple asked again, why? Know what to do. The scholar ghost walked around in a hurry, quite a feeling that when he was studying, a strict teacher was teaching knowledge by his side. Have you thought about it? Have you thought about it? Don't worry about tigers. Don't worry about tigers. There is it. Speak quickly. The scholar subconsciously raised his sleeve to wipe off the sweat that didn't exist and answered in a low voice. Of course, the answer to this question is not to agree with the preface. The key lies in how to explain the point of disagreement without refuting the tiger's preface. After all, the tiger has eaten 53 people. The tiger needs to say this. The expression on Lu Shanjuan's tiger's head ranged from annoyance to frowning to relaxation. You mean that no matter how we answer, we must be wrong, as long as we follow our heart and don't refute ourselves? Of course, the tiger believes me. Tiger nodded slightly and opened his mouth towards the temple. I have been thinking about your question for a long time. I, Mr. Lu Shan, have lived in Niukou Mountain for a long time since I was born with spiritual wisdom. I have rarely seen other monsters. I don't know what they think. For me, it is true that cannibalism is nourishing, but this question makes me feel wrong. Please teach me, sir. Actually threw the question back. But this is exactly what fate meant. As a young man who has experienced the era of the internet Big Bang, he has experienced a wealth of information and knowledge that is indescribably rich. Not to mention the chicken soup is a gimmick. This time, Lu Shanjun and the ghost were not kept long, and the people in the temple answered the question directly. It is often said that human beings are the spirits of all things, and the spirits of plants, animals, and animals are attracted by them. But human beings are also creatures with the most complex emotions in the world. Resentment, anger, and cause and effect are entangled endlessly. Monsters eat people for a long time and are easy to become addicted. They think is nourishing in practice, but they are already full of hostility. If there is more than enough to break through, you can't, and over time, you'll become more violent and spiritually blinded until you go crazy. This is the way to self-destruction. Lu Shanjun, a big tiger, swallowed his saliva, and the hairs all over his body stood on end slightly. No one has ever said this. Although the scholar ghost and some of the books he said often contain content to persuade people to be good, they're mostly ridiculous and pedantic words. Now hearing the words of the people in the temple makes him break out in a cold sweat. Because Lu Shanjun does have the urge to eat people more and more, and he has indeed been stuck in cultivation for a long time. The people in the temple should not be clear about this, so he naturally believes in this truth. At this time, Lu Shanjun even forgot the question he asked at the beginning, but asked urgently in the temple. Sir, yes, is there a remedy? Hearing this, Ji Yuan carefully let out a sigh of relief. More than half of the big stone in his heart has gone. It's very important. Ji heard what Lu Shanjun said before. Eating people is like eating birds and beasts. You don't want to kill indiscriminately. You don't eat when you're full. You don't eat during the day. You don't eat when you're old, sick, and disabled. It is very rare among monsters. I can't say that Lu Shanjun didn't touch me, a rotten beggar, because he accepted this kind of love. Don't dare. Mr. is superior. Lu Shanjun dare not offend. Lu Shanjun panicked again, and hurriedly explained that this was indeed the case at first, but later he gradually felt that this beggar might not be simple, but he was only suspicious, but today he confirmed it. Ji Yuan didn't dare to push forward, but continued in a slow voice. The remedy is simple to say and difficult to say. It's not just a sentence of not eating people, but the fundamental truth is not profound. Practice is like being a human being, and the body and mind are right, and the way is right. This is the fundamental. Ji Yuan paused for a moment, feeling that this sentence might not be enough to restrain the tiger spirit, and then immediately added another sentence. The way of heaven is to make up for what is too much damage. The way of man is to make up for what is not enough to be damaged. Before you asked me what I realized, and afterward you asked me how to remedy it. This is the same reason Lu Shanjun, you and Ji are destined not shallow. Today I have said enough. After Ji Yuan finished speaking, he nervously waited for the reaction from outside. The tiger outside frowns, and then stretches, and then furrows, thinking hard and meditating. It seems to be enlightened and deeply meaningful, but it feels more at ease in the heart. The silence inside and outside the temple lasted for several minutes. These few minutes could have exhausted Ji Yuan, but he was surprisingly not too flustered. Shashasha? Shashasha. Who? As the wind swayed, after thinking hard, Lu Shanjun began to move his limbs slowly, heading towards the mountain temple. With every footstep, it was like stepping on Ji Yuan's heart with his paws. Cold sweat could not help but seep from his back again, and he cried out in his heart, Die, die, die. I seem to have pretended too much, and now I'm killing myself. On the contrary, Zhang Shilin and the other traveling merchants had a better mentality at the moment. Although they were also nervous, they couldn't hear the tiger's pace, and, secondly, they had already recognized that there was an expert around them, so they felt much more at ease. After a few breaths, Lu Shanjun had arrived at the gate of the temple. Then, amidst the horror of Ji Yuan and a group of peddlers, an eye-catching tiger with a huge head and a body length of nearly 4 meters slowly stepped into the temple gate, followed by Lu Shushan. Yellow hair with black stripes, long character on the forehead, fierce tiger eyes, not angry but frightened. The traveling merchants couldn't even hold the weapons in their hands. They were all paralyzed from fright, and Ji Yuan didn't even dare to move. The fierce tiger didn't look at other people at all, but at the beggar sitting next to the broken mountain statue. Although unkempt, a pair of open and closed eyes looked straight at the door. Mr. Lu Shan's kindness for his guidance is unforgettable. The tiger turned its body upwards, intersected its forelimbs, clasped its claws, and bowed 3 times to Ji Yuan. Then the body returned to the ground on all 4s. The tiger's eyes turned to the ghost, and with a breath, a burst of white air was drawn from the ghost into the tiger's body. I promise you that if you can help me, I will let you go. So go. The scholar ghost was overwhelmed with surprise, bowed to Lu Shanjun, then knelt down to Ji Yuan, kowtowed several times, and kowtowed several times to the traveling merchants. Without saying anything, just turned into smoke and drifted away. The smoke has dissipated and is not visible before leaving the temple gate. After the scholar ghost left, Lu Shanjun looked at those traveling merchants, and in their eyes that were terrified to death, he spit out the ghost Wang Dong again and sent him away likewise. Seeing this, Ji Yuan smiled stiffly. Finally, he was not scared to death. Don't dare to disturb the master's rest. Lu Shanjun will leave. After doing all this and leaving these words, the terrifying tiger slowly left the mountain temple, and the surrounding wind gradually. After a while passed without hearing any sound at all, Ji Yuan leaned against the statue of the mountain god and lost his strength, and sweat flowed out like money. The physical strength that was expended just now was like running 5 kilometers cross-country several times in a row during college. Now Ji Yuan doesn't even have the strength to move his fingers, and he just leans on a mountain god like a dead dog to pant. Seeing this situation, Zhang Shilin and others were at a loss. Originally, they were rejoicing that they were still alive, but now they panicked. Master, are you all right? Water. Shui. Get some water from Master. Zhang Shilin and a group of peddlers were in a hurry. Those who fetched towels took towels. Those who took bamboo cups, and some people fanned Ji Yuan with their clothes. Water is here, Water is here, master, drink it. Zhang Shilin originally wanted to pass the bamboo tube to Ji Yuan, but when he found that the other party was just panting and did not raise his hand, he carefully put the bamboo tube to Ji Yuan's mouth and tilted it. Gulu, gulu, gulu. After a while of binge drinking, Ji Yuan had had enough, and Zhang Shilin was still nervous and didn't let go. Now Ji Yuan's hands and feet were blocked with a bamboo tube in his mouth, and he was powerless. Damn, have some good eyesight. Ji Yuan had no choice but to hold his breath and shut up. When Zhang Shilin saw the water pouring out, he realized that the master didn't want to drink anymore, so he quickly removed the bamboo tube. Hiss ho! Ji Yuan heaved a sigh of relief, and he seemed to have slowed down a bit. Seeing this, Zhang Shilin and other traveling merchants also breathed a sigh of relief, then suddenly remembered something. Zhang Shilin knelt down in front of Ji Yuan. Seeing this, other traveling traders followed suit. Thank you, master, for saving your life. Thank you, master, for saving your life. I kowtow to you, kowtow to you. Master Xie saved us. Thank you, master. The remaining 8 traveling merchants kowtowed to the ground, not just pretending. This head kowtowing is very embarrassing. It's too embarrassing to be bowed by someone so big, let alone being kowtowed by so many people. Get up quickly. Don't kowtow. It's good if you don't blame me for not being able to save Wang Dong. This is what Ji Yuan said in his heart. In his previous life, he had seen a lot of incidents of Sheng Min fighting Mi Qiu. So, instead of letting the traveling merchants think about what changes they would bring, it is better to make it clear first. Sure enough, the peddlers were all stunned as soon as these words came out, and they looked at each other. The atmosphere was a little awkward. They didn't have the guts to admit this, but it didn't mean they didn't think so. In fact, even Zhang Shilin thought that if the master made a move earlier, Wang Dong and Jin Xuanfu would not have died. The silence of these peddlers proves Ji Yuan's guess. He is not Huang Laxi. He likes to go his own way and abuse himself. Doing good deeds does not necessarily require others to always think of his own good, but he also does not want to leave misunderstandings in people's hearts. Ji Yuan thought a little too much. What if some of these people turned around and became more and more resentful? What if the family members of the deceased kept resenting? Maybe they were afraid that the tiger would blame themselves. It's not that I didn't want to save those 4 people just now. It's just that I didn't have the skills to do so. You have also heard what the tiger spirit said. How can it be so simple to turn death into life? At that time, the ghost came, and I was at the critical moment. I can't move my whole body. Anyway, editing it once is editing it, and it doesn't matter if you edit it twice, and Ji Yuan is just talking nonsense, and I plan to make it more serious. In order to save you, I spared no effort to break out of the predicament. It's a pity that those 4 people have already left. In this state, I'm lucky to be able to save you. Combined with Ji Yuan's current state, these words are still very convincing, making Zhang Shilin and others feel ashamed. Hey, be more careful in the future. Deep in the mountains and old forests, it is not normal to meet any handsome scholar, a beautiful woman at night. Ji Yuan's earnest words are not only for the traveler, but also to remind himself. Thank you for your teaching, Master. Thank you for your teaching. Thank you, Master. Master, are you hungry? We still have something to eat. Don't be a master before a master. Let's call him Mr. Ji Yuan felt that the words of the master seemed to be taken as a magic stick by others, and it was not as appropriate as the words of Lu Shanjun, the tiger spirit. As for eating, although he knew that his body was weak now, he really didn't have any appetite. That night, even though he knew that the danger was gone, no one dared to sleep, except for Ji Yuan, who was too tired. He swore that he was just so tired that he wanted to lie down and take a rest, but he fell asleep in a few seconds. At dawn the next day, the traveling merchants who had endured a night of fear couldn't sit still and got up one after another to leave here. Zhang Shilin and the others took out all the luggage of the other 4 people and put them in their own panniers and put the empty panniers under their own panniers. Hey, Xiaodong is gone. Why should I explain to Uncle Wang? Yeah, Lao Jin still has 2 children at home. This time, hey, both Lu Quan and Li Gui haven't married a wife yet. Let's help out more in the future. Yeah, that's the only way. The traveling merchant sighed. Because it was dawn, the sense of fear had eased a lot, and the atmosphere was a little sad. Zhang Shilin walked behind the statue of the mountain god. The tall man was still sleeping soundly, covered with a shirt and core raincoat, which Zhang Shilin and the others put on after Ji Yuan fell asleep. As expected of an expert, no one dared to sleep last night. They even held back their urine, and only the brave ones could sleep soundly. Master, Mr. Ji, we are leaving. What are your plans, sir? Ji Yuan was very tired, and vaguely heard someone calling him. Sir, we are leaving. Do you have any orders? Sir, hey, don't bother me. Are you annoying? In his sleep, Ji Yuan scratched the itchy face with one hand and waved his hand like chasing flies with the other. Shirlin, don't disturb Mr. Sleeping. That's right, John, too. Sir's been living here for a month. Let's go down the mountain before dawn. Brother Shirlin, sir, everyone has been kicked out. Let's go. Zhang Shirlin originally wanted to tell someone face to face. It would be better to ask for some kind of amulet. But now he didn't dare to bother him anymore. After hesitating for a moment, he took out a bag of dry biscuits and steamed buns and a bamboo tube filled with water from the basket, and carefully placed them next to the statue of the mountain god. Let's kowtow to Mr. before leaving. Yep, it makes sense. Good. A group of traveling merchants and Zhang Shilin gathered around the side of the mountain, knelt down, and kowtowed twice to the sleeping Ji Yuan. Boom, 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 boom. Hey, what a fart. Ji Yuan turned around and cursed. Oh, Mr. is angry. Go, go. Let's go. Hey, wait for me. Shoo, keep your voice down. The traveling merchants hurriedly put on their backpacks and left the mountain temple that made them thrilled, and secretly decided in their hearts that they would never go the way of Mount Yokoi in the future. It was 3 poles high in the sun, and Ji Yuan in the temple woke up stretching his waist. Hoa, sleep, really comfortable. The surroundings seemed a little too quiet. Ji Yuan rubbed his eyes and looked around. Although his vision was very blurred, he could still see that it was dawn, but he just felt that something was wrong. Etc. What about people? Where has everyone gone? Fuck trough. Zhang Shilin, who suffered 1,000 knives? You fucking left me behind. Ji Yuan has already greeted Zhang Shilin and others for the 18 generations of their ancestors. Although he was thinking about his own life, he saved them after all. Don't make a sound. The most annoyed thing is that Ji Yuan doesn't dare to yell if he wants to scold now, so he can only hold back, making his face turn red. It took a long time for Ji Yuan's mood to stabilize. Hoo. Giving himself a smooth ride, Ji Yuan sat down beside the statue of the mountain god. What the hell am I going to do now? Or risk going down the mountain? Ji Yuan looked at the food and water next to the statue of the mountain god. Finally, those guys had a bit of conscience and left some food for himself. After calming down a bit, Ji Yuan remembered that he heard Zhang Shilin call him when he just fell asleep, but he was sleeping soundly at that time, so maybe he didn't respond at all. It's a lifesaver after all. You can't wait for me to wake up and say thank you face to face before leaving, or you can shake me awake. Ji Yuan still couldn't help sighing. The departure of these traveling merchants disrupted all his plans. After all, he came to an unfamiliar world. Originally, Ji Yuan planned to go down the mountain with the traveling merchants. It would be best to rely on his status as a lifesaver and ask them to help find a place to settle down and then make plans. Since there are tiger spirits in this world, there will definitely be real masters. Maybe there will be immortals or even immortals. Then your eyes may not be cured. If you are lucky, you may be able to step into the practice path of. Such things as time travel have happened, and as soon as he came, he ran into the tiger spirit head-on. Judgment can be regarded as continuous contact with small probability events. From the perspective of probability, it can be regarded as full of good luck. Thinking about it this way, Ji Yuan actually felt a little excited. Picking up the small sack of food from the ground, he took out a steamed bun and put it in his mouth, then lifted the hemp rope on the bamboo tube and hung it obliquely on his body. Ji Yuan just carefully groped towards the outside of the mountain temple. With his eyesight, if he doesn't talk about any details, he can still barely use it. At least he can see the outline of the surrounding scenery, but he has to be very careful when he sets his feet. roar. When we reached the gate of the temple, the sound of tigers howling in the distant mountains came from afar. Ji Yuan shook. The excitement was immediately frightened away. He backed away like a conditioned reflex, and then suddenly stepped on something round under his feet, and his body instantly lost its center of gravity. Wow! Pang dang! Boom! Oops! Ji Yuan stepped on a candle, fell backwards, and bumped into the divine case of the mountain temple, then fell again and fell into the dark. Hiss! Oh, damn! People are unlucky. Drinking cold water will stuff their teeth. Ji Yuan struggled to sit up, looking for the pain sensation. He carefully touched the back of his head and found that a big lump had been knocked out, and it hurt a little when he touched it, but fortunately the pain was only on the skin, and there should be no problem with the brain. After resting for a while, Ji Yuan felt better, staring blankly at the small sack and bamboo jar at hand. This fall relieved Ji Yuan's urge to go down the mountain. You said that if he accidentally did this while climbing and descending, wouldn't he be directly scrapped by someone? Ji Yuan has always been a person who cherishes his life, and it can even be said that he is a person who is afraid of pain. He lost his life in his previous life. Although he didn't start well in this life, he still has something to look forward to. Boom! The thunder sounded, and the silver snake danced in the sky again. Ji Yuan was not surprised this time, but seeing the rain was coming, it seemed even more inappropriate for him to go down the mountain half blindly. As the saying goes, going up the mountain is easy and going down the mountain is difficult, so it's a good time. How about, let's take a rest? Ka-la-la-la. It didn't take long for the raindrops to come down intensively. The weather in the mountains can change at will. Now, there's no need to worry about fate. It is definitely unlucky to go out now. Fortunately, Ji Yuan was sitting in front of the divine table, closing his eyes and calming himself down. Sure enough, with the peace of mind, the beautiful colorless picture in my heart slowly emerged with the sound of rain, and the vivid beauty bathed in mountain rain slowly unfolded. In the heavy rain, what Ji Yuan likes to hear most is the sound of those animals running around. Such a picture makes people feel very energetic and even reminds Ji Yuan of the smell of barbecue. Suddenly, Ji Yuan heard a small animal running in the direction of the mountain temple in a panic in the rain, and ran into the eaves of the temple after a short run. The little animal was still dripping with water, and in Ji Yuan's hearing, he walked carefully towards the mountain temple. But he stopped when he entered the temple gate, as if he found Ji Yuan, who was sitting in front of the divine table. Ji Yuan opened his eyes, and there was a blur of light and shadow in front of his eyes. The appearance of this little animal was also a blurred outline, smaller than a dirt dog. From the observation in the rain just now, Ji Yuan knew that it should be a fox. This kind of animal is relatively timid and will not attack humans, so Ji Yuan is relatively at ease. Strictly speaking, most of the time this deserted mountain temple belonged to animals. From the excrement of some animals in the temple, it can be seen that Ji Yuan and the traveling traders are just passers-by. They were all hiding from the rain, and Ji Yuan had no intention of chasing the fox away. It would be boring to be alone. This is a red fox with a relatively bright fur color. It squatted at the gate of the temple and stared at Ji Yuan. Seeing that the people inside did not respond for a long time, he relaxed a little. He hesitated, sighed, and started to swing your body. Pata pata pata. The rainwater on the red fox's fur was thrown away with the rapid swing of the body, and many of them flew to Ji Yuan, who was a few meters away, causing Ji Yuan to cover his face with his hands. But when the fox was shaking the water, Ji Yuan was able to hear the details of the fox more clearly, and the fluffy hair was also fully visible. It was obvious that this was a very beautiful little fox. This fox is also well-behaved. After shaking the water, he rests on his stomach against the wall of the temple gate, watching Ji Yuan's reaction vigilantly from time to time. One person and one fox. One can't walk for the time being, and the other is sheltering from the rain in the temple, relatively silent and peaceful. At this time, Ji Yuan finally felt a little hungry, and naturally he didn't have anything good to eat, but at least he still had a small bag of dry food to fill his stomach. I fumbled to open the bag and squeezed it with my hands. The dry biscuit was as hard as a rock, and the steam bun was not soft, but it was much better than the dry biscuit, so I took out a steam bun. I tore off a small half and put it up to my nose to smell it. There was no musty smell, so I stuffed it into my mouth and ate it. The more I ate it, the more hungry I felt. A steam bun was eaten within less than 10 seconds. Ji Yuan couldn't help but took another steamed bun, gobbled it up, and finished it, and then abruptly stopped the urge to eat another one. The bag was not big. Once the 2 steamed buns were removed, a piece of it collapsed, and I stretched out my hand to fumble it carefully, and there were only 2 steamed buns and 3 dry biscuits left. As a good young man living in the 21st century, he has a legitimate job. Although everyone has always said that he is worried about his livelihood, he is never worried about whether he will be starved to death. So his reaction in this regard was slow before. After a while, Ji Yuan at this moment suddenly realized that his food reserves were not very rich. And even if you go down the mountain, you probably don't have any relatives and friends to rely on. How do you make a living? Is there anything I can do now? Begging? Damn it. Ji Yuan couldn't help saying something nervous. The fox on the outside was so frightened that it stood up alertly. Instead, it attracted Ji Yuan's attention. Hey, little fox, I don't bring anything to feed you as a blind man. There are some steamed buns and pancakes, but if you don't eat them, I won't give them to you. If you can eat me, it will be less. It bothered me a little. Hiss. The fox's hair exploded slightly, its limbs tensed, and it grinned and hissed at Ji Yuan. Just kidding. You just catch a field mouse and catch a rabbit. Ji Yuan spoke in a friendly manner. He felt that his voice and movements just now must have stimulated the fox. The rabbit bites, even in a hurry. Don't treat the fox as a beast. For a long time, there was no movement between one person and the fox was so careful that he lay down in the corner, and Ji Yuan was relieved and continued to be in a daze. Today's rain is much shorter than yesterday's, and it stopped after a short while, but the temperature is a bit cooler because of this rain. Feeling the coolness, Ji Yuan fumbled to put on a piece of clothing left by the traveling merchant, and then put on the core raincoat. Yesterday, I learned from the conversation with the traveler that it should be the beginning of spring, and the weather is normal to be cold, but the 2 rains that Ji Yuan encountered did not have the meaning of continuous spring rain. It was quite late when I woke up today. Now that the rain has stopped, it is estimated that it will be almost evening, and it will get dark very quickly in the mountains, plus the road is slippery now. Even if Ji Yuan has the courage to go down the mountain, the conditions are not allowed. Tonight there are no traveling merchants, that is to say, no fires to keep warm. Why? Ji Yuan sighed a little, and was pessimistic about his own future and destiny. At present, he can only hope that tomorrow will be a clear sky, and he can create some advantages for his miserable visibility. Indeed, as Ji Yuan expected, the sky in the mountains was getting dark very quickly, and it became gray after a while. It was almost night, and he was a little timid, not daring to sit in front of the divine table like it was in the daytime, and to see the original statue again. Later, the red fox, who had been hiding from the rain in the temple, had left at some point. Ji Yuan's mood now is more disturbed than the day before. After all, he is alone, and he just kidnapped the tiger Jing last night, so he shouldn't be able to react in just a day. That is, when he dozed off, Ji Yuan was disturbed by a new noise. It was still dark, and some human voices came from the mountain road in the distance. Ji Yuan regained his energy all of a sudden, sat up on the broken straw mat behind the statue of the mountain god, and listened attentively to the movement. No way. Such a coincidence? This ruined temple is not a transportation hub. So people come every day? It can't be a ghost, can it? No. There are footsteps. Don't scare yourself. A little farther away on the mountain path, a group of 9 people were walking on the mountain path. Most of their steps were brisk. Among them, there are men and women, most of whom look younger, and many of them are holding weapons, mostly swords, and some are holding long sticks with iron heads. There are 2 people in the middle carrying a big sack. I don't know what's inside. What did you install? It's just that these people looked a little embarrassed on the outside, because they didn't bring rain gear, even if they found a place to hide from the rain in time. They were all drenched by the rain. The one walking in the front was Yin Fei, a young man holding a tassel sword. He was 1.8 meters tall, well-proportioned and slender, with piercing red and phoenix eyes. He looked ahead, pointed to the distance, and said to his companions, "The mountain temple is in front of us. Let's go there to take a rest, warm up, and recharge our batteries." "Okay, everyone, hurry up. The mountain road after the rain is really strenuous to walk." A woman wore a short hanging over the close-fitting dress that tied her wrists and ankles tightly, and now she was sticking to her body wetly, and after walking a few steps, she ruthlessly shook the mud stuck to her boots. "It's ridiculous that none of us thought of bringing rain gear." The woman quickened her pace and mocked herself irritably. The strong man, carrying a long, iron-clad stick, smiled. "Hey, junior sister Luo, the weather in this mountain can change at will. Before going up the mountain, the sun is always high. Who would have imagined it? What are you laughing at? You've been drenched in water too." "Okay, stop arguing. We're not here to play. Everyone go to the temple to recuperate." Although the ground was muddy and these people walked a little awkwardly, Ji Yuan had to admit that their footsteps were still very fast, and they reached the mountain temple in a short while. The dilapidated small temple in the wilderness. The surrounding forests are mixed with dead trees. The light is shaded by rocks and trees, and it is already evening, making this place look gloomy. "Hey!" Two crow calls sounded on the dead tree behind the mountain temple, which seemed more appropriate to the occasion. The originally brisk footsteps of the 9 people all subconsciously slowed down, and even their voices became much quieter. Although the mountain temple is broken, except for the lack of a gate, it can still shelter from the wind and rain. Yin Fei walked to the edge of the temple, scanned inwards, and saw the carbon piles and unburned after finishing the firewood. I breathed a sigh of relief. The people in Narcissus Town are right. People should often rest here, but everyone should pay more attention. Ji Yuan in the temple felt a little baffled by the reaction of this group of people. He was quite loud when complaining on the road before, but now he is more careful. But he really couldn't laugh. When there was no one around, he was looking forward to someone coming, but when someone really came, he was worried that the other party was a vicious person. After all, he had no ability to protect himself now. Several people walked around outside the mountain temple before entering inside. Yin Fei walked into the temple first, followed by others. After glancing at the fire and dry wood for a few times, they approached the mountain god statue with light steps, frequently looking at the top and some corners of the mountain temple, but the main attention was naturally behind the mountain god statue. Yin Fei was the first to discover Ji Yuan. After all, he was at the front. He walked to the original bonfire and pretended to check it out. Then he looked up at the back of the mountain statue and saw Ji Yuan leaning there. A beggar? Others also came over and got a rough look at Ji Yuan's appearance. "Hey, beggar, are you alone here?" The man holding a long stick yelled at Ji Yuan. The loud voice made Ji Yuan's ears itch, and subconsciously stretched out his little finger to scratch his left ear. The breathing of this group of people is generally stronger and longer than that of those traveling traders, and Ji Yuan's intuition told Ji Yuan that these people should not be ordinary people, and he didn't dare to push them too much in front of this group of people, so he should ask questions and answer them honestly. "Yeah, I was the only one before you came." Ji Yuan originally wanted to make fun of "aren't you people," but when he thought that this was not typing on the keyboard across the internet, nor the world he was familiar with, he opened his mouth casually to avoid getting hit. The so-called junior sister Luo in the group saw Ji Yuan's tattered clothes and was surprised. "There are fierce tigers eating people in this mountain. How dare you come to the mountain alone?" Although curiosity may be the main factor in this question, Ji Yuan still hoped that they would take him down the mountain, at least to try, so he answered with half-truth and half-false frustration. "That can't be helped. My eyesight is not good. The person who brought me left by himself. Even if he knows that there are tigers on the mountain, he can't go down the mountain alone without help. Compassion must win sympathy." At this time, the young man with red phoenix eyes made a gesture to everyone, nodded his fate, and then pointed to his own eyes. Everyone subconsciously looked at the beggar's eyes and found that the beggar's eyes were slightly open. Translucent, but the pupil color is off-white. Someone lowered his voice and whispered, "It's a blind man." This low voice naturally cannot escape Ji Yuan's ears. Ji Yuan thought optimistically. Speaking in a low voice is because he is concerned about his own feelings, so at least this person should not have a bad heart. Therefore, Ji Yuan's sense of anticipation about his ability to leave also increased a little. The strong man with a long stick in the crowd glanced at junior sister Luo and the others, and then said to him, "You're lucky to meet us. We'll take you down the mountain together after we've dealt with that man-eating worm." Ji Yuan, who had just been joyful, felt his heart skip a beat when he heard the second half of the sentence. "Want to kill a worm? Which worm? Could it be Lu Shanjun? What are you doing up the mountain?" Ji Yuan asked him a little nervously. It was the man with the stick who had a particularly loud voice who answered, "Ha ha! We heard that there have been man-eating tigers in this mountain for a long time, and the government has been unable to get rid of them for a long time." Adhering to the spirit of chivalry in their hearts, they took the list of Ning'an County Yamen and came to Narcissus Town to eliminate harm for the people. Exactly. That's right. The men and women around also nodded in agreement, confidently showing chivalrous spirit in front of Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan was stunned for a moment, and the thoughts subconsciously jumped out of his mind. This group of people are here to seek death. Ji Yuan, a blind beggar, was not the focus of these people's concerns. After explaining their intentions, they each got busy in the temple. Boom, boom. 2 large sacks were placed in the corner, and Ji Yuan knew what was inside, because occasionally pigs and sheep could be heard from inside. "Beggar, is the firewood here yours? Can we use it? Let's pretend we bought it from you at the market price." The man with the tassel sword on his back yelled not far away, and Ji Yuan, who was stunned, reacted when he heard the sound and waved his hand to signal them to use it casually. But Yin Fei just asked like that and didn't give out any firewood money to Ji Yuan, and Ji Yuan wouldn't be so stupid as to ask for money. No one else was interested in paying any more attention to the beggars in the temple. Those who cleaned up the venue cleaned up the venue, and those who lit the fire lit the fire, and then each found a place to sit down and rest. Even though he almost believed that these people were trying to kill him, Ji Yuan didn't immediately stand up and point out how stupid their actions were. Although they were not bad-looking like that, they were far less enthusiastic than Zhang Shilin. What if they annoyed them and didn't take me down the mountain? You have to observe and observe, or listen and listen first. What if they are really capable? Can they really subdue Lu Shanjun? At this moment, Ji Yuan calmed down and listened carefully to any sounds of these 9 people. For example, the sound of metal collisions of some weapons on the ground made Ji Yuan understand that they had many guys with them, and with their long breath, they should really be Lian Jiatzi. Are the martial arts masters here the same as in the previous life, or can they fly over walls like in movies and TV dramas? Can you deal with a tiger that has become a master? Did you bring a spell or something? Ji Yuan was both worried and curious about what this group of people would do. The fire was ignited again, and the people warming the fire had changed. Some of them even took off some outer blouses and hung them on wooden poles to warm the fire. It's not completely dark yet. Ji Yuan speculates that their plan may be to use bait to lure the tiger out, but it doesn't look like they will do it right away. I heard from people in Narcissus Town that the tiger disaster has been going on for a long time, and it has killed a lot of people up to now. Sitting by the fire, the woman surnamed Luo fiddled with the charcoal of the kindling with a branch and asked in a low voice while crossing her knees. Yin Fei answered while carefully wiping the blade of his long sword with a piece of cloth. "That's right. Of course, I don't think all those who disappeared in the mountains were eaten by big worms. After all, the mountains and forests are steep. It's ridiculous that there are rumors in Narcissus Town that they are haunted by evil spirits." Hearing Yin Fei said this, a man next to him with a ghost knife at his feet couldn't help but interjected. "No, Yin Fei and I asked about the tiger in Nikishan, but the people in Narcissus Town didn't mention it. It was an old man in the tea house who said that there might be monsters on the mountain." Ha 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 ha. If there are monsters in this world, it's you. If you don't speak, you won't be recruited? It's ridiculous. Why don't there still be mountain visitors coming and going in the mountains? A man without any weapons added a piece of firewood to the fire and said with a smile, Okay, okay, since we revealed the list, let's help them settle the matter. It's fine if they're evil spirits. I, Lu Changfeng, still want to see them. Ha ha ha, reasonable. The people around laughed and agreed, young and frivolous with martial arts skills. This time they come out together. It is time to show their ambitions, and they want to make a name for themselves in the world. The more they chatted vigorously, the lower Ji Yuan's hopes for this group of people. It seemed that they didn't even know that there are monsters on this mountain. Ji Yuan felt that he had to try to stop it anyway. Otherwise, he would not be able to kill the monster and get angry at himself. The 9 young warriors seemed to have forgotten about the beggars, so Ji Yuan could only draw their attention by himself. Cough, cough, cough. Aren't these strong men who came here to fight tigers? After coughing a few times, Ji Yuan tentatively asked. Hearing Ji Yuan's question, several people all turned their eyes to look at him. That's right, we revealed the list to the county government, and we came here to eliminate harm for the people. Oh, Ji Yuan responded meaningfully. He tried not to make this voice provocative, but it could arouse the curiosity of these people. Sure enough, the beggar's reaction made Yin Fei and others frown. Beggar, do you have anything to say? Yin Fei asked subconsciously, and Ji Yuan followed suit. It's nothing special. I admire all of you quasi-tiger fighting heroes. It's just that you go into battle to kill the enemy and plot before you move. The same is true for the people. Do the knights have a plan? Ji Yuan tried his best to develop it to a high level. As long as he behaved very different from the appearance of a beggar, he could attract the attention of others. Sure enough, the beggar changed his previous posture and spoke plausibly. The key is that the voice was thick and deep, full of air, which suddenly gave everyone a feeling that it was not easy. The elders often taught, don't underestimate anyone when you go out. Yin Fei looked at his companions, stood up and took a few steps towards the beggar, looked at the beggar carefully again, and answered with a frown. I heard that man-eating tigers only come out late at night. We plan to use live pigs and sheep as bait in the mountains to lure the tigers to appear at night, and then attack them in groups. Ji Yuan froze for a moment. That's all. There are no other strategies or means. People with feelings don't even consider traps like digging pits and setting nets. We have all practiced martial arts since we were young, and we have extraordinary martial arts skills. Although a tiger is fierce, it is just an animal. With a sword in hand, if you attack in groups, you can still make it run away. It's okay. These people are not only here for nothing, but also very naive. Ji Yuan was a little pessimistic, but he still had to put on a show. After a little brewing in my heart, I laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Crack, clap, clap. Ji Yuan laughed and applauded in a low voice. Okay, what a strong man, but I have a small doubt. If the tiger in this mountain is not an ordinary tiger, but a monster that has turned into a spirit, can you be sure? Monster? Seriously, someone in Narcissus town also said that. The knights narrowed their eyes and looked at each other, and then at the beggar. Beggar, don't play tricks. Ji Yuan also let go a little now, and looked at them with the same smile, and the pale eyes made the 9 of them quiet down involuntarily. I know that I am a soft-spoken person, and it would be disgusting to persuade people hastily. But observing you for a long time, I can see that you all have chivalrous hearts and are people who can do more things for the common people in the world. You shouldn't ruin your life here, so you just endured it. I can't stop opening my mouth. When persuading people, flatter them a little bit. This is the principle that Ji Yuan has figured out before. Sure enough, hearing these words, the 9 people still felt a little dark in their hearts, but they didn't show much of their restraint on the surface. Calling Hua, we appreciate your kindness, but since we revealed the list, we should try our best. I think the monster thing is mostly rumored. If we really have any accidents, we can't blame others. Yin Fei said righteous words, and the people around him nodded frequently, and Ji Yuan's praise touched their itches. Yin Fei's words were almost the unanimous statement of everyone. Didn't they come out to win a reputation? After saying this, Yin Fei bowed to Ji Yuan again. Thank you for your kind reminder. Then he went back to the fire and closed his eyes to rest. Come on, Seeing this group of people looking more motivated, Ji Yuan decided not to persuade them. Otherwise, they might be hated by people here, and it would be easy to cause misunderstandings on Lu Shanjuan's side because there are no people inside and outside. As for going to fight the tiger with him, it is absolutely impossible. Ji Yuan can only hope that his fooling Lu Shanjun the night before has some effect. I don't know if he had already eaten when he came, but Ji Yuan didn't see these people eating, so he drank some water. Probably after it was completely dark outside. The coats of these people were almost dried, so they put on their coats and prepared to leave. It seems that in addition to resting and recovering their physical strength, the complete drying of their clothes should greatly improve their combat effectiveness. This is the same reason as Ji Yuan moves closer to the screen to improve accuracy and swing left and right to increase dodge when playing games. Two strong men picked up the sack containing pigs and sheep again, and one of them was Lu Qingfeng, who said he wanted to meet the monster. Okay, let's go. Yin Fei still walked first with full of energy. Lu Qingfeng turned his head and shouted at Ji Yuan while carrying the sack. Beggar, wait for our good news, and I will take you down the mountain with me when I come back. Hey, bro, don't set the flag. Hearing this, Ji Yuan panicked, hesitated for a moment, and shouted at the last Lu Qingfeng when he stepped out of the temple gate. Lu Xiaoxia, if you are in dire straits, you can call out that you know Mr. Ji. Remember it. At this time, Lu Qingfeng had already stepped out of the temple gate, and when he heard the voice, he turned his head and glanced. Even though there was a faint fire, the inside was still so dark that the beggar's face could not be seen clearly. Lu Qingfeng, who didn't understand the specific meaning of this sentence, didn't think much about it, and quickly caught up with the companion in front. Nyokue Mountain has dozens of peaks, and the location of the mountain temple is just a small hill outside. Although the 9 young knights lacked certain experience in the world and were naive, their martial arts foundation was really solid, and they walked on the rugged mountain road as if walking on the ground. To use the terminology here, it means crossing 3 peaks in about an hour and arriving in the relatively deep old forest of Nyokue Mountain. At this time, the 9 of them were already sweating slightly. Yin Fei, who was at the front, looked at the shadows and the darkness around him and took a deep breath. Just here, the man-eating worm will definitely not hide too deep in the mountain. Let the pigs and sheep down and prepare here. Okay, it's about Su time, and the big worm will come out and move around soon. Lu Qingfeng and the stick-wielding man put down their respective sacks, untied the opening of the sacks, and pulled out a young ewe and a small domestic pig inside. Because of being carried on the back of the long journey, the 2 domestic animals were obviously a little dizzy and didn't bark much. Tie their ropes to these 2 trees, and by the way, cut their legs. I come. A young man with a knife walked to the side of the pig and sheep, pulled out the knife, and swiped it lightly with his wrist. Immediately there were 2 wounds on the hind legs of the pig and the sheep. Squeak, squeak. Meh. Under the pain, the 2 domestic animals immediately struggled and wanted to escape, but they couldn't escape being held by the rope. Lu Qingfeng and the stick-wielding man each tied the ropes of the livestock to the nearby tree trunks. During the process, the others looked around. Okay, let's hide in a tree and wait. Everyone nodded silently. They were already slightly excited. Some jumped with light work, some climbed quickly, and hid themselves in the surrounding 4 or 5 big trees. For a while, the mountain was quiet, except for the howling of the injured pigs and sheep and the occasional chirping of some night birds. This waited for an hour. Goo coo coo. The chirping of night birds made the night even more serene. Lu Qingfeng, the swordsman Du Hong, and the woman Luo Ningxuang hid on the tree where the goat was tied, looking down through the crown and leaves. The goats and pigs were already tired. They were already resting on the ground after being restless and rushing around. It's been so long, is this tiger coming? Luo Ningxuang lowered her voice and asked the 2 of them. I don't know. It stands to reason that such an easy-to-mouth prey should be able to attract the beast. Hush! Lu Qingfeng signaled them to be quiet. Hoo-hoo! The wind in the forest suddenly picked up, causing the branches of the surrounding trees to sway. Meh! With a cry, the goat and pig stood up and looked around anxiously. Mayaba! Squeak, squeak. The two injured domestic animals rushed out impatiently and were grabbed by the rope around their necks again. This change refreshed the spirit of the 9 people in ambush. Hoo-hoo! The cool wind not only blows the hair of the people on the tree, but also makes them feel a little cold. For some reason, this strange wind made many people a little uneasy. No one noticed that at this time, except for the crazy pigs and sheep, all the birds in the forest had disappeared. In the distance, a fierce tiger that was 1 round larger than the average tiger stood on a rock in the depths of the forest, looking towards the direction of the domestic pigs and goats through the greenery in the dark night, with a trace of contempt in its extremely humane eyes. The tiger didn't hide. It walked towards the trapped pigs and sheep and slowly came to them. At this time, the pig and the sheep had long since lost the madness they had just had and collapsed on the ground trembling, not daring to move. What a big tiger! The tiger that came was bigger than expected, far more than what some people who had seen tigers described. All the people on the tree had their hairs standing on end and their scalps were numb. Although they wanted to kill the tiger, they were still terrified when they saw such a big tiger, and their heartbeats were astonishingly fast. The tiger stopped next to the 2 domestic animals, its hair dancing in the wind. Why doesn't the tiger eat it? This is the doubt that everyone raised when they were nervous. They had previously agreed that if there were no accidents, the tiger would jump out and attack the livestock when it ate the livestock. Sweat beaded on Yin Fei's face, and he had already held his right hand on the hilt of his sword. If the tiger showed signs of fleeing, he would immediately notify everyone to show up. But at this time, he suddenly found that the tiger was looking up at the big tree where he was, and a hoarse and rough voice came out of the tiger's mouth. Interesting. A mortal warrior? Since he came to seek death, it shouldn't be considered a violation of the teacher's teaching. In an instant, everyone including Yin Fei's hair stood on end, their scalps went numb, and goosebumps popped up all over their bodies. There's only one thought in my mind. I have become a spirit. Play with me first. At the same time as the roar of the tiger sounded, the tiger had already rushed towards the tree crown in front of them. The people who faced the tiger were so frightened that their hands and feet became stiff and they lost their ability to react. Yin Fei bit his tongue to get rid of the stiffness caused by fear and roared, "Do it!" Lu Su's long sword came out of his body, biting the bullet and slashing towards the tiger, trying to force it away. Unexpectedly, the tiger didn't dodge or evade at all and drew out its claws towards the long sword. In Yin Fei's eyes, this tiger's foot was thicker than his own thigh, and the tiger's paw with its sharp claws was bigger than his head. When, puff, in just a split second, Yin Fei flipped his long sword, and he was slapped off a tree by a tiger's palm, with blood still gushing from his chest, and he fell into the bushes without knowing his life or death. Asshole! Zhao Long, the man with a stick, grabbed his long stick and charged at the tiger's spirit. But before he could fully hand out the stick, a blurred yellow and black whip shadow had already arrived in front of him. Bang, click, boom! A tiger tail that was as steel as iron was thrown, and the stick that could withstand the axe and knife broke brittly. Zhao Long was also hit by the tiger tail, vomiting blood, and fell off the big tree, following in Yin Fei's footsteps. Save people. Go! The rest of the people jumped out of their hiding places and attacked the tiger together. Lu Shanjuan's charge remained unabated, and he landed lightly on the trunk of the big tree where Yin Fei was hiding. He grabbed the tree with 4 claws like a cat, bent his body slightly, and swiped a few feet away in front of the sword in his body. Woo! The wind brought by the tiger blew, and the few people watched the tiger jump over the siege circle and fall towards the outside before the moves arrived. Du Heng and Luo Ningxuang, who drew their swords out of their sheaths, reacted the fastest. They both kicked their feet, turned their bodies in the air, and rushed out almost in the direction of the tiger's leap, stabbing and slashing. The target is directed at the tigers who have not yet landed. But the tiger stepped on all 4s in the air, as if it had stepped on the point of strength in the wind. Its huge body suddenly moved to one side and fell on the ground at strange speed. The tiger eyes with green light stared at Du Heng and Luo Ningxuang. Roar! A roar made the rest of the people's bodies numb and their movements strangely stiff. With a swipe, the tiger's body seemed to blur for a moment, and it had already pounced again. Careful! The shouts of others seemed to be in the sky. In Luo Ningxuang's and Du Heng's terrified and widened eyes, the tiger was still face to face with her, and the cold light on the tiger's claws was comparable to golden iron. Boom! Puffed! Bang! With one claw down, first slapped Du Heng and then hit Luo Ningxuang. Before the exclamation of the companions behind him fell, Du Heng and Luo Ningxuang were seen flying out from left to right, spraying blood, and Du Heng's hand holding the knife was already twisted outward. Boom! Boom! Sand. The first two sounds were the sounds of Luo Ningxuang and Du Heng hitting the ground far away, while the second sound of tiger landing was almost inaudible. In a short round of contact, the life and death of the four masters is unknown. Not far from the remaining 5 people, the tiger spirit stretched its limbs like a big cat stretching its waist, and its terrifying tiger eyes looked at them teasingly. Whoosh, blah, blah, blah. A ghost head knife, bent at 90 degrees, was spinning, and the parabolas seemed to fall to the feet of several people. Not only the blade where the blade was bent and touched, the blade had also rolled over. Lu Chengfeng and others had cold hands and feet and could not breathe, and the joints of their clenched fists or weapons were already turning white. Tiger Spirit Lu Shanjun didn't jump again. He just walked towards the remaining 5 people step by step. The beast hissing at the corner of his mouth was like a big stone pressing on a person's heart, making it difficult for Lu Chengfeng and others to breathe. This is not the existence of their ability to rival at all. Thinking of the tiger's weird movements just now, compared with his own body skills and lightness skills, it is probably very difficult to consciously want to run. Lu Shanjuan's beast hissed louder and louder. His grinning tiger's mouth revealed long fangs, and the evil spirit radiated around Lu Chengfeng and the others. The intuitive feeling reflected in them was a huge sense of oppression. Facing the pressure of becoming an elite tiger is far higher than facing any famous martial arts veterans. The few remaining people don't even have the courage to violently attack again, let alone take care of their 4 companions. Boom, 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 boom. Lu Chengfeng had a violent heartbeat and shortness of breath. His face was covered with sweat, and his mind went blank at this moment. He was the closest to the tiger, and he could even smell the strong, beastly breath from the tiger. Crackling, seeing the tiger spirit getting closer and closer, Lu Chengfeng clenched his fists tightly and put on a Lu family fist. He couldn't just wait to die like this. Even if he knew he was invincible, he would fight. He believed that other companions would do the same. Yu Guangzhong saw that the other 4 people had already put on their postures. Hey, it's the first time I've seen such a young person as a warrior. If it wasn't for the teacher's instruction first, I should really taste whether your meat tastes better. The approaching tiger actually licked its tongue while speaking, showing a salivating look. Unfortunately, the cheap mountain is in a mess. Lu Shanjun has already seen that the 5 people are only superficially stubborn, but in fact they are already terrified and vulnerable. Just hearing Lu Shanjuan's words, Lu Chengfeng's mind rang like a beggar's words. Roar. When the roar of the tiger sounded again, Lu Chengfeng yelled that sentence in the fastest and loudest voice. We know Mr. Ji. When Lu Chengfeng finished yelling and reacted, he found that the tiger's head was already close to him. It was only 2 punches away from his face. He could even feel the breath of the tiger. Mr. Ji, have you ever been to the mountain? Yes, it is. Lu Chengfeng didn't dare to move his body, but he quickly added an answer in his mouth. In the temple, there was a beggar in the temple. He advised us not to deal with a man-eating tiger. He also said that the tiger in the mountain had already become a spirit. We didn't listen, but when we left, he told me that if we were in a critical situation at this critical moment, let me call Mr. Ji. Although trembling slightly, Lu Chengfeng still finished the general cause and effect with extremely fast speech. If Ji Yuan is here, Lu Chengfeng must be mentally sprayed to lead the way. I reminded you, but can you please stop being so straightforward? Now the remaining 5 people all have the feeling that life and death depend on the tiger's thought, and they dare not take a breath waiting for the reaction of the silent tiger spirit. Hoo-hoo! The mountain wind fluctuated from big to small, which seemed to represent the thinking process of the tiger spirit. When the green-lighted eyes looked at Shanglu Chengfeng again, the latter inexplicably felt that the killing intent in it had been reduced a lot. Since Mr. Ji left it, I will naturally consider it carefully, but I don't know if you have lied to me. Take me to the mountain temple and ask Mr. Ji's meaning face to face. Lu Chengfeng breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the person from the mountain temple is still there, it shouldn't be a problem. After obtaining the approval of the tiger spirit, the five hurriedly found the four companions who were seriously injured, and then led the wounded cautiously towards the direction of returning to the mountain temple. Only this time, they were followed by a big, eye-catching tiger. Although he couldn't see it when he turned around, everyone knew that the tiger spirit must be following him not far away. Yin Fei and the others are not dead yet, and the body built by practicing martial arts since childhood is still very strong. It would have been cold for ordinary people. Although they spit blood from time to time when they're carried on the back of several people, it looks dangerous, but the internal force has sealed the vital points. As long as he can seek medical treatment in time, there is still a great hope of survival. At this moment, Ji Yuan was still guessing whether the 9 people were alive or dead, and whether they could get away with it. Then, he heard the footsteps of the tiger fighting heroes returning, and the soft tiger steps behind them. In an instant, like 100,000 alpacas galloping in his heart, Ji Yuan greeted the ancestors of several young heroes cordially in an instant. The bastard who suffered 1,000 knives attracted the F** king, Lu Shanjun. Does Ji Yuan panic? Panic, very panic. But Ji Yuan didn't dare to show panic. After thinking about several possibilities, he still thinks that he should maintain his superior demeanor. When Lu Chengfeng and the others saw the mountain temple and the still flickering flames in the temple, they felt a strong hope in their hearts, and they couldn't help but quicken their pace. But a black shadow was one step ahead of them. The tiger spirit jumped in the rear, jumped over a few young warriors who were in a state of distress, and jumped outside the eaves of the mountain temple. The people behind them stopped and did not dare to move casually. Ji Yuan in the temple was not much better. This time he could see more clearly than last time. In his blurred vision, he could vaguely see the smoke-like things emanating from the huge tiger. At this time, under the disbelieving eyes of Lu Chengfeng and others, the tiger spirit actually propped up its body and made a gesture of cupping its forelegs. Lu Shanjun has seen Mr. Several people's eyes were wide open, and they forgot their fear for a while. The tiger spirit actually bowed to the beggar in the temple as a disciple. Although it looked lame because of the tiger's body, the sense of respect seemed to be taught by the master of the academy himself. Strong. Ji Yuan in the temple heaved a sigh of relief. It seems that he can do it with his mouth. Lu Shanjun don't need to be too polite. Even if someone is ill, please forgive me for not being able to welcome him. Don't dare to bother Mr. The tiger glanced at Lu Chengfeng and the others, then lowered its forelegs, and looked at the pair of deep blue eyes that were half opened and half closed in the temple. I'm here this time, and Mr. Lu Shan has some doubts, and I hope you can help me solve my doubts. Tiger Spirit didn't mention anything about whether he was lying or not. So Lu Chengfeng and others naturally didn't dare to intervene. They could only pay attention to the situation curiously and anxiously, while helping the injured companion to adjust his breath by sitting cross-legged on the spot. Say it. What else can Ji Yuan do? Not let him talk. Don't dare. Mr. S. previous teachings made me understand a little bit. Practice is like being a human being. When the body is upright and not slack, the mind is upright and the mind needs to be clear. Tonight, these 9 people set up an ambush to kill me. If it is an ordinary tiger, it will surely catch me. Dao, since others have the intention of killing me, I can kill myself without hindering the righteousness of body and mind. Why did you leave a message to save them? Damn, you are a tiger spirit. Do you need such a strong comprehension ability? Ji Yuan felt that yesterday's bluff did have this meaning, but he couldn't express it clearly, so his words were a little vague, definitely not as thorough as Lu Shanjun's comprehension. Now Lu Shanjun asked himself why he saved them. He couldn't just say that he was afraid that no one would take him down the mountain, but he had to give an appropriate answer, otherwise the consequences would be unpredictable. Ji Yuan, who seemed to be pondering a little, actually wanted to scratch his head, and after a lot of hard thinking, it's true that Ji Yuan figured out a fallacy. But first of all, he still has to follow Lu Shanjuan's words. Even students who respect the teacher like to hear the teacher's praise. Take one example and infer the other, and stop killing after hearing the words, which shows that the tiger has excellent understanding and valuable execution ability. But after all, the tiger has acquired spiritual wisdom from the tiger, even if it learns the etiquette of the world from the ghost. Understand the ways of the world. Speaking of this plan, Yuan smiled. Scholar Lu is not a nerd, but he is just better than ordinary scholars. Speaking of this, Ji Yuan pointed to a group of young knights in the distance. Why do these people come to hunt tigers in the mountains? Naturally, it is because Lu Shanjun used to eat a lot of people. Unlike hunters who seek tiger skins and drug dealers who seek tiger bones, hunting tigers in the mountains is only for the comfort of the people rather than personal interests. The tiger eats people first, and the knight enters the mountain later. But at this point, Ji Yuan changed the subject. Of course, these are all nonsense. If people want to kill me, I can kill myself. If I stretch my neck to be killed, wouldn't I be a fool? Lu Shanjun heard these words very comfortably. Even the tiger's head nodded slightly. However, as I said before, the person who enters the mountain is not self-interested but chivalrous, knowing that there are tigers in the mountain and prefers to go to the mountain. Such people, tigers think that there are not many people in the world. The tiger outside the temple frowned and answered respectfully after a little thought. Back to Mr. It shouldn't be many. Ji Yuan smiled, such as Yin Fei, Luo Ningxuang, Lu Chengfeng, and others are all young heroes of the Jianghu, and they still have a chivalrous heart. Although there are some acts of youth and arrogance, as long as they stick to their hearts, it is not impossible for them to cleanse the world of Jianghu. It is not wrong for the tiger to kill him, but there may be 9 chivalrous men missing in the world. The 9 young heroes have a solid foundation in martial arts, but they are nothing more than child's play to the tiger, and they cannot pose any threat, so I will send Yin to hope that the tiger will show mercy. Tiger's spirit didn't speak. Ji Yuan was afraid that he would think too much, so he hurriedly added, but his tone was unhurried and even slightly humorous. Ji made an interesting agreement with the tiger. I wonder if the tiger will appreciate it? Sir, please speak. Lu Shanjun answered quickly this time. The chivalrous actions of these 9 people this time does not mean that they will be able to behave well in the future. Even now, they have the meaning of fighting for fame. Of course, there is nothing wrong with young heroes being famous. Tigers may wish to be a witness. If he is young among these 9 people, if someone commits evil deeds and smears charcoal, it is up to you to rectify it again. Swallowing or cutting, it is not against the way of heaven. And if one of them really deserves the name of a hero of benevolence and righteousness, the actions of the tiger today are enough to offset the evil deeds of the past. It's boundless merit. This is for a righteous mind and a clear mind. Roar. Lu Shanjun heard that the tiger's eyes were shining, and he felt that some doubts and worries before had been resolved, and he couldn't help but growl in a low voice when he was excited. He understands Mr. G's reasoning, and the hidden meaning in it is also obvious. He is a fierce tiger, Lu Shanjun, and there is hope for his transformation. Otherwise, how to walk in the world to fulfill the agreement? For a while, Lu Shanjun thought deeply about the profound meaning of practice is like being a human being, and the body is upright, the mind is upright, and the way is upright in Ji Yuan's mouth. And he also vaguely realized that the way of heaven is to make up for what is damaged. The way of man is to make up for what is not enough to be damaged. The meaning is really thoughtful. Rather than saying that the master wants to save 9 people, it is better to say that the master is using these 9 people to give him a great opportunity to help him understand. Listen to Mr. Lu Shanjun's teaching again. Thank you, Lu Shanjun. Tiger excitedly and respectfully rushed into the temple to finish his answer, then turned to look at Lu Qingfeng and the others, which frightened the stunned people soberly. Sir Lu Shanjun must obey the orders of the master. I don't know if I can send him down the mountain. No, we can go down a mountain. We can go down a mountain by ourselves. Lu Qingfeng and the others hurriedly refused. Even though they knew that the tiger spirit would not eat them at this time, they did not dare to really stay with the monster. Ji Yuan also hurried down the donkey down the slope. It's fine to let them go back on their own. The world has a lot of prejudices against monsters. Lu Shanjun, you should go back to the mountains to practice. At this moment, his thoughts are clear, and Lu Shanjun has long wished to run away immediately, but because of Ji Yuan's face, he said more about the sentence just now. Now that Ji Yuan told him to go back to practice in a hurry, Mr. Dao is really a heavenly man. Lu Shanjun, who was just about to salute directly, had a sudden thought, and once again spoke to the mountain temple. Today, I will be broadcast on demand by Mr. Lu Shanjun. I have nothing to report for now, but I can send a few give a few young heroes a favor. Speaking of this, Tiger turned around and approached several young people. After looking them up and down, seeing that they were too scared to move, Tiger made a humane smile on his face and said, "When you go down the mountain today, you can tell the public that the man-eating tiger in the mountain has been killed. From now on, the mountain guests don't have to worry about being eaten by the tiger in Nyokue Mountain." After finishing speaking, Lu Shanjun spit out a piece of white tiger skin from his mouth with an ah. The fur on it was stained with blood, as if it had just been peeled off. Then Lu Shanjun's tiger eyes flashed slightly, and he turned around and made a fierce tiger clasp towards the mountain temple again. "Mr. Ji, the students are leaving." Seeing that Ji Yuan didn't say anything to refute right away, the tiger spirit was secretly delighted and jumped away as if fleeing. The speed was like an afterimage carried by the wind, and I couldn't hear it. After Lu Shanjun left for a long time, the people inside and outside the temple became limp as if they had been bathed. One sighed and fooled it again, and one side was full of luck for the rest of the life. It's just that after Ji Yuan relaxed, he suddenly felt itchy all over his body, and when he raised his hand, he could even see a subtle electric arc flowing. In a trance, a phantom of a chess piece gathered at the index finger and middle finger, and then disappeared into the finger. Ji Yuan's body also vibrated accordingly. When Ji Yuan came back to his senses again, it seemed that everything before was an illusion, and he stretched out his hand to look left and right, but he didn't see why. After resting for a while, the people outside the temple regained their strength and hurried into the mountain temple to thank the beggar-looking expert, and also brought back the suspicion to reality. The fire in the mountain temple was about to go out, and there was only a pile of red charcoal left. The 5 people who could stand all clasped their fists and bowed. Yin Fei and the 4 seriously injured people tried their best to thank them, but they had to go down the mountain to seek medical treatment quickly. So Lu Qingfeng, who was at the front, tentatively asked, "Thank you, Mr. Ji, for saving me. I regretted not listening to my master's persuasion earlier. I will always remember my kindness today. It's just that our companion is seriously injured, and it's inconvenient to stay on the mountain for a long time. Would you like to come down the mountain with us?" Fortunately, he didn't forget what he promised before, and Ji Yuan didn't need to remind him. Of course, he would not refuse this proposal. "I'm sick. If it's convenient, I will naturally follow you down the mountain. These people are eager to have a chance to go together. How could there be any inconvenience?" A group of people, no matter whether they were young heroes who survived a near death or those who were masters, none of them had the guts to stay on the mountain, and set off immediately after the open fire in the temple was extinguished. The few people except Ji Yuan have practiced martial arts since they were young, so they're not afraid of the influence of such a slippery road and dark sky. What happened tonight made Lu Qingfeng, Yin Fei, and the others deeply remember, realizing that there really are monsters and ghosts in the world, and there are also experts outside the world. They feel more awe in their hearts. Of course, they're also under great pressure for that agreement. In the past, it was a dream to be a hero who is famous all over the world, but in the future, it seems that I have to think about my life even more. The 4 of them carried the wounded on their backs, while Lu Qingfeng carried Ji Yuan on his back. The group of people ran towards Narcissus Town at the foot of the mountain as fast as they could. After climbing over rocks, crossing creeks, and carefully crossing among the rubble piles to find a mountain path stepped by mountain passers-by, speed up a little. From time to time, branches with leaves brushed past the top of the head, and there was a cool breeze on the mountain road. Because there were often shades of trees, the environment seemed darker. After tossing around in the middle of the night and being terrified, the 5 of them had actually exhausted a lot of energy, not to mention they were carrying someone behind their backs at this time, but the tension and fear that had not yet receded made them forcefully raise their breath and dare not slow down. Lu Chengfeng felt that Mr. Ji was very light on his back, just like carrying a woman, but the psychological pressure Mr. Ji put on him was heavier than a rock of equal size. After passing the outermost mountain and coming to a small stream surrounded by boulders, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking from the hillside, the outline of Narcissus Town can already be vaguely seen. Mr. Ji, how about we take a rest here? Junior sister Luo and the others' injuries can't hold up to such a continuous journey. Lu Chengfeng carefully asked the person on his back. He was tired from running errands, and it was not easy to lie on his back. His body was so sore that he couldn't wait for a rest. All right, let's take a break here. Hearing Ji Yuan's answer, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Ji said it was all right and gave them some psychological comfort. Everyone, take a break and be careful when letting people down. Good. Several people gently put the injured down. In fact, the injured people couldn't bear it any longer. Every jump and tremor would make them feel pain, so they just endured it. Ji Yuan lay on a sloping boulder and squinted his eyes to rest, but he was actually carefully observing the wounded around him. He suddenly found that compared with the daytime, it didn't have much effect on his horrible eyesight. He couldn't see more clearly during the day, but he couldn't see less clearly at night. It was very strange, and it didn't seem to be like this before. Cough, 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 wow. Zhao Long shivered and supported the rock under the stream, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Zhao Long, are you okay? I'll get you some water. No, nothing. Luo Ningxuang's breath was disordered, and her fingers trembling slightly touched her left shoulder, where the marks of 2 tiger claws were like knives. The claw marks on Yin Fei's body were deeper and heavier than Luo Ningxuang's. The bleeding was barely stopped by acupuncture and bandaging, but he didn't dare move. His face was pale. The most serious one was the swordsman named Du Heng, whose twisted right arm was almost useless, and half of his clothes were wet with sweat after enduring the pain. Ji Yuan couldn't bear to look at this young swordsman directly. This kind of injury may not be fatal, but for a martial artist, it must be more uncomfortable than killing him. After all, this guy is not Yanghua, and he may use it all his life. No more knives. Seeing him silently with his arms folded in a blur, his face must be ashen. Drink some water, Du Heng. Lu Chengfeng handed him a water bag. The swordsman forced a smile, took the water bag, and drank like a drink. What? Ji Yuan sighed softly. These guys are not bad at heart. Mr. Ji, we don't care, but can you help Du Heng? Yin Fei lay on the stone, clenching his fists and asking Ji Yuan in a low voice. The wound was bleeding from the excitement. Everyone looked at Ji Yuan for a split second, and hope rose in Du Heng's eyes. They suddenly realized that the beggar in front of them was an expert who respected even a tiger's spirit. Fuck, I have a trick. I'm not a doctor. At this time, Ji Yuan thought about it, and thought about a lot. Shengmin fights Mi Qiu, saved them by himself, but didn't come up with any panacea. Will he be hated instead? Hee hee. Ji said something earlier in the temple, that he has become a fierce tiger in the mountains. You guys just sneered at him. Speaking of this, Ji Yuan paused for a moment, seeing that several people were a little embarrassed, and then continued. Hey, it's a pity that Ji is not good at medicine, and his own eyes want to seek medical treatment. How can he control others? But there are many medical wonders in the world, and maybe there is still room for salvation. Du Heng hugged his right arm with his left hand, gritted his teeth to bear the pain. Sweat dripped down his chin. Mr. Ji, Du Heng is not a person who doesn't know what to do. Your persuasion to save him once before is already a kindness to us. These bitter fruits, we deserve it." The others were just silent when they heard the words, and Ji Yuan looked at the swordsman in surprise, probably out of fear of his despair. After everyone was silent for a while, Ji Yuan suddenly added something profound. "If you can survive this difficulty, Du Xiaoxia's future is limitless." Du Heng and the others looked at Ji Yuan again, only to find that he had closed his eyes and rested, not saying a word. Ji Yuan's perception at this time is that he pretended to be asleep after pretending to be forced, which is really exciting. Lu Chengfeng hesitated for a moment, looked at Ji Yuan, and asked another question. "Mr. Ji, do we need to explain the truth to the people down the mountain? After all, this white tiger skin is not what we got from hunting tigers. Although the fierce tiger gave them a rare white tiger skin that seemed to have just been peeled off and told them that they could bluntly say that they had successfully hunted the tiger. But looking at the miserable state of their own group, such words were a little hard to say." This sentence startled Ji Yuan. "Damn you, tell the truth. What if you have the courage to hunt monsters? It's okay if you succeed, but if you don't succeed, won't Lu Shanjun settle accounts with everyone?" Ji Yuan solemnly sat up from the stone, half opened his eyes. "There is a tiger demon in the mountains named Lu Shanjun, who lives in Yokue in a muddy state. He longs to eat people every night. Once he gets a video, he will be disgusted from then on." Several young heroes, Lu Shanjun once said that after you go down the mountain, you can tell the people down the mountain that the man-eating tiger in the mountain has been killed. There is nothing to be ashamed about. But it's all because of you, Mr. Ji. Before Lu Chengfeng finished his sentence, Ji Yuan reached out to stop him. "Don't mention my affairs in front of outsiders. And, to be honest, how many people in this world dare to reveal the list and enter the mountain with enthusiasm like a few young heroes?" This can be regarded as half a sentence of fate, but it caused a surge of enthusiasm in the hearts of several young heroes who were full of frustration. Seeing what Lu Chengfeng wanted to say, Ji Yuan simply lay down and closed his eyes, pretending to rest, and ignored it. "You have too many things to do." Ji Yuan felt that he was about to shout and tell them, "Be your tiger-fighting hero with peace of mind." After that, no one mentioned it anymore. After all, they were all eager to be recognized. After paying such a high price, if they were still ridiculed later, they would be a little bit broken. Ji Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that he was just like what Yin Shishan said, that he was so tired to dance on a few eggs. But fortunately, he was able to get by with a certain population, otherwise he would have been too cold. If there's a chance to go back and see which novels and stories in which the time traveler is comfortable, he must find the author along the network cable and blow his dog's head. Ji Yuan is now thinking, if he can go down the mountain to guarantee his life, he can find a way to protect his own life, and then see if he can heal his eyes, or if he can go to some place where he cultivates immortals. Of course, he really wanted to find out what happened to Lu Shanjun when he just left, and what happened to the flashing image of the chess piece. Ji Yuan felt that it was most likely related to the previous bad chess game, and it might even be the key to his survival in this world. The mountain wind blew past, and after a little relaxation, Ji Yuan was a little drowsy. I don't know if he didn't notice it before, or it was a change after he came to this world. Ji Yuan suddenly felt that his ability to withstand pressure was quite strong. The group of people rested by the stream for about 15 minutes. After recovering some physical strength, and someone helped the 4 injured people to adjust their breathing again, they set out on the road again. This time, he rushed down the mountain in one breath. In Narcissus Town, a watchman and 2 men in rural uniforms were shuttling through the quiet streets and alleys. One of them was holding a clapper, the other was carrying a gong, and the other was carrying a lantern. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of the bamboo clapper was 1 slow and 3 fast. For more. Boom, 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 boom. For more. After wandering around, looking at the quiet street, the 3 of them tightened their clothes and planned to go back, chatting along the way. Yesterday, during the daytime, I heard that some people from the rivers and lakes went up the mountain. What are you going to do? It seems that the list of the county government has been revealed, and I went to Nyo Quishin to kill the big bug. The watchman holding the clapper was a little nervous. Do they dare to enter the mountain at this time? I heard from those old hunters who sell goods that the tigers in this mountain are not simple tigers. They are probably mature. Even those old hunters dare not stay on the mountain at night. Hey, isn't that an exaggeration? It's better to believe it. A few people were talking about the topic, and suddenly felt that the weather was getting colder, and their pace couldn't help but quicken a lot. When they walked to the end of the street and prepared to take a turn, one of them suddenly saw a group of people approaching in the distance, and it was Lu Chengfeng and others who had returned. There are people over there. When it was a little closer, the huge white tiger skin made several people's foreheads feel cold. At dawn the next day, the news of Niu Quishan's evil tiger's death spread, centered around Narcissus Town, and the Ning'an County government immediately dispatched arresting officials to Narcissus Town to check. This year is not the age of information technology, where a rich man takes a concubine is a big gossip. There are knights who go to the mountain to punish the man-eating tiger. It is Niu Quishan who is rumored to be a tiger spirit before. Tiger, how hot is it? All of a sudden, people in Ning'an County, which has a simple folk customs, a county seat under its jurisdiction, 22 villages of all sizes, and a market town at the foot of the mountain, all quickly knew how many knights had succeeded in killing tigers on the mountain, and many people even rushed to go Narcissus Town watch the excitement. But unfortunately, most of them rushed to nothing, because people had already rushed to Ning'an County. A bloody white tiger skin was finally given to the Ning'an County government by 9 young knights. The magistrate of Ning'an was worthy of being a good official in the eyes of the people. Outside the scholar, he took out 70 taels of silver as money to buy the precious white tiger skin. The time was the second day after the return of the 9 knights, and it was also the first day when the tiger skin arrived at the Ning'an County government. In the county government hall, a large white tiger skin with dried blood, but still smelling bad, was placed on a table of the 8 immortals. The tiger's skin peeled off extremely smoothly, and the head, claws, body, and tail did not fall off. Oh, the teeth are all there. Oh, look at this tiger's mouth, it's bigger than my head. How many people have eaten this thing? Oh my God, it's too scary. I heard that this tiger is about to become a sperm. That's right, it's a good thing I killed it now. Otherwise, I really can't tell. TSK, TSK, TSK. Those knights are not only good at martial arts, but also ruthless. That's right, the injuries of the 4 injured people are more serious than the last one. It's scary to look at. Dr. Tong, the best doctor in the county, said that it's thanks to the Jianghu masters. Otherwise, they would have died a long time ago. Some fast-moving yamen servants and civil servants and bookkeepers surrounded the tiger skin and marveled. County Magistrate Chen Sheng and County Captain Zhu Yinshu also stood aside with smiles on their faces. Ha 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 ha, my lord. Now that the evil tiger has been eliminated, it can be regarded as a big concern for our Ning'an County. That's right. County Captain Lao Zhu will find some good hunters and tan this tiger skin well. I plan to display it at the Ning'an County Yamen for 10 days to reassure the people. Good regards, my lord. Ning'an County relies on mountains to eat mountains. In addition to the basic cultivation of the world, the rich Niukoei Mountain is also a treasure of Ning'an County. Getting rid of the evil tiger is not a trivial matter. The local gentry simply took this opportunity to organize a temple fair. The injuries of the 4 injured have been stabilized. After the wounds of Yin Fei and Luo Ningxuang were sutured, golden sur medicine was applied, and then 2 pairs of medicines for regulating qi and blood were taken down, combined with real qi to regulate breath. The problem was not a big deal. Zhao Long, who was whipped by the tiger's tail, was mainly injured internally, but he has a good foundation in hard skills, so there is no serious problem. It's just that although Du Heng's arm has undergone bone setting, the inner muscles and bones are actually broken. In Dr. Tong's words, if you are lucky, you can eat with chopsticks, but it is impossible to lift a knife. What is Ji Yuan doing during this time? In addition to repeatedly trying to induce whether I have any special abilities, the biggest thing is to take a bath. I don't know how long the old owner of the body hasn't been washed by this poor beggar. Anyway, I asked the innkeeper to change 3 tanks of bath water and rub the old mud off my body for several rounds. After washing, Not only did I feel a lot lighter, even my skin color changed. To put it bluntly, it was truly terrifying. On the third day of staying in Yunlai, after tidying up and changing his clothes, Ji Yuan finally felt that he could see people. This morning, Lu Qingfeng was walking around Ning'an County with Ji Yuan, planning to find a quiet house where Ji Yuan could settle down. Whether to rent or buy, let's talk about it. The current Ji Yuan thinks that he doesn't know enough about this world, so it's better not to rush around. As for where the money came from, the Ning'an County government has 150 taels of silver. The 9 young heroes said that they should give the money to the real deserving person, which is just a matter of fate. This kind of thing, Ji Yuan casually shirked it twice and then accepted it. It really deserves it, right? Knowing that ordinary people's annual expenses are only a few taels of silver, and buying a private house is only a few dozen taels, Ji Yuan is still more inclined to buy a house in Ning'an County, which is said to have a good reputation among parents and officials. He is alone, and his requirements are not high. He doesn't need to go in and out frequently. The place is quiet, with an independent yard, a kitchen, a bedroom, and a hut. Changing out of the beggar's clothes, Ji Yuan's appearance after cleaning and tidying up is gentle, a little thin and a little slender, wearing a Luan scarf on his head. Although Ji Yuan can't see clearly, he thinks he should look decent. Lu Qingfeng is not a local, so it is his duty to accompany Mr. Ji. But to find a house, he still needs local bosses, so they are accompanied by a middle-aged man who is a broker. In the past few days, the county has been very lively, because many people came here to see the publicized man-eating tiger skin. Because it is still a rare white tiger skin, people flock to it even more. And with the addition of temple fairs, there are even people in the nearby Lincian County. Come! Ji Yuan is not purely for housing, but also has the idea of seeing this place. At this moment, the streets are also bustling with pedestrians, directly making the county town as lively as the Chinese New Year. Ji Yuan's feeling is very novel now, even though his eyesight is bad, but his high recognition of voices makes him listen to all kinds of discussions, jokes, bargaining, and even some quarrels on the street. Candied haws, candied haws. The finest calico and the finest satin. Rouge gouache sell rouge gouache. Carved pen holders, sandalwood, agarwood, and pear blossoms are all available. Let's take a look at the 4 treasures of the study. Whether it is a fixed storefront or a street stall, there are guys shouting from time to time. After all, the city is very lively these 2 days. I thought it would be too noisy for my ears, but I didn't expect Ji Yuan to find that he didn't feel irritable at all. Instead, his mind became more sensitive. Ji Yuan's eyes are only open a little, and it will be very sore after a long time of opening. But the miracle is that even with this kind of vision, he walks no differently from ordinary people. As they walked, they stopped in front of the shop of the 4 treasures of the study. There were 2 booths outside the shop, and there were also various copywriting supplies on them. A clerk stood outside the shop and greeted them. "Guest officer, take a look at this pen holder. It's a well-known stationery in Ning'an County. It's made of high-quality yellow wood. It's crafted by a master craftsman. The carvings are so fine that dignitaries like it." Lu Qingfeng's well-dressed clothes are more elegant. While Ji Yuan looks very dignified, even though he is plainly dressed, he doesn't look like a master who is short of money. As for the broker, he is regarded as a servant. Ji Yuan's eyes could only see a blurry dark yellow when looking at the pen holder. It was useless to open his eyes a little wider, so he had to squat down and reach out to grope carefully, and try to listen to the sound of fingerprints rubbing against the pen holder. This process made the pen holder vivid in my mind. This TM craftsmanship is too exquisite. There are landscapes and characters on this pen holder, and the dense pictures and texts are so lifelike that the characters even reminded him of the text he showed Ji. Ji Yuan was just curious to see the craftsmanship here, but he was amazed. The dazzling array of vendors, the wandering pedestrians, the hustle and bustle around, and the fineness of these small handicrafts, etc., give Ji Yuan a rich and real feeling, and he can smell a breath of life. The joys and sorrows of the businessman. Ji Yuan slowly opened his sore eyes and was in a trance. Only then did he truly accept the reality that he was no longer in the original time and space world. Seeing Ji Yuan's groping movements, and seeing Ji Yuan's eyes clearly, the broker next to him realized that Ji Yuan was actually blind. Blind. Guest officer, do you like this pen holder? The store clerk felt a little embarrassed. After all, how could a blind man buy the four treasures of the study? So asking this was a polite reminder to Ji Yuan to put down the pen holder. This pen holder is not cheap, and it would be bad if it fell. This voice also brought Ji Yuan back to reality. Even though he could hear the clerk's enthusiasm cooling down, he was not unhappy at all. My shop boy, how much is this pen holder? Because Lu Chengfeng gave Lu Chengfeng a cold look at what he said just now, and the shop assistant realized his gaffe, so he would reply more respectfully. Returning to the guest officer, although this yellow flower pen holder is placed outside, it is very exquisite in terms of materials and workmanship. It is no lie to the old and the old. It costs 200 coins to go out of Ning'an County and go to other prefectures. It is a tale of silver. The price starts. Is 200 coins expensive or not? There is no precise concept of Ji Yuan, but it cost 3 for a bowl of Yangshan noodles before, and this pen holder is worth 60 or 70 meals. If ordinary people cook by themselves, they should be worth 100 meals, which is not cheap. Ji Yuan can be regarded as having a huge amount of money now. 150 taels of silver is 150 guan, and he always has 1,000 copper coins, so it is more than enough to buy a pen holder, but there is no reliable source of income, so Ji Yuan is still searching. But originally, it was useless, and in case of a downfall in the future, these 200 techs could save lives. In the past, Ji Yuan's consumption concept was very conservative. Except for buying games and computer accessories, he basically didn't spend a lot of money all year round. Now it's a bit stressful. As for the feeling of embarrassment if you don't buy something, Ji Yuan has never experienced this before. His thick skin may be innate. Ji Yuan put down the pen holder and stood up, nodding in the direction of the housebroker. It's almost time to go shopping. Let's go to see the house. Let's go this way and this way. Let's go to the east of the city first. The broker walked ahead, and Ji Yuan followed behind. Lu Chengfeng took a step behind on purpose, looked at the pen holder spread out on the table, and took out a piece of broken silver amidst the shop assistant's doubts. I want the pen holder. The store clerk didn't expect to make such a deal, so he immediately took the broken silver with a smile. Guest officer, wait a moment, go through scale first, and then wrap it up for you. The store clerk quickly ran into the store with the pen holder and the broken silver, and handed the broken silver to the shopkeeper, who took out a small mini scale to weigh the broken silver, and then counted it on the abacus for a few times. Seeing that Lu Chengfeng didn't come in, after a while, the shop clerk went outside with a roughly wrapped pen holder and change. Guest officer, take it well. The silver weighs 6 baht, which is 250 cash. This is your change. 10 of them will be 5 treasures. When Watong Bao is a common saying among common people, because this copper coin is equivalent to Wuan, a small coin, in terms of weight and face value, it should really be called Han Yuan Tong Bao. Lu Chengfeng didn't even look at it. He took the things and quickly chased after Ji Yuan and the broker who were walking a little far away. From morning to noon, I walked to several places. Either the place was too remote, or the place was too small, or the location was noisy. Under the leadership of the broker, Ji Yuan has arrived at the 5th place he looked at today, which is in the south of the city. Taking a quick look, there's a plaque on the gate. Before Ji Yuan asked, the broker had already started to introduce it. Mr. Ji, this is the place Juan Xiaoga. This place will satisfy you. The surrounding is quiet. Once you enter the courtyard, there is a well in the courtyard. The open space, connected to the back door of the courtyard, also belongs to this house. If it is expanded, it can be used as a large household. It's a big mansion. As he spoke, the broker looked up at the most intense noon sun, and then took out the copper key and opened the copper lock on the gate. Crack, squeak. When the door was pushed open, a burst of dust fell. Cough, cough, cough. No one has lived here for a long time. The broker waved his hands and patted himself on the body, then asked Ji Yuan and Lu Chengfeng to go in. Arriving here made Ji Yuan a little excited. Although his eyesight was poor, he could vaguely see that this was the best house he had seen today. The courtyard wall is not high, and the gate is not very elegant. The inside looks like a relatively delicate courtyard in Ji Yuan's impression. There is a back door between the main room and the side room. There is a water well in the relatively spacious yard, but it is covered with a large wooden cover, which should not be used for a long time to prevent dust and fallen leaves, and a few round stones are pressed on it to prevent the cover from falling off. There's also a big tree in the yard, its branches and leaves rustling with the wind. Perhaps because of the shade of the tree, it is obviously cooler in the yard. Is there a tree in the yard? What kind of tree? Ji Yuan suddenly asked the broker. Well, there are trees. Ji Yuan smiled and pointed to his ears, then pointed in the direction of the big tree. My humble hearing is quite sharp. The tree wants to be quiet, but the wind keeps on blowing. Sir, that is a jujube tree. It looks quite old. Lu Qingfeng took the first step and answered respectfully. Yes, it is a jujube tree. You can eat a lot of fresh and sweet jujubes after autumn, the broker said with a smile. Come on, let's look outside the back door. Sometimes the broker would forget that the gentleman was blind and recall it in some detail. Outside the back door is a wasteland overgrown with weeds, and there are some abandoned vegetable fields and gourd racks. Obviously, it should be the place where the original owner grew some fruits and vegetables. But the place is really not too small. There is a fence that can be crossed with 1 foot on the outermost side, which can be regarded as a boundary. Big circle? Afterwards, the three of them went to see the main house, side room, and kitchen in the courtyard. The courtyard of the house is not that big. Although there is a layer of dust in the house, it can be called a sound and elegant house overall. The furniture was almost emptied. Only the largest main room still had a bed, a table, and 2 stools. To be honest, even in the 21st century of the last life, if Ji Yuan lives in such a place, as long as there is a net and a little decoration, he is very willing. When he returned to the yard after walking around, Ji Yuan's smile never faded. Hey, are you satisfied, sir? I knew that sir would like this. And this house is cheap. You only need to buy it for 36 taels of silver. And such a house has such a spacious place, which one can't sell it for 100 taels of silver. Huh? So cheap? Ji Yuan was a little surprised. Of course, he didn't know the housing prices here, but he could compare them. Those small bungalows with earthen courtyards all cost 20 or 30 taels. The quality of this place is very different from those of the previous houses. It is definitely not too much to double, and is indeed cheap if it only sells for less than 40 taels. Hey, sir, I don't know something? The broker's crappy literary style went on for a while, but he couldn't find the literary accent to follow along. Hey, the original owner of this place has passed away a long time ago, and now the house deed and land deed are owned by the government, and the place is relatively remote, so it has never been sold. The rich may not be interested, and ordinary people can't afford it. 40 taels. It is much more cost-effective to build the house yourself, so this place has not been sold, and the government has not frequently lowered the price. Oh, then if I want to buy it, I have to go to the county government in person? Sir, are you planning to buy it? The broker looked at Ji Yuan expectantly and asked, Why don't you buy such a cheap and elegant house? It's just a little dirty. Just clean it up. Ji Yuan smiled, in a very good mood. Okay, sir, you really have a vision. Why don't we go to the county government together while it's still early and hand over the deed to the house? The broker obviously couldn't wait to get his hard-earned money. For a business of more than 30 taels, he could get a commission that was close to 2 taels, which was not a small amount of money. In fact, Ji Yuan has the same mentality. He always wants to get the things he likes quickly. In his previous life, he couldn't afford a house and could only envy him. In this life, he is upscale. Lu Qingfeng on the side smiled. Sir, you can go back to the inn to rest, and let Changfeng go with him to the county government to buy the house deed. Young man who can do it has a future. Ji Yuan is very happy. It would be great if he doesn't have to run errands by himself. That's good. I'll have to trouble Lu Xiaoxia to make a trip. Mr. Ji is too polite. Let's take you back to the inn first. On the road. The future is boundless. Ji Yuan felt that Lu Qingfeng's character could do well in the 21st century because he was good at thinking about problems from the perspective of others. Half an hour later, in a certain room in the side courtyard of the Ning'an County government, The chief secretary under the county magistrate looked at Lu Changfeng in surprise. Lu Xiaoxia, do you really want to buy this house? Live by yourself? You don't seem to be from Ning'an, do you? After asking this sentence, the master book also looked at the broker surnamed Zhou, squinting his eyes and stroking his beard. The latter was a little guilty by him. What? My lord, is there a problem with this house? Will it collapse, or is there a dispute? The director looked at Lu Qingfeng again with such an expression on his face. Lu Xiaoxia, you are the benefactors of our Ning'an County. I can't lie to you. To tell you the truth, this house is solid and elegant, but it is not well reviewed in the market. The 3 owners within 7 years either died of illness or had accidents. Especially the year before last, when a scholar was found horrified to death in the courtyard. And since then, no one has cared about the small pavilion. As he said that, the master turned the register in his hand, which is usually not shown to outsiders, to face Lu Chengfeng so that he could see the official internal note on it. It is rumored that this is a haunted house. Even though Lu Chengfeng is a martial arts practitioner, he still feels a little shivering down his spine. He turned his head and looked at the broker fiercely. Since this guy is a local snake in this field, how could he not know about this? I forgot about this. Snort. The chief secretary glanced at him and asked, Actually, our Yamen also searched this house specifically for the purpose of chasing the murderer, but found nothing. We even invited monks and Taoists to perform rituals. As for what this house is like, we have different opinions. My little master, but to remind you dutifully. After saying this, the master stroked his beard and looked at Lu Chengfeng. Lu Xiaoxia, do you still need to buy this house? Lu Chengfeng was a little hesitant. Since this house is suspected to be a haunted house, it is naturally not allowed to buy. Even the government records have written these things. If it is true, it would be wrong to buy Mr. Harm. Hey, since it's a haunted house, then etc. Lu Chengfeng froze for a moment in the middle of speaking and suddenly remembered who he was helping to buy a house. That is Mr. Ji, the expert who made Nyo Quishin Tiger Demon kneel down and ask for advice as a disciple. Great man. Brutal. Then he recalled Mr. G's words when he decided to buy a house. Why not buy such a cheap and elegant house? It's just a little dirty, just clean it up. A little dirty? Clean up? If the so-called haunted house is real, how can Mr. G not see it? If it's fake, that's even better. My lord, this house is still bought, but it is not Lu who lives in it, but the next teacher. The chief secretary looked at him with some surprise, and the other Yamen servant in the room couldn't hide his surprise, but the broker was secretly delighted. Lu Xiaoxia, you should think about it carefully. Since you are the teacher, you should think carefully. Are you sure you want to buy it? Master, please don't worry, Lu will save it. The master's secretary shook his head and didn't try to persuade him anymore. He had done his duty, and there was no evidence to prove the haunted house. He pointed to the writing brush on the pen stand next to it and the inkstone on one side. Okay then, please ask Lu Xiaoxia to sign on the account change register on behalf of your teacher, and then pay 36 taels of silver. Lu Chengfeng didn't say much, took the brush, dipped it in ink a little, then signed 2 words on the register, returned the pen, and handed over 3 10-tael silver notes from the local bank and 5 taels of silver bills, and 1 tael of ingots must be taken out. After receiving the money, the master book took a closer look at the bank note and weighed the silver ingots, then put the money in the drawer, then turned the book to see that there was a neat word Ji Yuan written on it. It seemed that there was no one among the 9 people who beat the tiger. There is no such person. Okay, Lu Xiaoxia, wait a moment. I'll go get the house deed and land deed. The master clerk stood up, searched according to the labels on several large bookshelves behind him, and then took out a dozen paper documents from a wooden box, found the paper deed belonging to the house, and turned around to hand it to Lu Chengfeng. Here, please keep it. Thank you, master. After Lu Chengfeng thanked him, he took a glance at the paper deed, and there were official notes and detailed rules on it. Here is your commission, 1 or 28 baht in silver. The master pushed the silver and a small pile of copper coins to the corner of the table, where there was also a small scale. Okay. The broker couldn't hold back his smile, and hastily took his commission from the master bookkeeper, but put it into his pocket without weighing it down. If the transaction is completed, the commission will be paid by the seller. The more expensive the house, the more will be paid. The maximum limit can reach 10 taels. Afterwards, Lu Qingfeng and the broker walked out of the government office where the chief bookkeeper worked, and the latter ran away as soon as he went out, for fear that Lu Qingfeng would settle accounts with him. Rascal in the market. Looking at the fleeing back, Lu Qingfeng snorted coldly. He really wanted to kick just now, but this guy slipped faster than a loach, which made him, a martial arts practitioner, miss his good opportunity. If you go up and fight, you will lose your share. Yin Lion is a very good inn in Ning'an County. It is close to the city god temple and the market. It is lively during the day and quiet at night. The 9 young heroes and Ji Yuan each share a room. Ji Yuan is sitting in the room now, with the window open, listening to the hustle and bustle outside. It has been several days since I came to this world, but Ji Yuan is actually quite lonely. Although Lu Qingfeng, Yin Fei, and the others were not bad, he neither wanted nor could he follow them all the time. Ji Yuan quietly asked some doctors in the city, but they were helpless about his vision problem. Is clueless. It's good to be able to figure out the problem of martial arts. After all, Lu Qingfeng and others do have martial arts. Unlike the fake costume dramas they saw on TV in their previous life, they really have powerful moves that can fly over walls. But he is a blind man in the eyes of outsiders, or an outsider in the impression of several people. Asking for cheats? Looking for advice? It seems a bit out of place. Ji Yuan, who was in a daze, recalled the Lanke chess game back then. Why I bumped into it. If I hadn't entered at that time, and I hadn't played cheaply with Tian Yuani, would it have been Zizi? Amidst the inaudible sounds in the body, the arm went numb, as if it had been electrified, like someone accidentally bumped an elbow, and the numbness went directly to the fingertips, but it was the index finger and middle finger. A phantom of a chess piece appeared around the fingertips, along with a trace of electric current. Fuck! Ji Yuan uttered a swear word, and his mood suddenly became excited. The miraculous phenomenon that appeared on Lu Shanjuan's body after he left was still fresh in his memory. After going down a mountain in the past few days, he did not know how many times he tried in private, and even imitated Spider-Man and tried all kinds of funny poses when he was learning how to spin silk, but he didn't see any effect. He didn't expect it to appear again now. But here comes the question, what can this do? Can you get through Run Do's second channel? It's a pity that there was no magic of saying something. Ji Yuan didn't feel any changes in his body, and he couldn't get through any meridians and circles. It's just that there's a slight breeze in the room, as if there's a vague air flow drawn in from the window. Ji Yuan suddenly ignored the pain and half opened his eyes, and he found that around the illusory chess piece at the tip of his right finger, there were auras of green spirits appearing. Coupled with the slight sense of wind in the room, Ji Yuan, who seemed to have thought of something, turned his head and looked out the window, occasionally seeing traces of green spirit flying towards him. Turning his gaze back to his fingertips, the aura of the green spirit formed a fine vortex around the phantom chess pieces, and the wind in the room also became a little bit stronger, causing curtains and other things to float left and right. At this moment, Ji Yuan focused all his attention and mind on the changes caused, and at a certain moment in Fuji's mind, when a thought moved in his mind, all these green chi rushed into the chess piece. Boom, boom, boom. Mr. Ji, I am riding the wind. I have returned from the county government. Surprised by the knock on the door, he let go of his thoughts, and the chess piece in his hand melted into his fingertips and disappeared. Ji Yuan stared at his fingers in a daze, still immersed in the magic just now, but he was not very annoyed at being disturbed. If he could appear once, he would naturally appear a second time. Mr. Ji, are you in there? Lu Qingfeng asked again at the door. Only then did Ji Yuan react, and turned his head and said, Come in. Lu Qingfeng outside the door just pushed open the door of the room, but he was stunned before he walked in. It was a feeling of being swept by a special aura, and there was a short electric tingling sensation on the body. The cool breeze surrounding the room has not completely dissipated. Ji Yuan's right arm is elbowed on the table, and his hand is loosely pointed. Go, the room is calm. And in the process of gradually calming down, Lu Qingfeng found that even his mind gradually calmed down, his body felt relaxed and comfortable while breathing, and he just stayed at the door for a long time without any movement. Ji Yuan is still recalling the feeling just now. After the chess piece melted into his body again, his limbs and bones are very comfortable. It feels like a tired person just finished scraping and massage. Then he finally found that Lu Qingfeng, who was stunned, hadn't come in yet. Lu Xiaoxiao, what are you doing at the door? Sir, is it convenient for me to come in now? What inconvenience can there be? Ji Yuan was quite sure that some major changes of the chess pieces would be dissipated when he knocked on the door, so Lu Qingfeng could only see a little wind at most. And it was no big deal. After all, the window was open. Oh, this is Mr. Ji. I have already bought that house for you. Here is the deed and key. Lu Qingfeng entered the room and took out paper documents and contracts, as well as the copper lock key from his arms. However, Ji Yuan was a little absent-minded, and while he was savoring the physical sensation just now, he was looking at the densely packed words and government clauses on the land deed and house deed, the big red seal, and Ji Yuan's name on the document. From his previous life to the present, this is the first house he bought by himself in Ji Yuan's life. But for these few paper contracts, Ji Yuan just glanced at them. With his bird eyesight, can he still hope to see what is written on them? Anyway, for the current Lu Qingfeng, Ji Yuan is quite trustworthy. Suddenly, a tingling sensation began to spread all over his body, and Ji Yuan hurriedly continued to focus on his body to feel it carefully. The strange thing is that the more he wants to experience it, the more elusive this feeling becomes. On the contrary, if he relaxes his mind and abandons distracting thoughts, there will be a kind of magic of moving away. For a moment, it seemed as if the body was rising and expanding without limit, as if you could see the meridians all over your body turning into big rivers, and the blood and bones around you were like mountains, rivers, flowing water, and natural wind. As Ji Yuan became more and more free from thoughts, the feeling of looking at the world became more natural. When the mind was immersed, the consciousness seemed to turn into a spiritual wind, traveling around the world with a sense of weightlessness. With the ups and downs of mountains and rivers, there are submerged pools, misty wind and rain, clear sky and mist, all kinds of visions here, thousands of intertwined and unpredictable. In this trance of mountains, rivers, mist, and stars, although he couldn't see it, Ji Yuan felt the existence of an illusory chess piece, wandering between heaven and earth. Mr. Ji? Well, according to the official records, this house may be a haunted house. Have you already seen it? Lu Qingfeng still couldn't hold back and wanted to check with Ji Yuan himself. But now that Ji Yuan has no distracting thoughts and is fully immersed in this rare inner visualization, Lu Qingfeng's voice turned into bursts of rumbling thunderbolts in his heart, rising and falling with the syllables. This feeling is extremely miraculous, and it also makes Ji Yuan very excited. At this moment, for the first time, he feels that he can definitely live a wonderful life in this life, and he can't help but smile on his face. The green spirit is probably the legendary spirit. Lu Qingfeng also laughed. Mr. Ji is Mr. Ji. How could he fail to see it? Others bought this house for a long time, and it is really cheap when he comes to Mr. Ji's place. When does Mr. Ji plan to remove the dirty things there? Do you want us to help? Lu Qingfeng asked with some anticipation. It is much more difficult to experience the methods of Taoist masters than the martial arts of master warriors. But this time when he saw Ji Yuan, he just smiled and didn't answer. After waiting for a while, he saw Mr. Ji sitting with his eyes slightly closed, contentedly. Lu Qingfeng was a little embarrassed. Presumably, Mr. Lai refused without saying a word, and he seemed to have disturbed Mr. Ji's cleaning just now. Well, if Mr. Ji has something to do, just tell him we will still be in Ning'an County for the next 2 days, and we will not leave until Yin Fei, junior sister Luo, and the others are more stable. Ji Yuan still didn't respond, so Lu Qingfeng didn't dare to stay any longer, as if he was disturbing his husband, and he was careful not to offend him. Sir, please take a good rest, and take the wind to leave. Lu Chengfeng quietly put down a pen holder on the table, then hurriedly left with small steps and gently closed the door. It took more than an hour before Ji Yuan withdrew from that feeling, not because he didn't want to continue feeling it, but because the feeling was getting weaker and weaker, and he couldn't hold on to that state anymore. After gradually returning to his senses, he looked inside the house. Several papers of contract documents were still on the table, but Lu Chengfeng had already left at some point. Of course, Ji Yuan also found the pen holder on the table, and couldn't help but secretly admire Lu Chengfeng for his intentions. At this time, Ji Yuan was able to take a closer look at these land deeds, and the excitement of buying a house became stronger. Pick it up and take a closer look. Not to mention, although Ji Yuan's eyesight is not good, but when he holds the paper close to his eyes, he can still see the neat words on these contracts and documents in a blur. The largest official seal. Of course, in Ji Yuan's eyes, the seal is just a bunch of red patterns. In addition, I heard from Lu Chengfeng that the government still has records, which gave Ji Yuan the feeling that a similar contract should be relatively strict. But because it was just a piece of paper, it was quite difficult for Ji Yuan to find out what was written on it, which also made him suddenly think of a more serious problem. Now he can't understand the background of the times, the style and culture of various places through buying books and other methods. In fact, Ji Yuan has been wondering whether he is in ancient China or in another similar time and space, and he hasn't had time to verify it in the past 2 days. Judging from the subjective speculation at this stage, Ji Yuan is more inclined to conjecture that he is in another time and space after having a close contact with tiger demons and ghosts, and seeing the real martial arts of Yan Fei and others. Perhaps after Lu Chengfeng and others left Ning'an County, it would be more appropriate to seek advice from a scholar who is well-versed in history. Ji Yuan has always been more optimistic. The dead end in the beginning of this life is over. There will always be a solution for other things. There is no need to rush to solve it all at once. Looking at the 4 treasures of study on the desk table at the inn on the other side, Ji Yuan, who was in a good mood, suddenly wanted to try writing for the blind. It's just that after grinding the ink, holding the brush feels very wonderful, as if it has a body memory, and writing on the white paper is like flowing water, official script, seal script, and regular script. Fuck, I'm so fucking awesome. Ji Yuan couldn't help but let out a low cry of excitement. As for the writing, is it good? There must be no difference in feeling this way. It seems that the original beggar had a story before his downfall. The calligraphy practice time passed quickly. Coupled with physical exertion, Ji Yuan was a little hungry. Ji Yuan looked at the light outside the window. Even if it's not time for dinner, it's almost time. He stood up and stretched his body, put away the deeds on the table. I was going to see the injured young heroes. By the way, he reminded them that it was time to eat. It was not for the sake of eating, but a kind reminder. They are all in the upper room of the same inn, and the distance between them is limited. After leaving the room, walk a few steps along the corridor on the 3rd floor of the inn to the area where several young warriors live. After all, he has practiced martial arts since he was a child, and his physical foundation is very good. With timely medical treatment, his injury has stabilized after a few days, and he can even walk around alone without constant care. Ji Yuan searched, but found that they were all empty, and there was no sound of breathing in several rooms, including Lu Chengfeng. Fortunately, after a little listening, those unique sounds can be distinguished from the noisy ambient sounds, which sound like fists and kicks in the backyard of the inn. There is a large open space in the backyard of Yanlai Inn, which connects 2 small houses that belong to the inn industry, and the horse stables, fodder, and woodsheds are also adjacent to this. This space can be reserved for future expansion, and it is also a place for the inn to dry the sheets and bedding and put aside pickled dishes. At this time, several wounded people were sitting and resting on the side, while Lu Chengfeng and others were practicing duels. Many guests from the inn and some servants who were not busy for the time being were also watching at the back door of the inn. Ning'an County is a small and remote place. There are not many people in the martial arts world, let alone those who are highly skilled in martial arts. It is very exciting to watch these knights of the rivers and lakes move around and fight. Amidst the sound of fists and feet, several weeping willows around were swaying in the wind. When Ji Yuan came to the back door of the inn, the back door was already blocked by a few inn boys, even a few cooks, the proprietress of the inn, and 2 helper women gathered here to watch. Lu Qingfeng and another young man named Wang Ke were fighting inextricably. Without using weapons, the 2 sides sparred with fists and kicks. Wang Ke can use the sword, but is better at palming, while Lu Qingfeng is good at boxing and claws. Crack! Bang! At this moment, the 2 sides happened to parry 2 blows with each other's arms, and at the same time stretched their legs and kicked each other. After the soles of their feet clashed heavily, Lu Qingfeng spun and slid behind him, while Wang Ke floated towards a weeping willow behind him like a butterfly, stepping on the trunk, twisting his legs and kicking. He suddenly slashed at Lu Qingfeng with his palm. As soon as Lu Qingfeng stood upright, he felt the sound of the breaking wind. He lay down without even thinking about it. He propped his hands on the ground, kicked his left leg towards Wang Ke, who was taller than him, and charged even more. His right foot followed closely behind. Bang! Bang! Wang Ke felt that he had changed his moves fast enough, but the speed and strength of these 2 consecutive kicks were even greater. When his palms clasped his legs, his palms felt numb, and his whole body was kicked into the air. Be careful! Lu Qingfeng yelled a reminder, while twisting his body. The veins in his arms propped up on the ground bulged. Drink! The left leg was slightly bent, and the right leg was upright. When the body shook, it seemed to pop out like a spring and kick towards Wang Ke, who was in the air like chasing the wind. Boom! Kicked away Wang Ke's defensive palms and tapped on the opponent's chest, but the strength was obviously reduced by half. The outcome of this blow has been divided, and the 2 sides landed lightly by virtue of their body skills. The guys in front of Ji Yuan couldn't help applauding, their faces full of excitement. Good fight. It's much better than the drama in front of the temple. Amazing, young Master Lu is really amazing. Wang Xiaoxia is not bad either. One more and one more. This is just a matter of time to learn from each other, and most 80% of the 10 successes. Otherwise, Ji Yuan is sure that the blow he heard in his ears will definitely be stronger. That's it. The muffled sound of fists and kicks and the vibration of the surrounding air all showed that this was definitely not some kind of flamboyance. These intendants and guys on the side were happy to watch, but if someone else went up and got hit, he might not be able to get out of bed for half a month, or he would be bedridden if his vitals were injured. This somewhat gave Ji Yuan some thoughts. After all, he's still a weakling now, and his martial arts seem to be very powerful. Now everyone is in high spirits, coupled with the booing of others. When Lu Qingfeng and Wang Keliu are adjusting their breath, there are 2 more people who are ready to end the competition. Of course, the wounded were not going to end well, but watching from the sidelines was a relief. Among the 9, only Du Heng, whose right hand was disabled, seemed a little depressed and just sat there watching his companions fight each other without saying a word. Now Ji Yuan not only has excellent hearing, but also has a high degree of recognition of voices. He heard the voices of the other 8 people, but Du Heng didn't say a word, which was really a big blow. It's a good boy, but I can't help you. At this time, some intendants and servants were shouting. Most of the people outside were also in high spirits. Ji Yuan didn't want to be too conspicuous. He just mixed in behind the crowd and acted as a spectator. They couldn't keep fighting anyway. The main thing was that the uninjured 5 people went off the field to gesticulate, and the most injured ones pointed fingers at the side. After several rounds, several people sat under the weeping willow tree and talked together, talking about how to change the moves just now. Where's the response slow? I stayed at the back door for a while, but didn't hear anything interesting, and Ji Yuan became a little impatient, but he still didn't have the nerve to force them to eat, and he still needs a little bit of demeanor. Forget it. They're the ones who have invited me to have dinner these few days. Just go back to the room and wait. Thinking of this, Ji Yuan didn't stay any longer and prepared to go back to the room to continue trying the unknown cultivation effect of the chess piece. That's right, although I still don't understand why. And although I don't know what it's useful for now, Ji Yuan comforts himself by defining the previous state as a kind of cultivation. After returning to the room, Ji Yuan recalled the feeling just now again, trying to summon the chess piece, but he didn't know if it was too deliberate, or if there was some key missing, even if it could attract the lingering wisps of green spirit energy to gather. But it is no longer possible to enter the state of contemplating the world inside the body. The cool breeze in the room gradually calmed down, and Ji Yuan's temple hair no longer fluttered. When the chess piece disappeared at the fingertips, another burst of Qing-Ling Qi turned into a burst of coolness, flowed into the body along the fingertips, and disappeared without a trace. Ji Yuan dragged his chin and frowned. It shouldn't be. Is it possible that there is still time to ask? By the way, when was it just now? It's really inconvenient without a watch or a mobile phone. Or when I meet a real practitioner in the future, I will confirm and ask. If you can worship a fairy gate and have a powerful master who protects your shortcomings like in the novel, that's fine too. Ji Yuan was thinking about it, when suddenly his heart moved. He heard 9 footsteps approaching, accompanied by whispering to each other. Chengfeng, do you think Mr. Ji has finished his practice now? It's been so long, it should be over. No matter what, we can't help but say something. The small voice made Ji Yuan slightly puzzled, not knowing what they wanted to say. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Mr. Ji, is it convenient for you now? Ji Yuan rubbed his face with his hands to wake himself up before answering. Come in. The wooden hinge of the wooden door of the inn made a unique squeak sound, and 9 people, including Lu Chengfeng and Yin Fei, entered in a file. Mr. Ji, we are here to say goodbye to you. When Yin Fei opened his mouth, he said goodbye. What? Are you all leaving? Even though he had already vaguely guessed, Ji Yuan still couldn't tell how he felt. These people were barely his acquaintances here, and they all left at once, and he really felt a little lonely. Well, Ning'an County is a small place after all, and the few of us can only get better treatment when we go back to our respective sections. We wanted to stay longer, but just now the 3rd owner of Luoxia Mountain Villa in Dushing Prefecture came to look for junior sister Luo. We have to go together. Hearing Ji Yuan's words, Lu Chengfeng really wanted to stay, and especially wanted to see how Mr. Ji handled the haunted house. But he could only bite the bullet and answer like this. The owner of Sanzhuang is still waiting on the 1st floor of the inn. It's on. Luo Ningxuang gave Lu Chengfeng a hard look, and in a rare gesture of a daughter, she faced Ji Yuan with apology. Mr. Ji, it was nothing at first, but Sambwa found out that several of us were seriously injured, so he ordered us to go back. Suddenly, Luo Ningxuang seemed to think of something. Ursa can go back with us. The eyes of the others also brightened. The 9 of them have more or less tested whether Ji Yuan has the idea of teaching some mysterious thaumaturgy, the magic that envelopes the fresh air in the room. But going back with these people is something that Ji Yuan has never considered. Otherwise, those fools will sooner or later be ruined. And it's not that Ji Yuan can't afford to lose this person, but sometimes things are not just as simple as losing face. Although Ji Yuan has at least some confidence because of the relationship between the chess pieces, but this confidence belongs to the future, not the present. No, I still prefer to be quiet, and we will see each other by fate. Hearing this, several people were more or less disappointed. But a strange person like Mr. Ji must always do whatever he wants, and it is not something they can guess casually. But Ji Yuan's brain circuit turned to other places at this moment. Hey, it's a pity. It seems that there is no chance to get a little bit of their martial arts for the time being. After bidding farewell to Ji Yuan, the 9 of them went to the inn lobby together, where a middle-aged man with a long beard was drinking tea, wearing a wide-sleeved robe, long hair without a crown or bun, more like a Confucian scholar than a warrior. Seeing several people coming down, the man put down the teacup. Farewell. Well, Uncle Sam, then let's go. I hired 3 carriages and waited outside the inn. After finishing speaking, the man stood up, flung his sleeves, and put down 5 copper coins as tea money, and walked out of the inn first. Luo Ningxuang bit her lip, but still had no choice but to keep up. The other 8 followed suit, as if they were all afraid of this Sanzhuang host. It's just that when he stepped out of the inn, the 3rd villa owner seemed to feel something, turned his head and looked up to the 3rd floor, where a thin young man with half-open eyes was smiling and nodding to him. The 3rd villa owner also nodded and stepped out of the inn with 1 step. The 9 people following him also subconsciously looked towards the 3rd floor, seeing Ji Yuan and nodding to them. They abided by the agreement with Ji Yuan and did not mention anything that should not be mentioned to outsiders. So the 3 owners only thought that Ji Yuan was a down-and-out mountain traveler that the 9 met on the mountain and had provided them with some help these days. Outside the inn, 3 carriages were lined up, and the 3 owners got into the front one and let the 9 people sit in the back too. As the carriage driver swung his whip to drive the horse, the carriage gradually drove towards the outside of Ning'an County. Young man, the rivers and lakes are deep, and you have to pay such a heavy price just to get rid of tigers in the mountains. Hey, it's a pity for the Du family boy. Luo Feng, the owner of the 3rd villa, leaned in the slightly shaking carriage, shaking his head and thinking. But at this moment, Ji Yuan was still looking at the direction of the entrance with some ecstasy. His vision was blurred, but he seemed to be able to see some kind of temperament inexplicably, which made Luo Feng's image much clearer in Ji Yuan's eyes. Often when something is special, Ji Yuan's poor eyesight will play a surprising role. But Ji Yuan also inexplicably understands that the 3 masters are most skilled in martial arts, and they are definitely not monsters. Thinking back to the time when he saw Wang Dong, the ghost, Ji Yuan couldn't help but wonder if his eyes were yin and yang eyes, or something higher. Of course, the thoughts in the mind were quickly replaced by another thought. Damn it, the appearance of the 3 villa owners in their outfits is so elegant and coquettish. It's so fucking tangible. I have to get something similar. The daily accommodation fee for ordinary rooms in the Yunlai Inn is 51, while those who live in Ji Yuan get 101, which was paid by Lu Qingfeng and others before. Now that he's gone, Ji Yuan won't live here anymore. Just kidding, he thought that someone now owns real estate in Ning'an County. Why spend this unjustly money? Snapped. Ji Yuan suddenly clapped his hands hard. He remembered that it was Lu Qingfeng who paid for the house for himself, and he hadn't paid for it yet. So I saved another 36 taels. As the saying goes, being poor is rich and military. It really makes sense. This Lu Qingfeng didn't even come to ask for a huge sum of 36 taels. What would it be like to have money at home? That's right. Ji Yuan has no intention of catching up with the carriage to pay back the money at all. If he meets him in the future and he has ample money, then it's not too late. Thank you. It was already past noon today, and according to the inn's calculation, the rent for this day had to be collected anyway, so Ji Yuan felt at ease and stayed at the inn for another night. No one invites you to dinner. Let's deal with it with a bowl of Yangchun noodles in the inn. Early the next morning, Ji Yuan went to the inn counter to check out, and sure enough, he returned 1 or 2 taels. I have to say that these young knights are pretty good, but I don't know if they would be so enthusiastic if they didn't think Ji Yuan is a strange person. Maybe not. Although many people in Ning'an County knew that Niu Quishan's man-eating tiger had been killed, and the matter had been recorded in the local county annals and official announcements, but the county government did not disclose the 9 knights living in the Yunlai Inn. It can also be seen from this that the county magistrate is experienced in handling things. If everyone knows that the hero who fights the tiger is in the Yunlai Inn, then the righteous men will be treated like monkeys. How can they rest in peace? This is also the fundamental reason why Ning'an County has been bustling for the past few days, but everyone can still enjoy the tranquility. Naturally, few people know Ji Yuan. In fact, even the content on the official list and the names of the 9 heroes are only remembered by a very small number of people, and most people just hurry to see the tiger skin. Leaving the inn, of course, Ji Yuan went directly to the street market, planning to buy some quilts and furniture first. Anyway, there are beds in the house, and then hire someone to help clean it up, and it will definitely be able to live in. Even if you don't have enough time, buy a quilt, and clean at the bed must be enough. Anyway, he doesn't spend money to stay in the hotel. Ning'an County is still lively. The temple fair lasts for several days, and the white tiger skins are still hanging outside the county government. Ji Yuan half opened his eyes, wandering the streets like a normal person. Almost no one around thinks Ji Yuan is blind. Listening to all kinds of cries and whispers, Ji swears to God. It's not that he wants to pry into other people's privacy. It's all forced. Others can tell which store sells what by looking, but they can only rely on listening to determine their fate. After finding the sound, they went to the place that sold bed sheets and bedding. What's interesting is that there is a cotton shop next to this store, and there's the sound of bang, bang, bang in the cotton shop. A song about playing cotton began to haunt Ji Yuan's mind, and he couldn't get it out of his head. When he walked to a shop that sold bedding, he almost sang it. "Shop, are there any bedding, blankets, and pillows here?" asked by Ji Yuan. He stretched out his hand to caress the quilts on the shelves outside the store, judging whether they are good or bad by their touch. "Yes, this guest officer wants ready-made. I'll make a set. There's a cotton shop next to us. The new cotton can be played in half a day, and then we will sew the quilt for you." The owner of the store seemed to be a couple. Seeing Ji Yuan asking the price, the hostess hurried out of the store to say hello. "No need. Just buy a ready-made one. This is what I have, right?" That's right. It's all the same when you touch it." It only costs 150 copper coins. Look at the fabric. It's all made by Fang in the county. It's so comfortable to sleep on. 150 texts? I believe you, ghost. Well, I didn't come here just now. I heard you and your husband whispering in the store. As long as 120 yuan, you can make a profit. You cheated me for 30 yuan? Ji Yuan frowned. What about the new one? New ones are a little more expensive, plus the wages of the cotton paddle master. It's about 180 cash. Yes, it must be expensive again. How about this, lady boss? I'm going to buy 3 sets of quilts, and I'm buying 2 pillows and 2 blankets. How about a total of 451? Hearing the price quoted by this slightly thin customer, the proprietress was stunned for a moment, and it happened to be the reserve price that could sell the goods. How about it? If you sell it, you could deliver it to my mansion for an extra 21. It's just in the south of the city, not too far away. Maybe it was because he thought he had met an expert, and the proprietress agreed without much hesitation. So Ji Yuan first gave a deposit and asked the store to deliver the goods to the door in 2 hours. After Ji Yuan left, the proprietress walked back to the shop with a small note left by Ji Yuan. "Master, don't you think it's strange? Not only did this person pick the price so accurately, but he also chose the mattress well, but he always seemed to keep his eyes closed when he spoke. Now, this is where he is going to send it. Take a look at what he wrote." The woman was illiterate, so she handed the note to her husband. "You care so much, at least it's the first business opened this morning." The male shopkeeper took the note from the woman, looked at the paper, and found that the handwriting was neat and strong. Even with his superficial literary quality, he thought it was a good handwriting. The Juan small pavilion in the east corner of Tianyafang. Hey, it can't be that Juan Xiaoga? The woman asked with some trepidation. There are still a few small pavilions in Juan from Tianyafang. Can this place still be sold? The male shopkeeper's face is not very good looking. Ji Yuan wandered around the market and bought various household items, including bedding and blankets, including towels, basins, and some simple furniture such as wash basins, shelves, wardrobes, and brooms and mops. I bought the stone tools and asked the master craftsman to send a stone table and 4 stone stools, intending to put them under the jujube tree in the courtyard. Of course, the matter of hiring a few people to clean the house was not forgotten. In addition, Ji Yuan did not forget his previous thoughts. He found a good clothing store, bought some outfits, and basically plagiarized them according to the appearance of the 3 owners. It's just that Ji Yuan is more coquettish and made himself a short bun in a clothing store and inserted a jade hairpin bought for 200 yuan. In addition, there are bangs on the forehead, sideburns on both sides, and sideburns on the back, which is not too short. According to common sense here, this hairstyle is nondescript, but it is surprisingly harmonious and refined. Not to mention, people rely on clothes and Buddha depends on gold clothes. Although Luo Feng is not as handsome, our poor beggars are actually not bad. From Ji Yuan's understanding, the current self is simply a model of fashion show. Everything was almost ready, so Ji Yuan went to his mansion, ready to welcome the decoration team to the door, but the road he had only traveled once was very clear in his mind, and he didn't even need to find someone to lead the way. Ji Yuan is quite satisfied with the name Juan Xiaoga and doesn't plan to change it. Unlocking the copper lock and pushing open the gate, The jujube tree in the courtyard is still swaying with the wind, but this time there is only one person, and there is no broker chatting and bringing it around. Ji Yuan always feels a kind of saying no when he walks into the courtyard, a sense of strangeness. Is Mr. Ji there? There was a shout at the door, and there was more than one person who heard footsteps. Ji Yuan originally set the time to come to the door after Weisher, but he didn't expect that some of the merchants in Gui Biao in the county would have already come to the door with their own goods by noon. Don't wait here. The stone tables and benches were pulled by 2 bullock carts. A total of 4 master masons carried them into the gate and placed them in a suitable position under the jujube tree, according to Ji Yuan's instructions. Together with the tables, stools, and labor, it cost a tael of silver, which can be said to be the most expensive item in this expenditure. The 4 master stonemasons finished putting away the things and collected the balance, and left Ji Yuan Elementary School without saying a word. Pavilion, Ji Yuan wanted to be polite and asked for a drink of water, but didn't say anything. Now that Ji Yuan has a place to rest, he sits on a stone bench in the courtyard, watching those people in the side room of the main house busy at work, going over from time to time to give pointers on what to put where. This ancient city merchant was actually quite professional, with such quick hands and feet. And take a look at the cleaning women and men, don't work too hard. Originally, it was said to be cleaned in half a day, but now I estimate that with their sweaty working methods, they will finish work in more than an hour at most. What's interesting is that some shops don't come in when they come to deliver things, such as the shop that sells quilts. Some shop assistants move in and take the balance, and then leave without talking or even glancing around, as if there is something urgent. That said, the group of people who were invited to clean up were normal, and the work in hand was not ambiguous at all when they cleaned up. Even if someone wanted to chat, there were some managers who stopped them. I don't know if the working conditions are so strict. The ancients were industrious. With a sigh in his heart, Ji Yuan propped his chin and continued to be in a daze. The cleaning work is basically a process of dust removal. The dust in each room is cleaned and then wiped with a wet towel and mop. Some people specially repaste the paper on the windows. Out of curiosity, Ji Yuan rubbed it with his hands and found that this kind of paper for pasting windows is very tough, almost belonging to the oil paper used for making umbrellas. Wind and rain are absolutely no problem. I don't know how long it has passed, but Ji Yuan, who was yawning when he heard the people in several rooms busy going up and down, suddenly felt trembling, subconsciously turned his head to the well, and frowned for a long time. Since water is needed for cleaning, the cover on the top of the well has been removed, and he felt a little cool in this direction just now. Looking at it now, the entire surface of the well is dark, and I don't know if it is because of the shade of the trees. As Ji Yuan opened his eyes slightly, he seemed to see the shadow under the surface of the well. No matter how awkward he looked, there was a feeling of gloom when he looked at it. I don't know why, but I can't help but recall some horror movies I watched in my previous life, which makes Ji Yuan get goosebumps. I'm really scaring myself. Rubbing his arms, Ji Yuan forced himself not to think about it. Mr. Ji, Mr. Ji? At this moment, a deafening sound seemed to come from the sky, which directly startled Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan woke up with a start, only to realize that he had fallen asleep lying on the stone table just now. Turning his head, he saw that the helpers hired to clean the mansion had all carried buckets and tools to the yard, and a total of 8 of them were standing beside him. Mr. Ji, we finished cleaning. Can you take a look? Cleaning finished? So fast. Hey. Yeah. Take a look. If you're not satisfied, we can clean it up again. Now that he said that, Ji Yuan also stood up from the stone bench. Okay, let me see. I walked around a few rooms, reaching out to wipe the gaps in the windowsill from time to time, and then looking under the bed in every corner. Basically everything was cleaned. When I went to hire people today, many people shied away from coming when they heard that they were at the corner of Tianyafang. Out in the yard, the group of people stood there waiting. Not bad. You guys have worked hard. Ji Yuan took out the money bag, put out a pile of Wutong Bayo, counted 40 in front of them, and then added 2 more to put on top. This is wages, and the extra 10 cents should treat everyone a tea. Thank you, Mr. Ji. Thank you, Mr. Ji. Then shall we go first? Amidst the sound of thanks from everyone, The leading man hastily picked up the money and bid farewell. Okay, walk slowly. Ji Yuan put on a gentle look, nodded with a smile. After all, today's new outfit has not been pretended yet, so he has to practice anyway. However, the reactions of these helpers were similar before and after, and they were very enthusiastic. It was hard to tell whether it was because of money or fate. It wasn't until the footsteps of a group of people walked a little away that Ji Yuan vaguely heard some vague and small discussions. This house is really nice. Hey, Mr. Ji is quite a nice guy. He seems to be a learned man. The name of this house always feels familiar. The leader heard this only as urging. Stop talking, hurry up, hurry up. That gentleman can't tell how old he is, but he looks really good looking. Also, hurry up, what's the use of looking good? Yes, I am satisfied after hearing the last few sentences of Ji Yuan, but I don't know what age means. Is it possible that I can still see myself as old? What's the use of looking good? It's better than not looking good. At this time, the sun was slanting westward, and it was already approaching dusk. Although Changxi in a few rooms is relatively simple, but at any rate it can be regarded as complete, and Ji Yuan is a little lost in thought while sitting in the yard. It's a pity that there is no internet, no mobile phones, and there are no innocent young heroes who come to Mr. Ji from time to time. Hey, I'm a little lonely. Hiss. Sighing, Ji Yuan suddenly turned his head to look at the well nervously, stood up and walked to the side, grabbed the wooden cover and bang to cover the well again. Phew, it's much more comfortable. In my previous life, I should have watched less scary movies and scare myself. In the middle of the night, the watchman's voice spread far away in the silent night, and it also reached Ji Yuan's ears. Boom, boom, it's safe and sound. Boom, boom, it's safe and sound. I don't know why, but Ji Yuan tossed and turned tonight and couldn't fall asleep. He tried various tricks, such as counting sheep and doing exercises, but it didn't work. As soon as the watchman knocked on the clapper, Ji Yuan, who closed his eyes, realized that it was already the third watch. He still understood that the clapper knocked 3 times, although it is actually equivalent to more than 11 o'clock in the evening. But now it is dark early and there are no entertainment activities, so going to bed early and getting up early is the truth here. Could it be that I think someone still accepts the bed? Or are you too excited to have a house? Just thinking about it, Ji Yuan suddenly felt that the temperature had cooled a lot unconsciously. Crack, 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 crack. A kind of creaking sound of old wooden planks sounded from the yard outside the door. It was very soft, but it definitely couldn't escape Ji Yuan's ears. Ji Yuan paused and listened absolutely quietly, hoping it was just an auditory hallucination. Crackling. The wooden planks at the wellhead pressing the stones were turned up little by little, making the sound of the wood being overwhelmed. Ji Yuan, who was lying on the bed, opened his eyes at once. All the associations of the day flashed through his mind. The chill on his back went straight to the top of his head, and the fine sweat on his forehead appeared like magic. Crackling. Boom. It was the stones pressed on the wooden plank that fell to the ground, and Ji Yuan's heart jumped violently as the stones fell to the ground. The wooden cover was pushed to one side, and dense hair overflowed from the mouth of the well. Gulu. As the chill became more and more severe, Ji Yuan swallowed, pulled the quilt on the bed, and covered his head quietly with extremely slow movements. Mom. Damn. I guess fate won't be so unlucky. Damn broker. Ji Yuan didn't cover his entire head, but left a gap, and then he saw that clusters of hair had seeped into the crack of the door of the room, gathering more and more in the room. My heart was cold, and my body was sweating. The brand-new bedding was already soaked by Ji Yuan's sweat, and the inside was damp. Ji Yuan didn't dare to move, thinking about the countermeasures in his mind, and wanted to rush out and escape several times. Hey! An inhuman voice was heard in the room, and Ji Yuan, who was already frightened to death, froze. Through the gap, he saw that the pile of hair was slowly rising, and a dark silhouette of a human appeared. Even though everything around him was blurry, he could see it very clearly, but he would rather not see clearly. The bone-piercing chill continued to pervade, and even under the quilt, he couldn't feel the warmth at all. What to do? What to do? This is completely different from the ghost. If it weren't for the ghosts, there would be ghosts. Ji Yuan tightly gripped the quilt. Intense fear and rapid heartbeat made his whole body tremble uncontrollably. This time, there are no traveling merchants by my side, and there are no young heroes of the rivers and lakes, and the target is not someone like Lu Shanjun who can communicate. A strong sense of death filled the entire Juan pavilion. Chuck, CK. A strange and eerie bone-rubbing sound was getting closer and closer, so close as if a thin quilt was separated from him. The malice that wants to put life to death, the greed and desire for vitality are so obvious. And Ji Yuan, who is hiding in the quilt, has shrunk his pale pupils into needle-like shapes. We'll die. Can't escape. This is not watching a horror movie or a Hong Kong version of a ghost movie through a screen. This kind of fear and despair is suffocating and powerless. Then, Ji Yuan discovered that this feeling of powerlessness was not really caused by the excessive secretion of hormones in his body, but that wisps of white air were leaving his body. It's sucking my yang energy. Hey, I felt tremendous pressure on my body, which gradually made my body unable to move, and it became difficult to breathe. If Ji Yuan hadn't been covered with a quilt, perhaps he could have seen a dirty black figure stretching out pale and distorted limbs attached to his body. This frightening hissing and uncontrollable state of the body reminded Ji Yuan of the time when he just crossed over. At this moment, Ji Yuan was inexplicably aroused with anger. I've passed the death test in front of the tiger spirit in the mountain temple, but somehow I'm going to die here? I'm not fucking reconciled. Not reconciled. He clenched his teeth tightly. His pale eyes were slightly bloodshot, his eyelids trembled violently, and the fingers of his grasping right hand tried to stretch. I just came into this world. I just discovered my specialness. I still have a lot of things to do. I still want to see the magic of this world. Whether it is useful or not, Ji Yuan keeps imagining the Lanke chess game and imagining that chess piece. This is the only way he can think of at present. Ji Yuan's heart became ruthless, and he opened his eyes completely regardless of the pain. A certain breath in the quilt trembled slightly in a trance, and his body regained control in an instant. Not reconciled. The three words roared out of his mouth. Ji Yuan stood up abruptly at the same moment, threw off the quilt. His arm became like a sword finger, and after shaking his hand fiercely towards the quilt, the mysterious aura in his arm flowed, turning into a fist at the fingertips. An illusory chess piece. Get out. Hum. Ji Yuan's arms seemed to be filled with a faint white light, and the next moment, the pawn and fingertips touched the ghost. As the sword fingers and chess pieces penetrated into Li Gui's soul body, a scream that was so sharp that Ji Yuan's eardrums were extremely painful sounded from the opposite side. Woo woo woo. Gusts of yin wind seemed to swirl, and clusters of filthy and terrifying yin qi swirled around Ji Yuan's right arm, like clothes in a drum washing machine. Ji Yuan felt that his entire right hand seemed to be completely frozen. The biting cold was like steel needles piercing into the flesh of his right arm continuously. The tingling and chill could no longer be endured. That is the next moment. Bang! A group of black shadows bounced fiercely, penetrated directly after hitting the door, and quickly fled into the well in the courtyard. Ji Yuan stretched out his right arm and stared wide-eyed, and maintained this position for about 10 seconds, then stood on the bed and shook twice. His body softened and fell backwards. With a pop, Ji Yuan fell on the bed and passed out. This shrill scream was extremely eerie and permeating. I don't know how many residents in the corner of Tianyafang were suddenly awakened by this unidentifiable scream in the middle of the night, and they all hid in the quilts and dared not move. Even some houses that were still lit had to blow out the candles in a hurry, for fear of attracting some evil things. But at this moment, Ning'an County Town God's Temple is located in Myasifang in the northwest of Ning'an County. The golden body in the temple vibrated. Under the appearance that ordinary people can't see, the city god of Ning'an County is already standing on the high hall. Where is Yi Xiuanyao? Go to Tianyafang in the south of the city to find out at the Lock Soul Well. Take orders. The two servants were dressed in black service robes, one with a long-handled hook and the other with a knife at his waist. They turned into two erratic black shadows and left the area of Changhuang Temple, heading towards Tianyafeng. In Juan Xiaoga, Ji Yuan rubbed his head and sat up from the bed. When he just passed out, he hit the back of his head on the edge of the bed. Thanks to his hard head, otherwise he would have had a concussion. Ji Yuan still had an impression at the last moment. Just now, the ghost-like thing was knocked into the air by his finger, and then escaped. From the reaction point of view, it was definitely not as simple as being unscathed. At least it should have been frightened. After what happened just now, Ji Yuan became more courageous at the moment, put on his coat, and got off the bed. His right arm was still cold and numb, and his whole body was a little limp, but basically nothing serious. Pull out the wooden latch and open the door of the main room with a squeak. The stars above the head are shining brightly. The jujube trees in the courtyard are swaying branches, and the well under the shade of the trees is completely shrouded in darkness. Woo-woo. I don't know if it was a cool wind or a dark wind. It made Ji Yuan shiver slightly. Standing at the door of the main room, Ji Yuan was restless. His face was cloudy and uncertain. He considered several times whether to run away right now. After all, he might not have such luck next time. Juan Pavilion has another mortal living in it? Suddenly, a slightly surprised voice came from outside the courtyard, and then two figures in black service robes holding weapons came through the courtyard door strangely. Ji Yuan's heart trembled slightly. Then his pupils shrank, and he found that he could see them clearly. Damn again. The two figures in black robes were obviously all focused on the well in the courtyard. They just glanced at Ji Yuan, standing at the door of the main room, and ignored him. It's strange. Most of the rage from Su Hunjing has dissipated. What happened here? Master Qingwang must have noticed a change. The feng shui pattern of Juan Xiaoga has not been broken, so the vicious spirit should not be able to escape. I can feel it is still in the well. Well, and the breath is unstable. If this is the case, it will be a God-given opportunity to kill this beast, and I must quickly repay Lord Changwang. After a brief exchange between the two servants, the man holding the hook with a long handle stayed by the well, while the man with the knife turned into a blurred human figure and drifted away through the door. Ji Yuan at the gate of the station couldn't help but sigh that it's a good thing he didn't run away just now. Think I can't see them? Evil spirit? Feng shui pattern? Lord City God? As a young man who has read the resources of the internet information explosion in the 21st century, with a few simple words, Ji Yuan can deduce a lot of things in his mind. The well in the courtyard of the small pavilion in Juan may be locked with some powerful ghosts. The city god of Ning'an County is not just a clay sculpture in the temple. The two who came here may be the underworld of the city god. I have seen monsters and ghosts before, and now I have seen the underworld under the city god of this county. Ji Yuan's thoughts changed sharply. Then are there any mountains, rivers, gods, Buddhas in this world? Should I run now? 36 tails. The damage to the things in the well is the reason for my finger, right? Thinking about it this way, Ji Yuan felt that he seemed to have a little confidence to be an audience. And in his heart, Ji Yuan is actually a big boy with the dream of the second child, and not everyone has the opportunity to see things such as the city god in the temple. Ji Yuan is now a little hesitant about whether he should get in touch with the errand in the courtyard opposite. In his old concept, this is at least a member of the system of immortals, Buddhas, and gods, right? But in fact, at this moment, the errand is also looking at Ji Yuan. In the past, it was because the discovery of the situation was more important, but now that I think about it, I feel that there seems to be something wrong with the new residents of Juan Xiaoga. After all, in the dead of night, in such a courtyard, this person just stood at the door of the main room and looked at the courtyard. He couldn't say that he was enjoying the cool in this early spring, could he? Must be someone with a keen sense of intuition. It's not that this kind of person has never met this kind of person, and even if he didn't, living in the Juan small pavilion, after the third watch at night, the yin energy is so strong that the normal people will have trouble sleeping and have frequent nightmares. After Ji Yuan hesitated again and again, he finally decided not to contaminate it for the time being. If he wanted to worship the city god, he could also go to offer incense during the day. So Ji Yuan walked to the eaves in front of the house as naturally as possible, looked up at the night sky, and sighed in a low voice, which was half true and half false. Such a clean, starry sky. I haven't seen it for a long time. There are not many things he can see clearly. He didn't pay attention to it last time on Yokue Mountain. Only now did he realize that the stars in the sky are among them. There is no cloud cover or smog pollution. The sky is full of stars, and the galaxy is bright. It is really beautiful. Now that there is something wrong here, and Yi Young, who just pointed at him, is still there, Ji Yuan simply sat down on a small broken chair by the house, looked at the sky and the yard, and sighed from time to time. His tone was like that of an ordinary insomniac. Of course, most of Ji Yuan's attention is still focused on the movement in the yard. During this period of meditation, he also tried to visualize the chess pieces, but it may be that the body is too exhausted, the limbs are weak, and the spirit is also a little tingling, but the feeling is still there. Yes, this is also Ji Yuan's confidence to continue sitting here. Just kidding, my brother pointed that thing back just now. Didn't I hear the errand said that the vitality of the thing was seriously injured, and there's still an errand, so why can't I be tougher? After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, Ji Yuan felt something different. A vague and strange smell is gradually becoming stronger. To describe it, it is a bit like the sandalwood scent that Grandpa Ji Yuan liked to smoke in the study. Then Ji Yuan suddenly realized that it was the scent of sandalwood in the temple. His heart beat faster again. It seemed that someone of great importance was about to come. Could it be the city god of Ning'an County coming in person? As the sandalwood scent gradually approached, Ji Yuan also sat upright, and unlike other ghosts, Ji Yuan could hear very special footsteps in his ears, as if with a certain rhythm, and there were more than one person. Woo-woo. There seemed to be a thin, cloudy wind with the scent of sandalwood hanging in the courtyard. One after another figure stepped over the courtyard gate of Juan Xiaoga and entered the courtyard. Besides more shady ones, they also saw 4 people who were not easy at first glance. The appearance of officials exists, with cloaks or official robes on their bodies, and they have different colors. Goo! Ji Yuan couldn't help swallowing quietly. This battle was a bit big. I have seen Lord Wu Wan, Lord Rewarding Good, Lord Punishing Evil, and Lord Prosecutor. The servants in the courtyard respectfully saluted the 4 most imposing tall figures. These 4 are obviously not the city gods of Ning'an County, but they definitely enjoy the incense and worship of the common people. At least there are clay sculptures in the town god's temple, which is definitely not comparable to ordinary ghosts. Otherwise, there would be no such sandalwood fragrance. I don't know the fate of any official unit under the city god, but I can guess a clue from the name of In Cha. The visitor didn't pay much attention to the fate of sitting in the courtyard and focused all his attention on the well in the courtyard. Sure enough, the evil spirit here has dropped sharply. What happened? I heard what Lord Chenghuang said. This ominous ghost roared fiercely tonight. Although I don't know why, I think it has been seriously injured. The figure called Wu Pan turned his head to look at Ji Yuan in front of the house, which made the latter feel a little nervous. This person is a mortal who has just moved into Juan Xiaoga. Is there anything unusual? The errand who had been staying behind immediately replied, immediately. My Lord Wu Pan, this person should be a mortal who can't sleep due to the attack of hostility, and there is nothing unusual about it. During the short exchange between the 4 officials of the city god, who were of a higher class in terms of imposing manner and attire, there were messengers patrolling inside and outside the courtyard. Presumably, they were investigating something. Not long after, a number of errands came to report. Reporting to Lord Jusi, there is nothing unusual around Tianyafang. Several officials of the city god looked at each other and thought about it. Could it be that some expert passed by here and helped me in Ning'an County? Don't think about it any longer. After we subdue this beast, we will conduct a detailed investigation. Time waits for no one. Fear of change. That's exactly why. Judge Wu waved his sleeves, and a pitch-black judge's pen appeared in his hand. and his eyes swept across the courtyard. The officers of each department are preparing for the soul-locking formation. The soul-hunting envoys obey orders, and the soul-binding locks are waiting for you. Take orders. Take orders. The four officials of the city god walked towards the four corners of the courtyard. One stood with his sleeves down, one took out a stylus, one held a book in his hand, and the other held a steel whip. It's coming, it's coming. Let's do it. But what in the well needs such a big fight? And no one of them wants to persuade themselves, the crowd, to leave? Ji Yuan is half nervous and half looking forward, not knowing what will happen. It wasn't until several ghosts holding black flags turned into mist and disappeared that Ji Yuan discovered that the courtyard in front of him was covered with a thin layer of black ink, which seemed to be some kind of soul-locking formation, and the eaves of the main house where he was located the bottom is just outside, not enclosed. Inside the soul-locking formation, Wu Pan looked at all the preparations and made a cold snort in the direction of the well. You can still hold your breath, or maybe you dare not show up because you are afraid of being hurt. Tonight is your death day. Seductor, do it. Wu Pan gave an order, and the 9 black-robed men who were holding long staffs around the mouth of the well suddenly touched their waists together, and the waistbands were lit up, turning into a dark chain. Go! The 9 soul seducer envoys shouted together, and the soul-binding lock was thrown towards the mouth of the well like lightning, and it actually sank into the ground beside the well. Woo, 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 woo. All of a sudden, the wind blew up, and the branches of old jujube trees in the courtyard swayed. Even outside the formation, Ji Yuan still felt the surroundings were chilly, and the goosebumps on the leather surface under his clothes were as violent as little peas. I can only roar and scream. Everyone, help the seductress and pull him up. While speaking, the 4 officials of the city god made a bold move and stretched their left hands forward one after another without holding the magic weapon. A wave of yin shi was growing in the courtyard, surrounding the envoy. All of a sudden, soul-binding lock gloom flourished. Rise! A dense mass of hair jumped out of the well and danced wildly in the courtyard. Immediately, countless hairs entangled with the 9 soul seducers, and the 9 soul seductresses flew outward in it. The underworld servants who had already been waiting in full battle drew out their knives one after another, and chopped off the hair of those who were chasing after the seductress. The hoarse and shrill ghost howling sound became louder and louder, and a large mass of dirty hair was pulled out of the well by the soul-binding lock, twisting and changing in midair. Ji Yuan's pupils contracted violently, and his teeth trembled slightly. Is this the thing just now? The ghost trapped by the soul-binding lock seems to be churning constantly. The bloodshot eyes and pale face are also changing, and the hostile energy is constantly pouring out. The strong sense of fear from vision and soul instinct is suffocating, which is not comparable to any fakes in horror movies. Evil, I want you to be out of your wits tonight. Wu Pan let out an angry roar, pointed forward with the judge's pen, and the other 3 officials of the city god also launched an attack together. Boom, boom, boom. In the courtyard of Juan Xiaoga, there seems to be an explosion of yin shi. The strong yin shi had already made Ji Yuan feel uncomfortable, but he also found that at least 2 yin and shady azimuths were always blocking the position in front of him, and this should have intentionally blocked a considerable part of the yin energy impact for him, a mortal. At this moment, the officials of the 4 city gods in the courtyard are showing their power, and most of the other errands are in the state of plundering formation except for the 9 envoys who control the soul-binding lock. Speaking of fighting, from Ji Yuan's point of view, it was the scary ghost being tied up in the air by a soul-binding lock and being hanged, literally hanged. When the judge's pen hits the soul and the whip falls on the ghost, it can cause a piercing howl and reduce part of the evil spirit. It is not the first time that Ji Yuan has had all kinds of associations and doubts about his eyesight, and this time it has deepened this feeling. Not only can he see all the ghosts and ghosts clearly, he can even see the bursts of evil spirits being beaten. The process of dissipating. It seemed that they were really conscious of the crisis, and the ghosts locked by the soul-binding lock were struggling more and more violently. Amidst the screaming sound, countless pale arms sprang out, grabbing at the surrounding ghosts one after another. Several city gods belonged to the official weapons, and the courtyard was filled with different kinds of Een energy to fight, blocking most of the Een claws at once. But still 6 or 7 Een servants were caught, including 3 ecstasy envoys. When there was a ghost who swung a knife and slashed the Een claw of the ghost to help his companion out of trouble, but he made a sound like gold and iron clashing. Ho-ho-ah, ah. The 7 ghosts were directly crushed by the pale arm claws and turned into a puff of black mist and sucked into those claws. The 3 soul-binding locks lost control, and they were like 3 big whips in the struggle of the ghosts. Boom, boom, boom. Many ghosts around were directly hit by the soul-binding lock, and their souls became erratic for a while, and they were knocked into the air one after another. Bold! The 4 incense officials jumped forward together with their jaws wide open, and 4 streams of Een Chi mixed with sandalwood fragrance mixed in the sky above the small courtyard, interweaving into a big net. Go! The big net fell in the air, covering the vicious ghost that was about to escape. Woo wow! The strong wind in the courtyard was no longer just a cloudy wind, but a real strong wind. The jujube tree branches swayed violently, and fallen leaves and other things seemed to be flying randomly without being restricted by the formation. Ji Yuan could only stretch out his hands in front of him to block the dust and fallen leaves. At this moment, Ji Yuan's heart was not only shocked, but also full of fear. Damn it, is this what I dealt with just now? Fortunately, this thing likes to chew slowly. If it shows its current posture, it will die suddenly before I can open it up. Judge Wu spun up the judge pen in his hand and roared. Suck its soul energy. The other 3 city god subordinate officials also used their magical weapons to attack, and other underworld servants also attacked through the big net, especially those soul-binding locks, which could make the ghosts tremble with each draw. Hey! The screams almost pierced Ji Yuan's eardrums, and the ghosts in the giant net swelled rapidly. Judge Wu saw that it was not good, so he retracted the judge pen, turned the tip of the pen into a needle, and pointed fiercely towards the center of the net. Break it! Boom! Een and evil chi erupted, and all of them were vented on Wu Pan. With a bang, Wu Pan was blown away by Een Chi, and a gap appeared in the huge net that restrained the terrifying ghost. Not good. Block it. Block it. The other 3 officials of the city god immediately joined forces, but they couldn't make up for Wu Wan's gap, and the ghost was already about to get out of trouble. With the arrangement of Ju and Xiaoge, this monster may not be able to escape outside to harm Ning'an County, but at this moment, many evils in the soul-locking formation may suffer disaster. Ji Yuan didn't know how critical the situation was, but even if he was an outsider, he could tell that it was very dangerous without being really blind. Sitting in the yard at this time seems a little unsafe. Out of fear, Ji Yuan subconsciously stood up, intending to run away, but he did not expect to cause an unexpected change. Ji Yuan's sudden, standing up broad and abrupt into the increasingly fierce struggles of the ferocious ghosts in the courtyard, and shrank back into the spirit net of trapped souls as if they were strongly frightened. Good opportunity. Don't be dazed. Following the roar, Wu Wan had returned to his position. Ghosts make fools of the city god's subordinate officials and underworld servants, but behind the chief officials of the 4th Department under the city god jurisdiction, there began to be a phantom of incense, and his figure seemed to be slightly taller, with his official robes bulging. The giant net shone with gray lights and shrunk. The 4 chief officers waved their hands, and 4 soul-binding locks flew towards each other. When they swung forward, the soul-binding locks seemed to turn into 4 spirit snakes, tightly entangled in the gray light. Online, with the adventure just now, let them understand that even if this vicious ghost is seriously injured, it cannot be easily taken without paying a big price. Yu City God, with the same light as the dust, exorcising evil spirits and binding evil spirits. From the direction of the town god's temple, streams of incense, like smoke, flew towards the courtyard of Ji Yuan, and the four chief officials of the city god's divisions were very imposing. Although my Ning'an County has less than 10,000 people under my jurisdiction, I will not allow you, an evil thing like cholera, to die. The judge's pen, the whip for beating the soul, the picket book, and the Fusho robe, with the help of the right time and place, attack the vicious ghosts with all their strength. Boom! In the courtyard of Ji Yuan, there seemed to be thunder. Ji Yuan has been holding his breath for quite a while. In fact, if he had been pinching the stopwatch, he would have been amazed that his ability to hold his breath had become so strong. It wasn't until the shrill screams of the ghosts in the courtyard became weaker and weaker, until the ghosts finally turned into fly ash, that Ji Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief. It's okay, the righteous side has won. Ji Yuan, with weak legs, sat back on the small chair in front of the house, but when he recovered a little, he felt something was wrong. Looking up, my good fellow, the spirit of the formation in the courtyard has disappeared, and the chief officials of the 4th Division of the City God are all standing in the courtyard facing themselves. Ji Yuan's throat twitched slightly, and he didn't dare to swallow his saliva. Wouldn't he want to kill someone to silence him? After a long time, Magistrate Wu took the lead, and the chief officials of the other 3 divisions and various errands stepped forward one after another. I am blind, and I don't know the identity of an expert. Thank you for your help. A crowd of thanks rang out in unison. Before, I was still wondering if there was an expert crossing the border to destroy evil objects, but I didn't want the expert to sit in the courtyard all the time. The chief officer of the 4th Division didn't say much. Judging from the previous behaviors of the people in the courtyard, they naturally didn't want to be disturbed. So after repeatedly handing over their hands, they led the city god's subordinates to leave Ji Yuan, intending to go to the small pavilion first. Lord Chenghuang will report and make a decision later. Ji Yuan also didn't know what to say to them. He really didn't know much about things like the city god, and after brewing in his mind for a while, he didn't have a clue, so he simply didn't say anything. To be honest, in this situation, I don't want to be a high-ranking person, but this ghost was indeed seriously injured by him, and it wasn't fake. People should accept it and thank them both emotionally and rationally. When the small courtyard returned to tranquility, with only the slight breeze left, Ji Yuan sat on the chair, limply like a dead dog, rubbing his heart that had been severely stimulated again and again. He raised his head and opened his tired eyes and looked at the well in the courtyard again at this moment. The eerie feeling was swept away, and his heart couldn't help but feel more stable. Follow this momentum, and don't have a heart attack someday. After calming down for a moment, Ji Yuan had the energy to think about things. For example, what was originally in the well? Even if you don't know how to do it, you know it's definitely not an ordinary ghost, or why the city god of Ning'an County didn't come in person at such a distance. Maybe there is another reason. The body was very tired, and the spirit was also very tired. Ji Yuan didn't think about it anymore, and chose to go back to his room to sleep. I couldn't sleep before, I didn't rest in the middle of the night, and I was greatly frightened. Now, I lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep in a short while. After this sleep, I slept until dawn and slept until the sun rose. Hey! Yawning and stretching, Ji Yuan got up from the bed and looked in the direction of the doors and windows. Even with the paper on the windows, he could see that the outside was already bright. Putting on his clothes, he moved his body and opened the door, and the slanting sunlight shone on his body, making Ji Yuan feel warm. The spirit is sufficient, and there is no pain or itching in the body. It seems that there should be no sequelae left from last night. Ji Yuan plans to try again later to see if his vital special ability has been affected. The branches of jujube trees in the courtyard swayed slightly, and the sunlight fell through the leaves to the ground, making the eerie feeling of Ji Yuan disappear. As a person with the soul of youth in the 21st century, what do you want to do when you wake up? Brushing your teeth, of course. In the Yunlian before, there would be fresh willow branches and clear water delivered by the inn boy every day, but now he has to do it himself. Looking at the well in the courtyard, thinking about the appearance of that ghost emerging from it last night, Ji Yuan rejected the idea of drawing water from this well in a fraction of a second. Let's use outside water in the future. Ji Yuan felt that even if he was not a clean freak, any friend from his previous life would not use this well. When he went out to the yard, Ji Yuan directly picked up the planks to cover the well and then pressed the stones on it. Looking at the big vat and 2 buckets outside the kitchen door, yes, we have to carry water. I haven't seen pork, I haven't seen pigs running, although I haven't carried water myself. But it's still rare for someone like Ji, who hides from the tiger spirit and stands up to fight back the evil spirit. 10 minutes later, Tianyafang Shuangjingpu. There are 2 large wells with pulley shelves surrounded by many bluestone slabs and water guides. It is a place for ordinary people in Tianyafang to carry water and wash clothes, and it is also a good place to chat and gossip. From a long distance, Ji Yuan heard a lot of people talking about hearing a horrible scream last night, and some people were saying that there was a lot of movement in the direction of Juan Xiaoyi yesterday, and they suspected that someone was going to live in it again. Based on this information, the big movements in the second half of last night should have been blocked by some kind of formation, otherwise the common people could not be so calm. But I was outside the formation last night, but I could hear it. It seems that my ears are not good at hearing. It's just limited to the normal category. Ji Yuan, a stranger in a wide-sleeved robe, came here to draw water, which naturally attracted the attention of the people in Tianyafang, especially some girls and women who were washing clothes. Hearing those whispers and feeling those gazes, Ji Yuan didn't feel embarrassed. On the contrary, he was quite happy. In his previous life, he didn't have such a high rate of turning heads. Thick-skinned people are more likely to be happy. Hey, who is this? I haven't seen it before. It looks really good. Come here to fetch water. Should you live in Tianyafang or nearby? I do not know. The sound of chatting is mixed with the sound of clothes being rubbed and washed and wooden boards being slapped. There are also others chatting about family affairs and passers-by pass by. Ji Yuan rolled up his sleeves and tied his cuffs at the elbows and used a potter's wheel to draw water. The bucket in the well was small, and it took 2 times to fill one of Ji Yuan's buckets. After 4 rounds, the water he brought 2 buckets are filled. During this process, Ji Yuan was also patiently observing the people in Tianyafang. Listening to their parents' gossip, this kind of ancient life atmosphere is much stronger than that in the community in his previous life. Well, people are also a lot of shy. Ji Yuan just turned his head in search of the sound, and those younger girls would turn their heads and dare not look at each other. Ji Yuan filled the bucket, put away the shoulder pole, and walked forward with the burden in a dignified manner. Clatter! The water in the bucket behind directly spilled onto the clothes and robes. Ji Yuan subconsciously wanted to avoid it, but the 2 buckets swayed more violently, and his heel hit the bucket, causing the well water to fly wildly for a while. And at this moment, the already extremely poor eyesight also had a great impact, and the whole person was like a swaying Yanko. Hey, hold on, boom, boom. Both buckets fell, and Ji Yuan's half of his clothes were splashed with water. Ah ha 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 ha. The woman who saw this scene and the passers-by around laughed out loud. He's really a gentleman. Ha ha, Mom, he can't pick water. Oh, I laughed so hard. It's not wobbly to carry water like this, ha. Fuck. I'm ashamed. Facts have proved that carrying water is also a technical job. Even the thick-skinned person who has been tempered for 2 lifetimes by fate, his face is hot at the moment, under the watchful eyes of everyone. This foolishness is really low level. Fortunately, there are no acquaintances now. However, the way to get rid of this kind of embarrassment is actually very simple. As long as you don't feel embarrassed, it's fine. Originally, my eyesight is not good. So what face do I want? So Ji Yuan also shook his head and laughed casually. Ha! Carrying water is not easy. After saying this with a smile, Ji Yuan leaned over and stretched out his hands to grope for the bucket rolled aside and the pole on the ground. This action was very different from normal people and finally made others notice Ji Yuan's eyes. Hey, that person seems to have bad eyesight. Yeah, just now I wonder why he seems to be unable to open his eyes. He still carries water by himself? The laughter was gone, and it seemed that most of the people in Ningen were still simple and would not really laugh at a blind man, except for that dam broker. "This gentleman, let me carry water for you." A crisp voice sounded from the side, and Ji Yuan actually heard footsteps approaching. At this moment, he just touched the pole and looked for his reputation. It was a dark but handsome boy who looked about 11 or 12 years old. Looks pretty? Can see him clearly. Now Ji Yuan couldn't help but face up to this little boy who offered to help. According to the experience of the past 2 days, it seems that what he can see clearly is not too common. "What's your name, little boy? How old are you?" The little boy was a little dazed when he saw Ji Yuan's pale eyes, and it took him a while to react. "My name is Xing. I'm 12 years old. I often help carry water for the family. I'm very strong." Ji Yuan smiled and nodded, then listened to the sound around him, but he didn't find the child's family members nearby, but heard a group of children playing not far away. It seems that Xing came out to play by himself. "Then thank you." It's really embarrassing to ask a child to carry water, but Ji Yuan also wants to use this to observe Xing. It's okay. Just after Ji Yuan finished speaking, Xing had already picked up 2 buckets and a shoulder pole and ran back to the well. It looked like a lively, cheerful, and helpful ordinary child. "Mr. Big, where is your home? Haven't you arrived yet? Do you still want to move forward?" As we walked deeper and deeper towards the east corner of Tianyo Lane with Ji Yuan, the number of people around us began to decrease. "Almost there, right ahead." Ji Yuan looked at this child from time to time and felt that he was very spiritual. After a while, Xing paused outside the courtyard of Juan Xiaoga, looking at Ji Yuan, who also stopped here with a mournful face. "Mr. Big, you live here." This expression looks like Ji Yuan is cute and funny. "Yeah, I live here. I just moved in yesterday." "Why?" Wanting Ziaware helped Ji carry water in. When Xing arrived here, he hesitated. "Mr. Ji, this place, my parents won't let us come near this place." Little Xing didn't know how to describe it to Ji Yuan. If he said it directly, would this gentle-looking gentleman misunderstand? Seeing his embarrassment, Ji Yuan didn't intend to make things difficult for the children anymore. Although he knew that the murderer in this house had been killed by the 4th Division of the City God, others didn't know. "Okay, just put the bucket pole at the door, and I will take it in by myself," Ji Yuan said while smiling, and took the initiative to help Xing unload the shoulder pole. He obviously helped Ji Yuan carry the water for a long distance, but his little face was a little embarrassed. "Mr. Big, you better not live here." "Here." Xing swallowed, looked at the sun in the sky, still a little afraid to stand at the gate of the courtyard and say what was in her heart. The elders in the family have said, don't talk about Juan Xiaoga indiscriminately, especially for the residents inside. It is too taboo. If you are hated by dirty things, it will be over. Seeing that he wanted to say something but didn't dare to say it, Ji Yuan understood somewhat and patted Xing's head. "Call me Mr. Ji. It's rare to have such a warm heart at such a young age. As for this small Juan pavilion, you don't have to worry. I'll be fine living here. Go back. Don't worry your family." "Then, Mr. Ji, I'm leaving." Xing couldn't stand at the door of this small pavilion in Juan. It's pretty good for a child to do what he is doing now. Now he trotted away after saying goodbye. At this moment, Ji Yuan, who was watching Xing leave, suddenly felt something inexplicably and turned his head to look at the other side of the path. Not far away, there was a man who looked like a servant standing there, wearing a white robe and a high crown. His steps gave Ji Yuan a sense of illusion. The key was that there was no sound. Ghost. A ghost that can come out during the day? The servant moved to Ji Yuan's place, bent over, and cupped his hands in front of Ji Yuan. Ningen County City Gods Day Parades Wagwan met Mr. Ji. Ji Yuan didn't feel too scared. Seeing the appearance of the official servant, he guessed that it was the servant of the city god of Ningen County. The short experience last night also gave him a good impression of the city god of Ningen County. As for why he knew his surname Ji, maybe he heard it just now, or maybe he found out by means. "What are you looking for?" Since people have spoken, Ji Yuan is not good at not answering. Not far away, Xing, who hadn't run far, heard Ji Yuan's voice behind him and subconsciously stopped and looked back. Isn't this big gentleman talking to me? Turning around, I saw Ji Yuan alone facing the other direction of the gate of the small pavilion, as if he was talking to someone, but there was no one on the path there. Shivering, Yin Qing fled as if hastily running away. That day Sun answered Ji Yuan's questions respectfully. Master Wang, please go to the temple of the city god, Mr. Ji. If it is convenient for Mr. Ji, you can go now. Now? Going to see the town god of Ning'an County? Ji Yuan, who was calm on the surface, had an inexplicable feeling in his heart that Shengdo Xiaoman was going to meet the big leaders in the city. As for whether to go or not, there was no choice at all. Please wait a moment for the Japanese parade. Let me move these 2 buckets of water in. Please, Mr. Ji. Ji Yuan didn't say anything more, picked up the shoulder pole, hooked the rope hook on it to the bucket, stood up very carefully, and imitated Yin Qing's way, holding the rope back and forth instead of grabbing the pole. Finally, he didn't lose face in front of the parade and safely carried the water to the door of the kitchen in the courtyard. Sun Xuanyo just waited outside the courtyard, watching Ji Yuan struggle to lift the bucket and pour water into the tank. Even a lot of water splashed on Ji Yuan's clothes. He didn't look like a mysterious expert at all. It's just that I don't know why. The more this is the case, the more respectful the Japanese parade is, and they don't even dare to stand too casually. Lord Chengwang said before that those so-called true cultivator disciples of the immortal mansion, who come and go high and high, are domineering and majestic. There are many villains and few gentlemen. Most of them are not high-level people. Back to basics. Call. Ji Yuan put down the bucket, heaved a sigh of relief, and looked at the corner of his cuffs and clothes. It was still what a little while ago. However, he has already figured it out since he fell asleep, and he had no intention of pretending to be an expert in front of the city god, and he is very casual without any burden. Rolling down his cuffs, he casually dusted his front and back with his sleeves. Then Ji Yuan walked out of the courtyard gate, closed the gate, and looked at Sun Parade. Let's go. Troubled Sun Parade will lead the way. I just came to Ning'an County, and I don't know where the town god's temple is. Now Ji Yuan doesn't care whether he brushes his teeth or not. He just leaves. Do justice. Mr. Ji, please. Sun Xuanyo stretched out his hand to invite, but he did not move forward as Ji Yuan worried, but took the lead in moving forward. After Ji Yuan followed him, he slowed down instead. As if he was walking by Ji Yuan's side, Ji Yuan looked at him and couldn't say anything, so he walked forward. At worst, he didn't know him and asked. Walk 100 steps at the first fork in the alley. The daily parade walks quickly to the left, standing sideways and reaching out. Mr. Ji, this way please. A good? When Ji Yuan walked over, Ri Xuanyo was accompanying him again. This is a bit embarrassing. I'm really not a big shot. The attitude of the parade on the day was too good, and Ji Yuan felt extremely awkward. Even Lu Chengfeng was not like that day. In an alley in Tianyafang, the daily parade that is invisible to ordinary people is slowly advancing along with Ji Yuan, who seems quite graceful to the common people. In order to alleviate the embarrassment, Ji Yuan can only try to find a day to chat with the parade. I don't know your surname on the day parade. Although ghosts don't need to breathe, Ji Yuan felt that Rixin seemed relieved. Don't dare to be honored. My surname was Liu before I was born, and my single name is the word Jiang. Oh, Liu Rixin. Don't dare. Ji Yuan felt that this way of speaking was a bit boring, but he had no choice but to do as the Romans did. Liu Rixin was a native of Ning'an, right? Exactly. Before Xiao was born, he was from Xiaxiuan village, Ning'an County. He used to work in Ning'an County's government office. Because of his kindness and responsibility during his lifetime, when he died, he was promoted to be a daily parade by the town god of the county. Now he is 20. It's been 2 years. Ji Yuan saw that the face under the cap of the patrolling officer looked middle-aged, but his heart was not so peaceful. Damn, so I'm afraid that today's parade is much older than my grandfather. Liu Rixin eliminated violence during his lifetime and protected one side after his death. Both Yin and Yang are conscientious as policemen, which is admirable. Although there are deliberate compliments in these words, most of them are sincere. Public servants like Ryu should be respected anywhere, let alone in the big environment of ancient times. Mr. G's absurd praise, absurd praise. That's what he said, but Ji Yuan could see that he was very happy for the day tour. A word of praise and affirmation will not bring much benefit, but it can make good people, no, good ghosts happy. The atmosphere got rid of the embarrassment just now and became harmonious. Ji Yuan was walking, and suddenly his heart moved. He looked at the front corner of the alley, smiled, and continued walking and talking with Rishuan. In the distance ahead, little Inxing's heart was thumping. Her feet let go and she ran without stopping. It's too scary. It's so scary. Mr. Big is walking on his own, and he seems to be chatting with people. Maybe he's chatting with ghosts. The ghost in the small pavilion in Juan came out with the big gentleman. Child's curiosity prompted little Inxing, who thought he was hiding well, to secretly stare at Ji Yuan for a while. But it turned out that the more he looked at it, the more creepy he was, and finally he couldn't help running away. This scared Inxing so much that he didn't dare to go back to find the little friends who came out to play together. What do children do when they are scared? Run home to find their parents. So Inxing did the same, running home panting all the way. Inxing's family is also in Tianyafang. Even if it is at an angle like that of Juan Xiaoga, the straight line distance is actually only a few hundred meters. Yin's house is a small courtyard with low walls, a house with a front hall and a back room. The relatively spacious front hall is separated by a simple screen. Outside the main house, it can be regarded as an average family on the whole. Inxing ran home in one breath, pushed open the courtyard door with a bang, and rushed into the hall, startling Yin's mother, who was weaving at home. Mother, mother. Then, over there's a gentleman. Huh. That gentleman and the ghost, huh? Don't worry. Talk carefully. Mr. Big is not Mr. Big. Yin's mother took out a handkerchief to wipe Inxing's sweat. What a grown man. It's inappropriate to speak incoherently. When the stern voice came, Inxing was taken aback, and even suppressed the previous fear of being a ghost. Daddy, you're at home. Inxing turned his head, only to notice that by the window in the hall, his father was sitting on a chair with a book open. Xinger, your father was elected by Master Zhu and Master Zhou as the teacher of a new school in the county, so he won't have to go to Zhu's mansion to be a private teacher in the future. Master? Really, Daddy? When will it start? Inxing was very excited to hear the news. Of course it's true. It will take a few days, but it won't be too long. Father Yin stroked his beard quite complacently and answered, when the time comes, you will go to school together. Don't mess around outside all day long. Learn the sage's book, and gaining fame in the future is the only way out. Oh, Inxing actually hated reading, but he didn't dare to refute his father. There used to be places to study in Ning'an County, but most of them were private schools run by old scholars with moderate knowledge. And this time the school can be regarded as a relatively formal and high-grade learning place in Ning'an County. In theory, it is only lower than those academies, and the school is for a lower age group, and the academies are for a higher age group. If conditions permit, many families choose to let their children go to a school when they are young, and then go to an academy when they grow up. In Zhaoxian, as an orthodox scholar who has obtained a second-class ranking in the state examination, is definitely the #1 scholar among the scholars in Ning'an County. It is normal for him to be elected as the teacher of the school, and of course he is also proud. By the way, what was the panic just now? Yin Zhaoxian put down the book and looked at Inxing. Oh yes, Daddy, there's a new resident in the small Juan pavilion over there. He is a gentle and kind gentleman, but he talks to the ghosts inside. Hush! Mother Yin covered Inxing's mouth all at once. Is this also nonsense? Yin Zhaoxian's complexion is not very good-looking. Even though he is quite knowledgeable and knows the ignorance of many villagers, he still keeps secrets about Zhu and Xiaoga because the house is really too evil. Then Yin Zhaoxian suddenly realized something, stared at his son, and asked, How do you know? This. Mr. Big's eyesight is not good. Just now, when he was carrying water in Shuangjing Putu, the bucket was knocked over by the water splash. I helped him carry water. Who knew he lived in Anxiage? Inxing lowered his voice with some fear. You went in? Yin's mother asked nervously. Although it should be fine to enter the Anxiao Pavilion on a sunny day, but the place is too evil, and Inxing is a child with a weak temper, so adults can't help being nervous. No, no, Dad and Annie have told me so many times I dare not go in, so I put down the burden at the door, but after I ran away, I saw the old man talking in one direction outside the courtyard. The water was brought into the yard, and then went out, chatting while walking, as if there was something following and talking about life and death. It was scary. I was too scared and ran home. After finishing speaking, Xing asked his father out of fear and curiosity. Father, do you think the ghost from Juan Xiaoga came out with that gentleman? Yin Zhaoxian also got goosebumps when he heard it, and Yin's mother even covered Xing's mouth. Okay, don't go there to play in the future, and about this, don't talk nonsense outside, you know? Oh, I see. Mother Yin hugged Xing and rubbed his head. Master, take Qinger to the town god's temple to pay homage to the lord of the city god. Isn't it bad luck? In the end, it is related to his own son, and Yin Zhaoxian is not pedantic. Some extreme scholars would probably sarcastically say strange powers and chaos, but Juan Xiaoga is more evil. Okay, after lunch, I'll take Qinger to the town god's temple to offer incense sticks. A few years ago, when doing things, a trembling old mage said that the city god of Ning'an County suppressed it. Since then, people in Tianyafang have worshipped the city god very frequently during the New Year and festivals. Ji Yuan traveled through half of Ning'an County with the day parade and arrived at the town god's temple in Mayasafang. After gradually reaching a crowded place, Ji Yuan and the day parade stopped chatting, until arriving in front of the bustling Chenghuang temple. An old man stood in front of a candle stand, and the Japanese parade hurried forward to salute. Master Chenghuang, Mr. Ji is here. Because there are pilgrims and common people shuttling nearby, the old city god just nodded to the parade. The latter floated away on his own with a subordinate resignation. Ji Yuan originally thought that the city god would show up only when he would go to a relatively hidden place in the temple, but he didn't expect the city god to appear outside the temple directly in the form of a mortal old man. He stared blankly at Chenghuang, but with Ji Yuan's half-open eyes, he couldn't tell whether the eyes were gathering or dispersing. There is also a faint sandalwood fragrance on this city god, but it is much lighter than the previous chief officials of the 4th Division. And the city god was also observing Ji Yuan. His eyes were necrotic at a glance, but when Mr. Ji came, he was no different from ordinary people, and his eyes were blind, but there was no sense of cloudiness. Instead, there was a faint sense of confusion. After all, he is not a mortal. It only took a few seconds to observe each other, and then the old man took the lead to break the calm. Ning'an County Town, God Song, Shi Chong, Xie Ji Mr. Gao, help us eradicate evil things. Seeing the old man hand in hand, Ji Yuan didn't dare to trust him. Opposite him was the town god of the county, a big figure like ghosts and gods. My lord Chenghuang has beaten me to shame. I just did some trivial tricks and happened to help the heads of various divisions. It's nothing. Mr. Ji, is too modest. I know that Mr. Ji has not eaten breakfast and has already ordered a table of snacks in the building outside the temple. Let's go over there and talk, please. Ji Yuan also hurriedly imitated Chenghuang and stretched out his hand to invite, and he didn't dare to ask too much. It's better to obey than to be respectful, please. Looking at the bustle and bustle around the temple of the city god, people would come in and out of the temple to worship the city god from time to time, and the city god was by his side. Ji Yuan was more nervous than when he came here. Relax, don't stiffen your legs. If anyone can watch the clay statues in the temple come down to chat with you, they can probably understand how accounting Yuan feels now. Building outside the temple covers an area of about half an acre. It is 3 stories high, and the roof is covered with glazed tiles. It is a famous place for dining and tea in Ning'an County. Ji Yuan walked into the outer building of the temple together with Song Changhuang of Ning'an County, and the inside was already full of 10 seats and 9 full, so it was very lively. Immediately after entering the store, a waiter in the shop enthusiastically stepped forward to inquire. 2 guest officers, please. There are elegant seats on the 2nd and 3rd floors. The 2nd floor is lively and the 3rd floor is quiet. I wonder which floor you 2 want to go to? The waiter in the shop has good eyesight. Of these 2, The old man in black robes is luxurious and graceful, and his hair is clean and tidy with silver threads. Although the younger one beside him has a relatively simple wide-sleeved green robe, and his hair looks a little messy at first glance, but on the whole, it seems to be mixed and natural, and the more you look at it, the more harmonious it becomes. Please take us up to the third floor. The old man's surname is Song. Someone has ordered refreshments for me. Oh, you are finally here. The shopkeeper has asked me 3 times today. Please come with me. The refreshments are ready. The waiter hurriedly invited the two of them upstairs and led the way. Old Cheng Wang and Ji Yuan also smiled and followed. In the seats on the first floor, everyone was chatting and joking, chatting happily, and the overall appearance was very noisy. After stepping on the stairs, the sound on the second floor became more obvious. Speaking of those 9 knights, all of them are young, handsome, and heroic. They are not young, but they have already learned good martial arts, and there is even a heroine who does not give in to men. Take off the list of Ning'an County government and make a little preparation. I have already climbed Nyokue Mountain, and that night was a stormy night. Oops, how bold. No. The sound of storytelling on the second floor and the exclamation below came one after another. When Ji Yuan and old Cheng Wang followed the waiter from the second floor to the stairs on the third floor, they happened to hear the storyteller start to fabricate the process of fighting the tiger. By the way, Hero Du slashed at the fierce tiger with his saber, and the blood of the knife suddenly appeared. Hero Lu descended from the sky with his fist and palm, and he slapped the head of the white tiger with his rock-cracking palm. Ouch! It's blood boiling. Hearing this, Ji Yuan, who had already stepped halfway up the stairs on the third floor, couldn't help but shook his head with a smile. It seems that Mr. Ji is interested in the story of this storyteller. The old city god smiled and asked, "In fact, I've seen the white tiger skin by accident. It is indeed powerful and extraordinary, but there is no knife on it." He said that the book is a folk art which is similar to the drama, and it is a bit of an expansion of the story. It's normal. I'm not very interested. I just happened to hear something interesting. No way. Those 9 young heroes were so frightened in front of Lu Shanjun that they didn't even dare to fart. The contrast with this story was too strong. The old city god was thoughtful, but he didn't ask any further questions. The 3 of them came to the third floor together, and it was obviously quite quiet here, and there were not many people there. They either drank tea and chatted or looked at the scenery outside the building. Come on, 2 guest officers. This is here. Bean curd cake, millet cake, fragrant fruit cake, dumpling porridge, pickled fruit, and candied fruit. And this pre-arranged tea. Please take it easy, you two. Call us anytime you need anything, the waiter in the shop said while pointing to all the refreshments. Okay. Thank you, little brother. Thank you. Ji Yuan and Old City God thanked each other almost at the same time, and then they sat facing each other with a smile. When the waiter left, he scratched his head and thought, these 2 guest officers are really polite. After watching Xiao Air leave, Old Cheng Wang turned his head and spoke. Mr. Ji, try the refreshments in the building outside the temple. The taste is not bad. After doing physical work early in the morning and walking such a long distance, I was already hungry, so I picked up the millet cake and took a bite. The taste is not heavy. The entrance is crunchy, and there is a fresh rice fragrance in the slightly sweet. It's delicious. It's so delicious. Lord Cheng Wang also uses it. Mr. Ji likes it as long as he likes it. I'm a town god in a small county in a remote place. I'm just a clay sculpture with a golden body. I don't have a fleshy body. Ordinary people can use more food to satisfy their hunger. It would be a bit wasteful to eat only their breath. No body? This is an avatar? Ji Yuan couldn't say anything else, so he could only eat by himself. Fortunately, drinking tea didn't seem to have any effect on the other party. After drinking a bowl of Yuanzi porridge and eating a few cakes, Ji Yuan paused temporarily, and the old city god just put down his teacup and turned his gaze back from the scenery outside the building. Mr. Ji is helping our Ning'an County get rid of the serious trouble this time. The old city god recalled it 7 years ago. The earth dragon in Desheng Mansion turned over and gave birth to the evil spirit of the earth veins. The old city god sighed when he said this. The underground water veins are inherently een, and this evil spirit came out of a mass grave in the west of the county. It was affected by the deadly energy and turned into this ominous thing. As the city god of this county, Song was naturally aware of this matter. I personally led the subordinates of the various departments to suppress it. Unexpectedly, the monster is very strange. I don't know whether it is devouring the een spirit or there is another reason, but it has already given birth to wisdom. As the old city god came slowly, Ji Yuan gradually understood the cause and effect. The evil spirit from the earth seemed to be domineering in the first place, and the ghost that had been born with spiritual wisdom pretended to be stupid and deceived the city god. At a critical moment, it swallowed the chief officers of the Department of Quick Report and the Department of Yin and Yang, and detonated the evil force of the earth to seriously injure the body of the city god. Fortunately, although the old city god suffered a great loss, after all, Jiang was still old and hot. When he was attacked by the earth evil, he decisively lost the essence of the incense and golden body and fought back fiercely, severely wounding the newly born spiritual intelligence of the fierce creature. Although the murderer escaped in that battle, the city god sacrificed the city god's crown and collected all the evil spirits in it. Based on this, he found the hiding place of the murderer again. It was the well in Juan Xiaoga. It is to use the een to lock the een, temporarily seal it deep in the well, and wait for the Changhuang to recover from his injury, and then choose an opportunity to eradicate it. Hearing this process, Ji Yuan wanted to break out in a cold sweat. Although the old city god didn't say it clearly, but Ji Yuan's understanding was that if this ferocious creature escaped at that time, then Ning'an County would be in bad luck, and it might be a snowball effect a greater disaster occurred. As for the residents of Juan Xiaoga, the accidents of the first two households were actually due to natural fate, not the influence of the evil thing. When the third household was a scholar, the evil thing might have recovered, and it was able to go out to lock the soul for a short time. The location not far from the well scared the scholar to death. Lands like City God only have their own constraints. Although they protect one side, they cannot directly affect the world. So since then, the city god spread rumors that the Xiaoga was not safe in the county by means of entrusting dreams, and it really prevented anyone from staying in it. But it was unexpected that Ji Yuan would run into him again. But this opportunity is rare, and the old city god couldn't wait any longer. So he dispatched capable subordinates, and he himself sat in the temple to mobilize the incense accumulated in the temple at any time. It's a big deal. After listening to the ins and outs of the whole incident, I couldn't help but make a joke when I was afraid. I'm the last unlucky guy in Juan Xiaoga. The old city god also laughed. Ha ha ha. Mr. Ji was joking. It was the evil thing that was unlucky to meet Mr. Yu. After saying this, the old city god looked at Ji Yuan, who was chewing on the bean curd cake, hesitated for a moment, and asked, I don't know where Mr. Ji came from. Why did he come in Ning'an County? Here comes the philosophy of life torture. Ji Yuan thought about this question, but he didn't know how to answer it. He definitely couldn't talk about what happened in his previous life. In this life, Ji Yuan wanted to know what happened to the beggar before. As for why he came to Ning'an County, besides this, it seems that I have no other place to go for the time being. Ji Yuan smiled awkwardly. He didn't know where to start, and this kind of thing was related to his biggest secret, so it's better not to talk about it. Seeing that Ji Yuan heard this question, the old Changhuang just smiled and said nothing, and knew that the other party probably didn't want to talk about it. It doesn't matter. Mr. Ji doesn't want to say it or not. Mr. Ji is natural, modest, and polite, and he is kind to me in Ning'an County. This alone is enough. From Ji Yuan's point of view, the city god invited him to come. Thanking him was one aspect, and the dispensable investigation was another aspect. By the way, is Mr. Ji planning to live in Ning'an County permanently? This question can be answered by fate. If there are no other changes, I will temporarily live in Ning'an County for a period of time. After thinking about it, Ji Yuan felt that it would be better for him to be more frank. Although he felt that ghosts like the old city god should be able to see clearly, he continued to add this sentence just in case. Actually, I'm not a person of good morals, and it was just a coincidence that I accidentally injured that evil spirit. There are many things I want to ask Lord Chenghuang for advice. Mr. Ji has something to say, but it's okay to say. The first half of Ji Yuan's sentence was directly ignored, and the appearance of powerlessness and divine light revealed nothing at all. And it happened to be lucky enough to injure an evil thing. Ghosts. I don't know if Master Chenghuang understands the cultivation methods of the world. The kind of personal cultivation. After Ji Yuan asked nervously, he specially added, after all, what attracts him the most in this world? Isn't it just these magical and magnificent things? Isn't it just the desire to fly to the sky and live forever? Old city god frowned and thought about it seriously. Song is just a town god of small county. The way of burning incense and golden body can be regarded as borrowing the power of sentient beings. He has no need for ordinary methods of practicing qi and comprehension. It is impossible for him to have any precious and true methods of cultivation. Learning, there are some in the underworld under my jurisdiction. Ji Yuan was immediately disappointed. There was nothing he could do. However, there is no mystery in the real method. I still know a little about the ordinary method of guiding qi, but this kind of method is relatively superficial, so it may be useless to Mr. Ji. Right? Why is it useless? Better than nothing. To be honest, I don't even have such a superficial method. If it is convenient for the Lord Chenghuang, can I let Ji borrow it? There are also those mortal martial arts. I also want to take a look. I've done you a big favor. You old man won't refuse this little request, will you? Although Ji Yuan was blind, he stared at the old city god motionless, making the latter feel an inexplicable and strange gaze. Ugh, what's the difficulty for Mr. Ji to take a look? I will order someone to send all the books to Juan Xiaoga. Ji Yuan is happy now. Okay, thank you, Lord City God. This old city god is very talkative, and part of the biggest concern has been resolved. Ji Yuan also wants to ask other things that are difficult to understand in the mortal world. Master Chenghuang, as far as you know, what are the immortal sects of Lingshan days? What qualifications do they need to recruit disciples? Ji Yuan asked very modestly, but Old City God felt a little strange when he heard it. Why does Mr. Ji keep asking common-sense questions? Is this person really as he said? Not some kind of expert? But no matter what the other party's specific footsteps are, it is a fact that they helped Ning'an County. So what about weird and common-sense problems? The Old City God also relaxed his mind, stroked his beard, and pondered before answering slowly. My Ning'an County is small and sparsely populated, and I have very few sources of information from the outside world. As far as I know, there is no immortal mansion in Dishing Mansion where Ning'an County is located, and the only leader in Jizhou is Yuhuai Mountain. It is rumored that there is even a mountain seal talisman hidden in Yuhuai Mountain, which can determine the position of a mountain. As for how they recruit disciples, Song does not know the truth, but Song is ignorant about the affairs of other states and other countries. There is a rumor that Yinxin does not know Xinxiao Island and Wushuang Longjian Mountain. Ji Yuan was still stunned by the matter of Yuhuai Mountain just now and granted a talisman. Fengshan God, what about the court? This question was almost blurted out after the old Chenghuang paused. Heavenly court? I don't know where the immortal mansion Mr. Ji is talking about. The old city god frowned. It sounded like he had a lot of background. He dared to use the sky as a foil and the court to crown him. Ji Yuan immediately realized that there is no heaven. Originally, there was a city god who thought there would be a heaven after hearing the decree from the mountain god. But now it seems that there is no such thing, so the so-called immortals here are what ordinary people think of as immortals. The old city god's problem still has to be perfunctory. Oh, it's nothing. This is a powerful fairy mansion I heard before, and it can also seal the gods of mountains and rivers. Don't blame the old city god. So that's the case. It must be extraordinary. That's right. It's so extraordinary. It scares you to death when you say it. After ignoring the matter of the heavenly court, Ji Yuan asked a lot about the world of cultivation, not only involving monsters and ghosts, but also insinuating that there is no unified hell except for the city gods and ghosts in various places. Weak. Generally speaking, the information made Ji Yuan understand the world of practice, and at the same time, he had more questions, and what the old city god knew was really limited. Ji Yuan frowned and thought for a long time. His mind was a little confused, so he simply put these aside for the time being. Now that he thinks about these things, it's like moving the heart of the country, so let's understand some other things first. After calming down, Ji Yuan spoke again. Ji also wants to ask some stupid questions. I hope Lord Chenghuang won't make fun of him. But it's okay to talk. Song knows everything. After so many problems, the old city god was a little surprised. Ji would like to ask, what country are we in? What dynasty and generation is it? And what is the situation in other countries? How many times have you experienced dynasty changes in history? This question, the old city god was taken aback when he heard this, and then his expression became inexplicably serious. Just now, it's fine if you don't know anything about cultivation in the weird fairy mansion, but now you even ask about mundane matters like dynasties and countries? The former is indeed out of reach for ordinary people, and anyone with a little knowledge or even a little common sense will understand. Is Ji Yuan uneducated or common sense? Through previous contacts, the old city god knew that this Mr. Ji was definitely not a man with no ink in his chest, and he spoke clearly and politely, and he also had unique and incisive opinions on many things in the small talk. It is impossible for such a person to say that they have not read the book, but sometimes their speaking habits are a little weird. Suddenly, the old city god thought of a possibility and couldn't help shaking slightly. Before Song Shichong was alive, when he was a court official, he once read a fairy tale. Although it was written by mortals with imagination, the content of the story is full of wit, which is still fresh in Song Shichong's memory. There is a story in it with such a sentence at the beginning. Laughing and waking up to play games, I don't know a dream for 1,000 years. Master City God, Lord City God? Ji Yuan yelled twice. Why did the city god start to be dazed? Is it because he asked too stupid a question? Oh, Mr. Ji, please listen to me. Old Chenghuang didn't realize that he subconsciously changed the tone of his speech. Ji Yuan understands that the questions he asked are stupid, but these are things that must be clarified sooner or later, and everyone who asks them is asking. It's just that why did the old city god become inexplicably respectful again? This is a very subtle feeling. It seems that the old city god's speech is not as casual as before. The old city god explained some of the history he knew in detail in an orderly manner, interspersed with some unofficial histories of various dynasties in his country, as well as some mountains and rivers and surrounding customs, and also intentionally added some known place name changes. Different from the previous confusion about fairy and monster things, this narration obviously gave Ji Yuan a clearer understanding of the world, at least at the mortal level. The country we are in now has a vast territory with a total of 13 prefectures. Dajin of this dynasty has survived for 200 years and has passed on to the 8th generation of Emperor Yuanda. He has experienced 9 dynasties including Wu, Tong, Chu, and Quan. And further ahead is part of the territory of a huge dynasty. The old city god paused slightly when he narrated, and then spoke. According to historical records, that great dynasty was named Great Zhou. De Zhou? Ji Yuan was obviously refreshed, but he just smiled and passed away. This so-called Great Zhou is not the same as what he imagined, from mountains and rivers to geography to historical changes. The old city god stroked his beard and nodded. That's right, but the ruling and opposition period is too long, and the changes in the world are hard to describe even for mere locals. The size of the world is even more difficult to describe in thousands of words. What's more, as the saying goes, there is a sky beyond the sky, and everything is hard to know. Ji Yuan also nodded in agreement. What Lord Chenghuang said is absolutely true. From the communication gap just now, Ji Yuan learned that the position of city god is the most entangled god position in the world, and it also changes the most frequently. Taking Ning'an County as an example, the last generation of Ning'an County city god was still surnamed Li. Later, in the current dynasty, the old system was overthrown. In addition, Ning'an County had a Song Shichong who was an official in the dynasty. He is the city god of Ning'an County, and ordered local officials to build temples and ancestral halls. As for the original old city god, if his practice is deep, he can find another way out. If his own cultivation is not good, he can only lose a little bit of incense power, and it is also possible to dissipate. This is not to say that the emperor in this world has the power to confer with his words, as he says, and it is only the willingness of the people to offer incense and sacrifice to all of this in the end. Of course, it is normal that many city gods have not changed after several dynasties. One is that the emperors in the world are not so free, which is a way of chasing meritorious ministers. Even so, the world's city gods and their dynasties are both prosperous and damaged. Although yin and yang are separated, most city gods will try their best to protect the people on one side of the water and soil and avoid evil spirits and chaos. After all, most of those who can be named city gods, whether they're granted by the emperor or recommended by the people to build temples, are famous and expected to have virtue, and it is also related to their own cultivation. But just like the officials in the Yang world can't take care of everything, the city god can't check all the monsters and evil things hiding, not to mention that sometimes they see a. What's interesting is that although the relationship between the city god and the dynasty is considered close, they are not the emperor's courtiers after all. To put it bluntly, even if they're dignitaries of the dynasty, most of them are nothing more than ordinary people. The words are just the biography in the clay sculpture book in the temple. Ji Yuan and the old Cheng Huang chatted and drank tea on the third floor of the building outside the temple, admiring the scenery outside the building. The time passed unknowingly under the harmonious conversation, and it was noon in a blink of an eye. Ji Yuan got a lot of key information, and the old city god consciously had a certain understanding of this Mr. Ji, so the chat was about the same for this day. Originally, the old city god suggested that Ji Yuan have lunch in the temple building, but while eating and chatting, this table of snacks and cakes lasted until noon, and he didn't feel like having lunch at all. Naturally, the two left the building outside the temple to prepare to part. Master Cheng Huang, thank you for your hospitality today. Where is Mr. Ji? It is a blessing to Ning'an County that Mr. came to live here for a short time. The books needed by Mr. will be sent to Juan Xiaoga as soon as possible. Please rest assured. Thank you, Lord Cheng Huang. Okay, then let's talk about another day. Let's say goodbye for now. While speaking, the old city god had already slightly bowed his hands towards Ji Yuan, and Ji Yuan also bowed his hands and said goodbye. Let's talk about it another day. After saluting and nodding to each other, the old city god walked towards the temple of the city god with a free and easy gait, while Ji Yuan watched the old city god go halfway before turning back with a smile. Although the town god's temple is a lively place, the temple fairs are all at night, and he doesn't need to go to burn incense. It is only reasonable to go home, brush his teeth, and wait for the book to come to his door. I don't know if the book sent by Cheng Huang is special. Can I read it directly with my almost blind eyes? At the entrance of an alley not far away, Yin Zhaoxian was about to walk out holding Yin Qing's hand, but Yin Qing suddenly held his father's hand tightly and refused to leave. Feeling being held back by his son, Yin Zhaoxian frowned and turned to look at Yin Qing. What's wrong? Daddy, over there, that big gentleman is over there. Mr. Big? Yin Zhaoxian looked towards the building outside, the temple pointed by his son. He didn't know who the so-called Mr. Da was, but his attention was immediately attracted by Ji Yuan and the old Cheng Huang. Qinger, which Mr. Big are you talking about? Have you seen it clearly? Don't admit it wrong. The one in the green robe, and the one who is holding hands with that old gentleman. I can see it clearly, and I will definitely not admit my mistake. Yin Qing hid behind his father, bared his head, and looked out of the alley, looking at both Ji Yuan and the old man. Yin Zhaoxian looked at the two people outside the building outside the temple. They were already separated. One was heading towards the town god's temple, while the other was leaving from another road. It seemed normal, but since the son was very afraid, a father would still be concerned about his son's feelings. Okay, I'm leaving. Let's go to the town god's temple. Yin Zhaoxian sighed, and now he suddenly felt that his son might have been blinded by it before. The two of them were very face-to-face, but their demeanor was outstanding, and they didn't look like speculative people. Who is this old man? I should recognize all the famous people in Ning'an County. Could it be that he is also a foreigner? Holding Qing's hand, they walked out of the alley and headed to the temple of the city god. The father and son could still see the old man in black robe who handed over to Ji Yuan in front of him. Both father and son were in a certain subtle state of mind, and they both sped up their steps a little, as if they wanted to get closer to the old gentleman. Sell incense, the best sandalwood. Go to the temple to worship the city god. Offer 3 sticks of incense and sell the best sandalwood. There are vendors selling sandalwood at the gate of the temple. Give me 3 sticks of incense. Okay, here, be careful not to break it. Yin Zhao first gave the vendor a penny, and from paying the bill to receiving the incense, his eyes were mainly on the old man in front of him. And after receiving the incense, he took Qing to the temple. Huh? Missing? Qinger, did you see where he went just now? No, I haven't seen him since I entered the temple. Daddy, could it be a ghost? What nonsense! This is the temple of the city god. Yin Zhaoxian severely criticized Qing and then dragged him to the main hall. This town god's temple is not big. The front hall is where the city god's divisions are, and the main hall is where the city god is. Maybe the old man went directly to the main hall. However, after passing through the front hall, the old man was also not seen. There were not too few, but not many people who came and went to burn incense and worship the city god. The wooden door is closed, doesn't look like someone is going out, and it is Miao Zhu's residence over there, so no one will pass by casually. It's weird. Even in the town god's temple, Yin Zhaoxian was a little nervous. Qinger, let's pay homage to Master Qinhuang. Yin Zhaoxian threw away the wild thoughts in his heart, took Qing into the main hall, and received incense candles from the side temple to light sandalwood. First, sandalwood was planted on the incense burner mountain, and then the father and son knelt on the cushions and prayed devoutly. After worshiping the city god, when Yin Zhaoxian got up to leave, he found that Qing was still kneeling there, staring blankly at the clay sculpture of the city god. What's the matter, Qing? Daddy, it seems. Qing, like what? Yin Zhaoxian raised his head, following Qing's line of sight, and the calm and coercive statue of the city god sat in front of the stage, and an inexplicable sense of familiarity rose in his heart. Daddy, let's go home. Qing was a little afraid to speak. Yin Zhaoxian didn't point it out, pulled his son up, and walked out of the temple in silence. Passing by many pilgrims coming and going in and out of the town god's temple, and not squinting at the various commodities yelling and selling outside the temple, Master Yin's footsteps were faster than when he came. It wasn't until he left my Asifang that Yin Zhaoxian slowed down his slightly sore feet. Qing, what did you just say? Qing answered with some trepidation, facing his father's gaze. The appearance of that old gentleman just now is similar to that of the city god in the temple. Daddy, I am not mistaken or talking nonsense. Yin Zhaoxian responded softly, making Qing, who was about to be criticized by his father, a little dazed. As a father, I actually felt a little familiar just now, but I'm not sure. Normal people would not pay attention to Master Qinhuang's face when worshiping the city god. In addition, the old gentleman just saw it a few times and didn't remember his appearance clearly. Yin Zhaoxian was not sure, but Qing remembered it clearly. Qinger, you can't tell anyone what happened today? Not even your mother. Have you written it down? Oh, remember, Daddy? Qing was a bit puzzled. Why couldn't even Yang say anything, but she didn't dare to talk back to her father? Well, Qinger, you have to remember that women have long hair but short knowledge. Your mother is better, but she is not good enough. When chatting with neighbors, everything will come out. Now Qing seemed to understand something. By the way, when you see the gentleman you mentioned in the future, you must salute and say hello. Have you made a note? Well, remember it. Yin Zhaoxian led Qing home, thinking in his heart that if nothing happened to the new residents of Juan Xiaoga for half a month, he would bring Qing to visit in person. Some people believe in the theory of ghosts and gods, some people sneer at it, and there are many people who pass it on by word of mouth, but few who have seen it with their own eyes. With a heart of awe, but for Yin Zhaoxian, this time, it was really a bit mysterious. Ji Yuan has already arrived home, even though he didn't lock the yard and back room when he went out, not only because there is nothing to steal, but also because no thief dares to come to Juan Xiaoga to steal anything. Push open the door, take out willow branches folded on the road from the sleeve pocket, roll up the sleeves, and start the late brushing exercise. Brushing teeth is one of the most inconvenient things that Ji Yuan finds after coming here. Willow branches are not used casually. Brush your teeth everywhere in the same way, and then use thinner new willow branches to pick between your teeth. After tinkering for a long time, Ji Yuan picked up the wooden ladle and poured half of the water into his mouth. A-boo-boo-boo, but he spat out a mouthful of green mouthwash and rinsed his mouth several times before he felt clean. In fact, the effect of using salt is better, but salt is expensive. If it is not a high-ranking person, it is too wasteful to use it to brush teeth, and Ji Yuan feels it is not qualified for such a luxury. After brushing his teeth, Ji Yuan felt that he might have nothing to do for a long time in the day. There was no internet or mobile phone, and no acquaintance to chat with. It was meaningless to go out, unless it was a temple fair at night, but he could still go shopping. It's like a lonely old man. How did my grandfather and uncle pass the time before? As soon as I thought of the question, an answer jumped into my mind. Play chess. And this is also related to his greatest reliance. So Ji Yuan couldn't help but rejoice that he just asked about the old city god's chess record. Thinking of this, Ji Yuan sat on the stone bench in the courtyard, stretched his right arm, pinched his sword finger, and visualized the chess piece in his heart. After the familiar electric, tingling sensation rose, phantoms of chess pieces also appeared at the tip of the sword. Black. Ji Yuan's heart was shocked. The original chess piece had a faint sense of illusion. It was difficult to distinguish between a white piece and a black piece. But at this moment, the chess piece is still illusory, but it is already a black piece. Not only did the color turn black, but the sunspot at the fingertips at this time had a feeling of getting closer to the sense of substance. And Ji Yuan couldn't help but wonder if this piece could really fall onto the chessboard. As for the reason for this change, it probably has something to do with the finger on that evil thing last night. Reminiscent of the cold feeling that the thing was attached to the arm at that time, it is not difficult to deduce what was absorbed by the chess piece. Shame? Earth vein? Evil spirit? It can't be hostility, right? First try to see if you can still absorb the spiritual energy. In fact, Ji Yuan had a strange feeling before. Usually holding pieces and gathering spirits seems to be some kind of suction of chess pieces, but it never absorbs aura or absorbs very little. It needs to be figured out later. Putting aside the unreasonable things for the time being, Ji Yuan got rid of distracting thoughts and began to visualize the Lanke chess game in his heart. With fewer and fewer distracting thoughts and more devotion, the small courtyard began to blow. The wind is not strong, but it is continuous, surrounding Ji Yuan for a distance of 10 feet, and the aura of green spirit gathered from all directions. Yes, around the sunspots, gradually thicker greenery gathers. Okay, very good. This time no one disturbed. Ji Yuan tried to see if he could have a limit. Woo-woo. The wind was still the same size, but it seemed that Ji Yuan heard the sound of the wind. The branches and leaves of the jujube trees in the yard were swaying, and the rustling sound was scattered with the wind. As for Ji Yuan's fingertips, apart from a little black in the center, a large group of green spirit energy has gathered, and its range is half the length of a person, showing a whirlwind slowly turning. At this point, Ji Yuan couldn't hold it anymore. His spirit began to tingle, and his arms were as heavy as if he was lifting a heavy barbell. There must be a degree in everything, and people like Ji Yuan who are so life-threatening don't even dare to absorb so much spiritual energy. Dissipate some first, and then absorb it when it becomes thinner. First, to think about it, to visualize the chess game, the surrounding green aura still disintegrated a little bit, turning into a series of auras that circulated in the courtyard, until only 1/3 of it was left. Ji Yuan finally thought about it. Ziz. At first, there was a feeling of electric shock, and then the fingertips were sore, and the aura of green spirit flowed in, and the soreness also climbed along the arm. Hiss! Ji Yuan stood up almost like a conditioned reflex. Hold back. This is an extremely uncomfortable feeling. It is a signal that the body is overwhelmed. If you eat too much supplements, it will become poison. Fortunately, you have developed a good endurance in the mountain temple before, so you can bear this pain. Ji Yuan kept his mind following the qi, trying not to keep the aura at one point, but guiding it around in the body, slowly reducing the pressure. It took about 10 minutes before the pain began to ease, and Ji Yuan was already trembling, with some involuntary slight convulsions. Fortunately, I was smart enough to dissipate most of the green aura first. Otherwise, it would be too stupid to kill myself like this. After another 10 minutes passed, all the reactions in the body subsided. pH. Ji Yuan gasped for breath to ease his heartbeat and tired body, and sat down on the stone table lazily, not wanting to move. Feeling the surrounding wind is slowly dissipating. The branches and leaves of the jujube trees in the courtyard are swaying happily. Due to exhaustion, Ji Yuan leaned against the stone table and fell asleep unknowingly. During the rest, his body was like a tree branching in spring. A form like smoke drifts out from the body, making Ji Yuan return to comfort. "Mr. Ji, I brought you the booklet." A faint voice came from outside the courtyard, and Ji Yuan, who was half asleep and half awake, squinted his eyes to look in the direction of the courtyard door. "It's Lou Rickson. Please come in. I'm a little tired, so I won't come out to open the door. Anyway, they're all ghost bodies, so why not enter?" And Ji Yuan feels that he and old Lou are also familiar. 2-day parades outside the courtyard, for errands with big black umbrellas looked at each other in blank dismay, then slowed down and walked through the courtyard gate of Juanxiaoga. Lord Chengwang personally ordered that the county's errands should not disturb the quietness of Juanxiaoga, and you must respect the owner of the small pavilion. Ji Yuan sat up and looked at the crowd of errands who entered the small courtyard. So many came. Looking at the sun in the sky, the 2-day parade should be due to some ability in my job, and the rest is probably due to the big umbrella. The 4 men under the umbrella in the back all carried a bamboo box. As they entered, the small courtyard was obviously much colder. "Mr. Ji, this is the book that the Lord Chengwang ordered me to bring. Where do you think it should be placed?" Ji Yuan couldn't wait any longer, pointed to the side of the stone table, and said, "Just put it here." However, these bookcases and books all came through the door following these errands, so there is no entity, right? Fortunately, it turned out that it was too much to worry about. The 4 errands untied the bookcases on their backs, and the 2-day tours reached under the umbrella cover to grab the bookcases and put them gently on the table. Ji Yuan could hear the sound of the bookcase touching the ground when it was put down. It was definitely the sound of the real thing. It must have just been similar to the rumored ghost transporting method in the previous life. "Mr. Ji, the book has been delivered, and I will leave." "Okay, thank you all." Ji Yuan turned his attention back from the book, bowed his hands to the other errands politely, and the other party naturally did not dare to neglect to return the salute, and then walked out through the door. After all, they're all ghosts. Even if they are destined for others, they have no intention of keeping them politely. After all the errands left, Ji Yuan relaxed to look at the 4 boxes of books and immediately went over to carry one of the boxes to the stone table. It's slightly heavy in the hand, but it feels like it's not heavy enough for Ji Yuan. Such a big bamboo bookcase should be heavy if it's full of books. When I opened the bookcase, I didn't see stacks of books as I imagined in my blurred vision, but something that looked like a cylinder. Reach out and touch your own concept in your heart. Bamboo slips. Ji Yuan took out one of the bamboo slips, weighed it in his hand, and then slowly unfolded it. The old city god has a heart. These bamboo slips are different from books written with ordinary brushes. The characters on them are all engraved, and Ji Yuan's finger gently strokes the bamboo slips, and he can read the content on them naturally. Regardless of whether the old city god is intentional or unintentional, the fate is still sympathetic. It seems that there is no need to find someone to help. It was already late at night, but Ji Yuan didn't feel sleepy. As a person with similar day and night vision, naturally there is no need to light candles. From noon to now, Ji Yuan has been reading in the courtyard. Sometimes I hold the bamboo slips, sometimes I spread the bamboo slips on the stone table, and use my index finger to trace each word carefully. The characters engraved on the bamboo slips are very thin and small, which allows each bamboo slip to hold a lot of characters, and Ji Yuan reads very slowly and fine. The content inside is a field that Ji Yuan has never been exposed to, and it is the content that makes any youth in the technological age extremely greedy. Now Ji Yuan is actually too excited. I'm a fucking genius to have such a strong comprehension. Ji Yuan found that he could understand those obscure languages. The last few times when the absorbed Qing Ling Qi moved through the body, the so-called meridians and acupoints were all clearly perceived. What was unknown was the name and understanding of these acupoints and meridians, and these could be learned in the book. Arrive. Ji Yuan reads very slowly, not wanting to make a mistake, and will keep turning back to the previous paragraph to combine his understanding when he sees the latter paragraph. Yin and Yang, 5 elements, 8 wilderness and 6 unions. Feel the agility of everything in the mountains, rivers, waters, and swamps. Receive the aura of heaven and earth. Cleanse your body and practice to cultivate truth. The book in Ji Yuan's hand is a Qi Dao Ju. The name is very simple, and it is indeed a very common thing. It is a fairly common basic practice in the practice world. There are many of the same type. Among them are more detailed high-end goods. But for ordinary people, and even the rich and powerful in the world, it is still unattainable. For Ji Yuan, this is also the most precious treasure, and it is the enlightenment book for him to step into practice from now on. Now that we have come to this world, who doesn't want to be different? Who doesn't want to live forever? It turns out that the first time I saw the mountain and river scenery in the inn was not because I was too special, but because it was the first time to receive aura. The inner scene that each person sees will be different. For example, some people see the meridian like a river, while others see it like a raging fire. This is related to their own aptitude and their own state of mind. There are not many people who can see this kind of vision in the body, and some people tend to be highly regarded by their teachers and have more expectations. Although it is not absolute, the achievements of such people are often more promising. I'm indeed a genius. Ji Yuan couldn't help but smile when he saw this, and then retracted the smile a few seconds later, because the book said that the purer the strange scenery he saw, the better, for example, seeing the white snow and the raging fire, etc. Very good. The more complicated it is, the worse it is. Ji Yuan thought for a while. He seemed to see the beautiful scenery of heaven, earth, mountains, and rivers. This is already too complicated. Forget it. Don't think about it. Dao Qi Ju studied until midnight, and Ji Yuan had almost thoroughly understood the contents of Dao Qi Ju. In addition to several book boxes, there was also a volume of essentials of skills, which summarized some common skills and included several kinds of skills. There are no comprehension books other than small spells, and the remaining bamboo slips are some martial arts cheats and chess records. Try it. Whispering to himself, Ji Yuan sat on the stone bench and relaxed his body and mind. There's a big world outside and a small world inside the body. Every tiny meridian and acupoint of the human body to every viscera corresponds to the mysteries of yin and yang, 5 elements, the stars and the stars between the heavens and the earth. Ji Yuan exhales slowly. The breath enters the chest and abdomen. The body rolls and extends to the limbs and bones. The consciousness is vague. It seems to flow in the body with the breath, and it seems to be exhaled with the breath, spreading the vast world around the body range, so as to feel the agility between heaven and earth. The secret method of guiding Qi Ju, transformation of heaven and earth. No matter what kind of spells they are practicing, no matter whether they are in the wonderland of the immortal mansion or the ordinary mountains, or there are people who yearn for longevity and long-term vision. How many people are stuck in this first level? But Ji Yuan gradually got better without knowing it, and he didn't feel the difficulty of this level at all. Ji Yuan feels that the feeling at this moment is actually very close to the miraculous feeling when receiving the spiritual energy into the body for the first time, but the infinitely expanding body and the world at that time are the inner scene of the body, while the diffusion of consciousness flow at this moment is the metamorphosis to the real scene. It seems that there is nothing, and it seems to be everywhere. The so-called state of spiritual energy floating between heaven and earth can be seen by Ji Yuan. It was like turning into a magnet in the midst of thoughts. The aura was attracted and gathered bit by bit, and finally gathered around Ji Yuan, seeping into the body from the skin surface of the whole body. There is no itching or soreness, just like spring rain falling on the earth, moistening things silently, bringing only comfort and freshness to Ji Yuan. The volume is not as large as before, but it is very comfortable and fit, and even more pure. Ji Yuan faintly feels that this is the right way to absorb the aura. However, the existence of the Jizi style, named by Ji Yuan himself, gave Ji Yuan the confidence to improve the efficiency of his practice. Oh! Before dawn, the crowing of cocks was already ringing out one after another. In the courtyard of Juan Xiaoga, Ji Yuan, who was reading a book, realized that the whole night had passed. During the period between the third watch and the fourth watch, Ji Yuan had been practicing the heaven and earth metamorphosis of Dao Qi Ju, which also allowed his body to be nourished by all-round spiritual energy. During this process, Ji Yuan also tried to gather qi once, but this time he chose to expel all the aura and then absorbed it with the qi Dao Ju. In this way, a higher concentration of spiritual energy was gathered in the small courtyard. And while the efficiency of the qi guiding art was greatly improved, Ji Yuan himself did not feel any pain or burden. It's just that this method has a limit after all, or in other words, Ji Yuan believes that his current body has a limit after all. When he reached the fourth watch, Ji Yuan could feel that the aura that the body could hold had reached the limit, and the aura was accumulated in various parts of the body, slowly tempering the body with an extremely low efficiency. This point of fate is also very helpless. He only has one Qi Dao Ju, and he doesn't have any Qi Ju at all. There's only so much he can do, which is much better than holding his own and gathering Qi. So I continue to pick up the bamboo slips and read another book related to self-cultivation. This is a bamboo slip about some spells. Most of the content of the whole article talks about the common types of spells, such as 5 elements, yin and yang, lightning, strange spells and illusory attributes, and some special spells, such as entering a dream and drawing the soul, and such as the magical jisen, etc. Also mention things related to Shinto, such as the gods of incense and fire, and the gods of mountains and rivers. But because this book itself is only 2 volumes of bamboo slips, no matter how small the characters are, the content is actually limited, and it is equivalent to doing a science popularization on the various types mentioned. Then at the end, some small tricks are also recorded. There are 2 simple tricks in total, the small fire control technique in the fire movement, and the small water avoidance technique in the water movement. Even if Ji Yuan has not practiced Qi Jue, these basic techniques are enough to perform with the unrefined aura, but it is only the basis for performing it, and Ji Yuan still needs to learn and master, so there's no way to try it immediately up. These bamboo slips are the foundation, but they allow Ji Yuan to open the door to a real new world, bringing him unprecedented excitement and anticipation. Ji Yuan at this moment is like the child who pestered his uncle and grandpa to tell stories when he was young, full of longing for this world with all kinds of magic. Drowsiness? Sorry, that thing doesn't even exist now. Oh. The rooster crowing this time is very close to Juan Xiaoga. It should be that the roosters in the chicken coop nearby have also started to crow. I watched it all night without knowing it. The breeze was blowing, bringing Ji Yuan the coolness of early spring. He knew that he was still far away, at least far from reaching the level where the cold and heat would not invade. The branches of the jujube tree in the courtyard are rustling and dancing with the breeze. Ji Yuan looked up at this jujube tree, which is not young. It must be the harvest season, and it must be fruitful. In this world, unless you really reach the level of contact with the fairy house, you don't even think about eating off-season vegetables and fruits. So Ji Yuan is also looking forward to this fresh and sweet jujube. Just you read the book with me all night. It's not bad. I'm not very lonely." Ji Yuan comforted himself, smiled, gently put down the bamboo slip in his hand, and stretched his body in the courtyard. The two most important books have been read all night. Out of the consideration of combining work and rest, Ji Yuan rummaged through the remaining bookcases for other interesting books. Putting aside the chess classics and chess records, I found out those few martial arts cheat books. As a result, of the remaining 10 bamboo slips, except for one chess classic and 2 chess records, there were only 2 cheat books in the other 7 volumes. One is Iron Punishment War Posts, which covers inner strength and mental skills and moves and combat skills, which occupies 6 volumes of bamboo slips. The other is Eagle Claw Hand, which only has breathing methods and move skills. Judging from the name, there was a slight guess, and it was confirmed in the description of the book. These 2 martial arts secret books are all martial arts practiced by people in the sect, such as the policeman. Judging from the self-comment of the exercises, this exercise should not be a top-secret martial arts, but it is by no means a rotten street stuff. High-level martial arts. The 2 martial arts were all created by the Yamen master, who was known as the Iron Catcher of Liuzhou in those days. They are characterized by being easy to learn, fast to practice, and powerful moves. Everyone in the public school has learned it, and the martial arts that are qualified to be included in the upper middle class are naturally not simple. It is a typical example of being easy to learn but difficult to master, and it is difficult to produce a real master. Ji Yuan couldn't laugh or cry when he saw it. These 2 martial arts secret books are full of long-winded things, and the content is far more than the 2 strange books on cultivation. But in the eyes of Ji Yuan now, they feel that they are very complicated. Martial arts. The bamboo slips in Ji Yuan's hand were thrown up and down. Since there is no better method of cultivation for the time being, it would be good to practice martial arts and have more means of self-protection. Sunrise and sunset. More than half a month has passed. Ji Yuan lived a leisurely life of ecstasy, immersed in an experience as if he had been exposed to computer games for the first time in his previous life. When the body can bear the spiritual energy, use the holding posture to gather the spiritual energy, and then use the transformation of heaven and earth to guide the energy. After that, I will practice 2 martial arts cheats and read chess classics and chess records in my spare time. All in all, apart from going out to eat at meal times every day, Ji Yuan's life is even more homely than in his previous life. So except for the neighbors in Tianyafang, no one knows that there is such a person as Ji Yuan, and only Ji Yuan often goes there. A few people around the noodle shop knew him. On this day, Ji Yuan adjusted his breathing and stood up like a pine, with his feet slightly raised on tiptoe. Whoosh! The whole person jumped up suddenly, and then lightly stepped on the jujube tree in the yard with Papa, ran directly to the top of the tree in a dozen steps, and jumped more than 3 feet high after a chic backflip. The whole movement is smooth and flowing, and after the body reaches a high place, it does not fall down like a heavy object, but with a breath, it stands on a branch of a jujube tree quickly and gently, like a swallow falling with its wings, and lifts the branch pressed down an arc in the creek. The whole person stands firmly on the branch, and a breath of true energy seems to sway with the branch and the center of gravity of the body. At least if the true energy does not dissipate for a certain period of time, the weight will not crush the branch. Handsome. Ji Yuan couldn't help but whisper in his heart. After practicing light kung fu for so long, I finally achieved the current achievement. Although there's no comparison with Ji Yuan, I feel that my martial arts practice is definitely speeding up. After all, the penance in the cheats is often counted in years. In the final analysis, the reason for the high efficiency of Ji Yuan's martial arts training is the reason of aura. For ordinary martial arts practitioners, the transition from acquired to innate is a very high watershed. The description of innate in martial arts secret books is very fantasy. From the understanding of Ji Yuan, the so-called congenital is already able to cleanse itself with the help of heaven and earth aura, and the qualitative change of internal power in the congenital realm can be said to be a special true energy mixed with aura. So for Ji Yuan, regardless of martial arts moves, internal skills are very easy to get started, and it also makes light work effective. The moves are more troublesome. After all, it is a martial art that needs to be tempered, but the internal strength and the moves are complementary to each other. The matching internal strength is fast, and the progress of the moves is bound to be rapid. There's also a saying in the book that one is born with all kinds of knowledge. Ji Yuan thinks this is a bit exaggerated, but it also fully demonstrates the leapfrog improvement in efficiency. This kind of immortal cultivators are nothing but mortal tricks that people sneer at, but Ji Yuan never tires of it. Putting away his thoughts, Ji Yuan, who was standing on the tree, jumped down, stood firmly beside the stone table, stretched his legs and hooked his toes. A juju branch flew over his head with his straight right leg, and was caught. Ji Yuan caught it firmly. Chic. This kind of action would probably hurt the egg in exchange for the fate of the previous life, but now it is as simple as drinking water. Ji Yuan brewed for a while, replaced the broad-back straight knife with a branch, and began to dance moves in the courtyard, making a whoosh, whoosh, whoosh sound. When Ji Yuan finished his work and stood there, the fallen leaves and dust in the small courtyard were still spinning endlessly. There is no clock or watch, no internet or mobile phone, but now Ji Yuan's biological clock has become extremely accurate. This is not because Ji Yuan is special, but because almost all the people here are like this. People who work and rest regularly follow the weather and have a precise sense of time, even on the Earth in the 21st century. It's almost evening now, and Ji Yuan plans to go out for dinner. In his previous life, Ji Yuan only knew how to cook fried rice with one hand. He had never cooked before, and he had never learned in this life. In addition, he thought it was troublesome. He always went outside to solve the problem of eating. It can be solved. After tidying up his clothes and smoothing his hair, Ji Yuan went out, and the courtyard didn't need to be locked. Anyway, no one would dare to come to this place. Walking around in Tianyafang, choosing shortcuts that are already familiar, and occasionally meeting one or two residents of Tianyafang. After half a month, everyone basically figured out that Ji Yuan lives in Juanxiaoga, so it's better not to mess with such an unlucky place. Ji Yuan didn't take it seriously either, and walked onto the street with his hands behind his back, in a kind of Ji's unrestrained way. After leaving the square entrance, it seemed that the outside suddenly became lively, and there were noises from the streets everywhere. After practicing martial arts, Ji Yuan's footwork has greatly improved. After walking for 7 or 8 minutes, he came to Sun Ji Noodle Stall, which is one of the few shops that Ji Yuan often goes to. The booth was covered with a large oil paper white cloth roof for small tables and a wooden cart, all of which were Mr. Sun's moneymakers. From a long distance, Old Man Sun saw Ji Yuan walking this way. "Hey, Mr. Ji is here. I haven't seen you for 2 days. Please sit down." Before Ji Yuan got close, he could already smell the aroma of the food from the noodle stall, and when he heard the familiar greeting, he responded with a smile. "Is there any offal today?" Yes, yes, yes. I think Mr. Ji must be here today, and he has left good things for you. Someone outside the city died an old farm ox, and I received a lot of offal, which is much rarer than sheep offal. Mr. Sun is very good at talking, and those who do small business just point to repeat customers. Moreover, this Mr. Ji should be a learned person. His eyes, the regular customers around him privately commented that he might be blind, but his walking is no different from ordinary people, which is a rare thing for ordinary people. So some diners privately commented that Mr. Ji is a strange person. Okay, give me a bowl of braised noodles and a bowl of beef offal." Ji Yuan sat down with a smile and ordered his own dinner. Although the seasoning of Master Sun's offal is simple, but because the ingredients are good and marinated, it is not fishy and tasty, very delicious. Okay, the old grandson quickly got to work. Not far away, the father and son of the Yin family happened to be home after finishing their work at the school. Because the school was about to start, Yin Zhaoxian went out early and returned late every day these days, and Yin Xing often went to help. Today is a rare early return. When passing by this intersection, Yin Xing's eyes were still bright, and seeing Ji Yuan in front of the noodle stall, She quickly tugged on her father's sleeve to let him see Ji Yuan too. Yin Zhaoxian had long wanted to visit Ji Yuan, and now, half a month later, this Mr. Ji looked ruddy and safe, and he became more and more convinced of the slightest guess about the changes in Zhu and Xiaoga. Seeing that Ji Yuan didn't seem to notice his father and son, choosing a date would be better than bumping into it. Yin Zhaoxian thought for a while, pulled Yin Xing to deliberately avoid a certain distance, and walked again from a distance. This time the destination was Sun Ji's noodle stall. "Master Sun, please bring me 2 bowls of braised noodles." Yin Zhaoxian also greeted Yin Zhaoxian near the noodle stall with a smile on his face. The old grandson who was busy serving noodles to Ji Yuan was also very enthusiastic when he saw Yin Zhaoxian. "Hey, this is Mrs. Yin. Come on, please sit down, please sit down." Opening a school in the county is a big deal for the people of Ning'an, and Yin Zhaoxian, the prospective teacher, knows quite a few people now. Yin Zhaoxian responded lightly, dusted off his clothes, led Yin Qing to sit on an empty table, and then seemed to have suddenly discovered Ji Yuan. "Hey, you're Mr. Ji, right? I heard that there is a new scholar living in the workshop. If it wasn't for the school's new openings, I would have wanted to pay a visit." Yin Qing's small face turned red. It was the first time he saw his father pretending so well. Ji Yuan had noticed the Yin family's father and son just now, but he didn't know what the two of them were doing after they passed by, and then turned back. When they came to the noodle stall, they realized that they wanted to encounter him, and almost didn't laugh. Exactly, Mr. Yin in Tiania Feng is very knowledgeable, and Ji has heard of it for a long time. Ji Yuan turned his head to face the direction of Yin's father and son, and it also made Yin Zhaoxian see those pale eyes clearly for the first time. Surely little Yin Qing is the son, right? It is worthy of being a scholarly family who can teach such a good child. "Mr. Ji, you still remember me?" Yin Qing looked at the old gentleman curiously and embarrassedly. "Ha. Ji has always remembered the kindness of that load of water. If you two don't dislike it, how about sharing the table with me? Of course, if Xiao Yin Qing is afraid, just pretend I didn't say anything." Yin Qing scratched his head in embarrassment. He understood that Mr. Ji still remembered the fact that he did not dare to enter Juan Pavilion at that time. "How dare you refuse Mr. Ji's invitation? Qing, let's sit down." Yin Zhao couldn't ask for it first, and immediately sat down with his son. "The noodles are ready, Mr. Ji, Mrs. Yin, Mr. Yin, your stewed noodles. Beef awful needs to wait for a while." Old man's son put the food on the table. "Okay, thank you very much." Ji Yuan smiled and nodded to Master Sunday Yin Zhaoxian, who was still sitting comfortably, was taken aback for a moment, and then hurriedly thanked Master Sun. As the so-called scholars, farmers, businessmen, and as the #1 scholar among the scholars in Ning'an County, Yin Zhaoxian wouldn't look down on street servants like Old Man Sun, but he still considers himself superior in his bones, not to mention the duty of business. So why thank you? But Ji Yuan thanked him. Wouldn't he appear to be superior to Ji Yuan if he didn't thank him? "Hey, it's broken, it's broken." Old Man Sun said so, but his face was flushed, and it was a lot easier to get food when he went back. Mr. Ji did this every time, and let alone being thanked by Mrs. Yin made Old Man Sun feel more face. Ji Yuan smiled, didn't say anything, took the chopsticks, and started to eat the noodles by himself. It is a habit that Ji Yuan has kept in his previous life to thank the enthusiastic service staff and the delivery boy. In fact, he has seen some sad news before. There are many. But in this world, through observation during this period of time, Ji Yuan discovered that class thinking is very serious. And some people are well-educated and sensible, and they are right. This is why Ji Yuan feels that the county town god is worthy of respect. Seeing that Mr. Ji was eating noodles by himself, Yin Zhaoxian hesitated for a while, but didn't speak, and called his children to have dinner together. The atmosphere of the whole meal was a bit awkward, and Mr. Ji didn't seem to have any intention of chatting. That is, when the offal was served, he just asked the Yin family to eat together. Ji Yuan thinks he is not a saint, and Yin Zhaoxian is definitely not an indifferent person from Yin Qing's character, but Ji Yuan thinks that a master should do better, and the students he teaches will be able to serve as officials and build the country if they become famous in the future of. When it was almost time to eat, Yin Zhaoxian rushed to settle the bill. Ji Yuan didn't say anything, but gave Yin Zhaoxian a word before leaving. Let Yin Zhaoxian stand there for a long time without returning to his senses. Those words still echoed in his mind. Master Yin, a trafficker is a mirror of the country, and a husband who teaches him values his virtues and regards him as a teacher. Yin Xing was a little impatient at the noodle stall, shaking his father's hand. Daddy, Mr. Ji is gone. When shall we go home? Yin Zhaoxian came back to his senses, looked at his son, an old man's son who was busy because of more and more diners. Go home. Tomorrow morning we will visit Mr. Ji in Juanxiaoga. On the way home, Ji Yuan was actually thinking about Yin Xing all the time. If it was said that the three masters from last time could be seen clearly, it might be due to the opponent's high martial arts and special temperament. Then Yin Xing's situation can only be attributed to talent potential, but I don't know what it is. Although Ji Yuan guessed that Yin Xing might have the potential to cultivate immortals, he also felt that this was a bit narrow, and that everything from when Cheng Wu to Wu could be. So let's wait and see. For Ji Yuan, Yin's family is his real first neighbor after he settled down in Ning'an County. At dawn the next day, Yin Zhaoxian took Yin Xing to the courtyard of Juanxiaoga, and he carried a box of flour cakes and 2 bottles of huadiao, wine in his hand. The father and son looked at this gloomy small courtyard in the past, but now standing outside the door, they only felt a fresh and natural feeling. Even breathing was exceptionally smooth, and there was no sense of fear in their hearts. Yin Zhaoxian handed over the rope tied with the flour cake to his right hand, and just as he was about to knock on the door, he heard a strong but low voice from inside. Come in, the courtyard door is unlocked. Yin Zhaoxian was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly adjusted his clothes, then pushed open the courtyard door and stepped in. Yin Zhaoxian and his son Yin Xing came to visit Mr. Ji. Mr. Yin can come as soon as he comes. There is no need to bring anything. Ji Yuan put down the bamboo slips and bowed his hands to Yin Zhaoxian, and the latter also bowed his hands with something. Don't be rude when you visit for the first time. Besides, what Mr. Ji said yesterday made me suddenly understand. I hope you will accept my little care. After saying that, Yin Zhaoxian walked a few steps closer and put the gift on the stone table, and naturally saw the rolls of things on the table clearly, and couldn't help but let out a soft breath. Bamboo slips? In today's era, paper has long been popular among scholars, and writing books on bamboo slips is extremely rare or extinct. That's right, it's the bamboo slips. Ji Yuan replied indifferently. The bamboo slips at home are all gifts from friends. Ji's eyesight is limited and he can't read ordinary books. Mrs. Yin and Lil Yin Xing, don't stand there, please sit down. Seeing Yin Zhaoxian leading Yin Xing to sit down at the stone table, Ji Yuan took the initiative to bring up the topic. I heard that Mrs. Yin is going to be the teacher of the Ning'an County School, but I didn't come to congratulate him, but I troubled Mrs. to come to the door in person. I wonder how the school's preparations are going. Where is it? Thanks to the love of everyone in Ning'an County, the school is almost ready, and we will start teaching students in 2 days. This is something Yin Zhaoxian is very proud of, and he said it with a smile on his face, while Yin Xing on the other side has been staring at the water well in the courtyard covered with a wooden cover and pressed with stones. Damar. Gee, there is a well in your yard. Why do you need to fetch water outside? There are 2 large and small water tanks in front of the kitchen in Juanxiaoga. The large water tank inside still has half a tank of water, which was filled up 10 days ago. Ji Yuan looked at the well in the courtyard and replied casually. This well has been contaminated with unclean things. Although Ji is not a clean freak, he doesn't want to drink the water from this well. Some things don't need to be explained too clearly. Smart people can always think of them. Combined with the previous rumors of Juanxiaoga, Yin Zhaoxian also thought of something, and subconsciously turned his body to the side, a little away from the direction of the wellhead, and put his hands on the table. As soon as he helped it, he touched the bamboo slips on the top. This bamboo slip is so cold. Looking back, the seal script on the bamboo slips contains the words 36 chess breaks, and there are more topics to chat within my heart. Xiaoxian doesn't ask about ghosts and gods like the city god, but has one purpose: to establish a good relationship with Ji Yuan. After the first period of restraint passed, Xiaoxian also slowly let go. It is really quite easygoing, which naturally makes people relax gradually. Moreover, sitting, standing, and lying in this small courtyard gives people a comfortable feeling. The two talked about everything in the small courtyard, and Qing listened quietly on the side. The more we talked, the more Xiaoxian felt that Mr. Ji was really unfathomable. He was involved in everything astronomy and geography, and many opinions were unheard of, but when he thought about it carefully, he was unique and incisive. However, it seemed that there were almost everything he didn't understand, but he was often involved in some mundane matters. Lack of common sense, and frequently ask yourself for advice. The father and son didn't leave until noon. Xiaoxian was still a little reluctant, while Qing felt bored long ago. Ji Yuan also chatted very happily, that is, after the last time in the temple outside the building. This time he talked the most and chatting with a scholar like Xiaoxian who is knowledgeable, but not pedantic. Compared to other people, relatively speaking, there is still a common language, and there is no need to be as restrained as when asking the city god when asking some trivial matters. Looking at the Huadiao wine on the stone table, Ji Yuan directly picked up a jar and took out the red cork to smell it. He found that the alcohol smell was very weak, so he simply picked it up and took a sip. Although the taste of the wine is light, the taste is actually not bad. Ji Yuan murmured to himself, remembering that in his previous life, although he occasionally drank with his grandfather, he never thought the wine was good. Put the wine bottle down, stretch out your fingers, and gently pull the mouth of the bottle. A thin line of wine flew out of it, followed Ji Yuan's fingers, flew around in the air, and entered Ji Yuan's mouth. Well, this little water avoidance technique can be regarded as an introduction. The small water avoidance technique can barely be regarded as a kind of water control technique. This move makes Ji Yuan very satisfied. On the second day of April, at the beginning of summer, jujube trees bloom in Juanshaoga. For more than 200 miles, Niukui Mountain crosses the edge of Desheng Mansion, crosses Dingyuan Mansion, passes Tianyuan Mansion, and touches the land of the three mansions. This night, in the depths of Niukui Mountain in Dingyuan Mansion, roar! A tiger's howl shook for several miles, and all the birds flew and all the beasts ran away. Boom! Dark clouds gathered faintly in the sky, and thunder and lightning rolled in them. After more than an hour, they gradually dissipated, leaving behind a burst of mountain rain. On the top of the town god's temple in Chengzi County, Dingyuan Prefecture, Jin Gaowan looked at Niukui Mountain, which was close at hand, and extended his sight to the gradually dissipating rain clouds. Hey, I'm afraid there's a monster that is about to become a thing. After shaking his head and sighing, the city god's Dharma body disappeared in place. In the mountains, a tiger with eye-catching eyes 2 or 3 times the size of an ordinary tiger is looking up at the moon. It is the tiger spirit, Lu Tiger. The top thundercloud in the mountain rain just now made Lu Shanjun palpitate and also made him extremely excited. Cultivation is against the sky, and thunder is a symbol of the power of the sky. Plants, trees, animals are especially afraid of thunder. Some spirits with enlightened intelligence will instinctively hide everywhere in thunderstorms. It seems that there's a kind of fear deep in the soul. And once there are spirits, especially monsters, that are about to become a climate, their location is more likely to cause thunderstorms, and sometimes they even cause heavy thunderstorms out of season, as if God forbids it. Of course, no matter how scary the thunder is, it is only the weather. Most of the spirits and monsters that have become weather are not low in intelligence. During thunderstorms, they hid in tree holes, and even the trees were watered by thunder. At this moment, the fierce tiger is calm, and jumps off the rock, thinking in his heart that perhaps in a dozen years, or even just a few years, he will have the key to breaking through the shackles of monsters, and then he can really travel to the outside world. And at the place where Tianyuan Mansion borders on Niukui Mountain, Two groups of martial arts masters are chasing and fighting each other, all the way in Nyo Mountain, just for clues to some kind of martial arts treasure. There were 7 people on the fleeing side. All of them were wearing night clothes, and one of them was the tallest, holding a Yinling saber, and frequently fought against the faster enemies behind him to cover his companions from escaping. Dang, dang, dang. The tall man turned around while jumping and blocked 3 darts. The blade and the iron dart hit a string of sparks in the night. With the momentum brought by the darts, he jumped to the side of a tree, stretched his legs, and accelerated again. Flee forward. There were more than a dozen pursuers, all of whom were good at lightness, biting the man in black in front of them tightly, and hitting forward with darts or even gravel picked up in the mountains from time to time, but most of them were blocked by the man in black at the end. Down, Xiang Feng. Hand over the sword in tent post, and leave your corpses. At the same time as a white-clothed man yelled these words, he stepped on a tree with all his strength and rushed forward. A 9-section steel whip shook forward like a poisonous snake. Fart your mother. I will definitely play with your wife and daughter before killing you. When the black-clothed man blocked this blow and borrowed strength from a nearby tree, but the white-clothed man behind him hit his 9-section whip with his left hand, and the block steel whip turned around like a poisonous snake and chased after the black-clothed man. Court death. Boom! The steel whip directly blasted a small piece of the trunk of the tree, sawdust flying and disturbing the sight, and the charged right hands of 2 people behind them popped out like bows at the same time. Whizzing. When? Puff! A dart was hastily blocked, and a dart exploded into blood. The strong man in black was finally wounded and got a dart in his left shoulder. But the steel whip was still sweeping back and forth in front of him like a long stick, sometimes like a spirit snake, making the man in black break out in a cold sweat. Drink! The man in black swung his knife wildly with enough energy. Crack, clap, clap. A large number of tree branches were cut off by the black-clothed man named Xiang Feng. He stretched out his legs and kicked the branches backward. He didn't dare to delay alone anymore, and tried his best to escape forward. The man in black originally thought that stealing the sword in tent post would be easy, but he didn't expect that the dead old man of the Fan family was still vigorous despite his age. In order to deal with the old guy, Yini 13 stole 2 people. The remaining 11 thieves fled after getting the 13 thieves. Seeing the old man's death at the hands of the thieves, the Fan family seemed to be insane, and will tell all the experiences of the Fan family's painstaking study and enlightenment for many years. All of a sudden, the martial arts forest in Dingyuan Mansion was full of wind and clouds, and masters from all walks of life gathered together to hunt down and kill the 13 pirates of Yindi. Sword and tent post was left by Zhou Guangzi, a peerless master who was known as the Sword Fairy in the past, on his deathbed. The place of the sword, rumors of martial arts. If you understand the meaning of the sword, you can find the tomb of the left madman, get his peerless martial arts secret book, and the magic sword Qingying. Everyone did not expect that the sword in Tentai that once caused a bloody storm in the martial arts has been hidden in the Fan family in Dingyuan, let alone that the Fan family would disclose the news to the public for revenge. Now, all the chasing Jianghu masters are scrambling, and this group of people has fought several times after finding the remaining 11 thieves and reduced them to 7 thieves. Before the masters from other provinces came to join in the fun, they won the sword in tent post together. For the promise of the Fan family, the 13 pirates of Yindi must die. The man in black became more and more anxious as he ran away. He originally planned to use the mountains and forests to escape the pursuit, but the dozen or so people behind him were not mediocre, and the pursuit was too tight to give them a chance. The men in black in front actually had quite a few wounds, and Xiang Feng, the leader, also got a dart, and the situation became even more critical. Brother, it won't work if we continue like this. We won't be able to spend their money. Damn it, damn Fan Tong, you'll cause trouble for us even if you die. If you can't do it, fight ahead. The leading man in black grabbed the scroll from his arms fiercely, jumped onto a relatively open rock in front of him, and raised the scroll in his hand high. The other men in black fell behind him and pant. You crazy dogs, don't you just want the sword in tent post? If you push us into a hurry, I will tear up this broken word. While speaking, Xiangfeng had already pulled away the originally rolled copybook. In the rear, the pursuing masters landed nearby, one after another, separated by a distance of 2 feet from the men in black. The white shirt man sneered. If you want to struggle when you are about to die, so what if you destroy the calligraphy left by Zhuo Jianxian, as long as you have the experience of the Fan family general who has been enlightened for many years? Jiang Chongli, you can think this way. Will the people around you think so? If the insights from the Fan family were useful, they would have gone to find Zui Guangzi's peerless swordsmanship and magic weapons by themselves a long time ago. The man in black sneered and mocked, and there was a brief silence between the two sides. Xiangfeng didn't want to take away the sword intent post this time either. He just wanted to escape and was about to say something when suddenly the mountain wind blew up. Woo, woo. The strong wind whipped up leaves and dust, making the night even darker. Xiangfeng suddenly let go of his hand, and the copybook was blown into the air by the wind. Not good. Sword intent post. Grab it. Immediately, many people on the pursuer's side flew into the air, performing lightness kung fu and jumping up to grab the sword post. However, Xiangfeng suddenly realized that it was an opportunity just after his dark hatred arose. He led many black-clothed bandits and leaped back quietly, taking advantage of the strong wind and the chaos of chasing and snatching the sword intent post to escape. In the clearing in the forest, many masters jumped up to snatch it, and some even attacked others in the air, trying to snatch the sword intent post first. It's a pity that the gust of wind was very strange, and the sword intention post was lifted up in vain when it was about to be touched by the guest in white, and was directly swept into the sky. Woo, woo. More fallen leaves, dead branches, and dust swept across, and a group of knights reached the limit of leaping lightly and fell down one after another. When they looked at the sky again, the copybook had disappeared in the night, and there were no remaining bandits on the ground. Hateful. Extremely hateful. Hey, it's a failure. This wind is too evil. Still chasing or not? Find a sword intent post first. To be on the safe side, the quacks were divided into 2 groups, and they pursued in 2 possible directions. On an unnamed peak of Niu Kuei Mountain, Lu Shanjun was lying lazily at the entrance of the cave. In his tiger's palm was a relatively small copybook. The sharp nails gently pushed aside the copybook, and the slightly yellowed paper scroll had 110 words written in iron and silver hooks, which were vigorous and powerful. Good word. It's a pity that it's nothing unusual. Although the word has a fierce meaning, it has no aura. It is really left by the so-called sword immortal by ordinary warriors, but the tiger that was just about to open its mouth to swallow it suddenly stopped moving. The words are good words. Thinking of this, the huge tiger slowly got up and rushed into the forest with the breeze. After more than an hour, a certain mountain depression near Ning'an County, a red fox has its tail trampled by a tiger claw almost as big as its body. Woo-woo. The red fox's body was stiff and trembling, not daring to struggle too much, but turning around carefully in a very humane way, with its 2 front paws together as if begging the tiger. Lu Shanjun raised his tiger mouth slightly, revealing terrifying fangs. I already knew that you, a fox, have developed spiritual wisdom. I also know that you often go down the mountain to Ning'an County to steal farm chickens and ducks. Have you ever seen a blind expert who used to live in the temple on Weifeng Mountain? Woo woo woo. The fox nodded, not daring to resist. Just recognize it and do something for me. After saying that, a roll of copybooks floated out from the tiger's mouth, and a thin rope intertwined with tiger hair was wrapped around it, and it was directly hung on the red fox's back and hidden under the red hair. Go to Narcissus Town and Ning'an County to find Mr. Ji for me. If you can find Mr. Ji, please give this copybook to him as a gift for me. Mr. Hare, who is wrapped around you, should not attack you, but remember not to disturb me rashly. Please be quiet. Sir, have you written down? Find Mr. G's residence and give this copybook to Mr. G for me. Mr. G is blind, but an expert in the world. If you meet him, you won't fail to recognize him. Whoa! The red fox only dared to respond weakly. Lu Shanjuan's fierce eyes narrowed, showing satisfaction, and he let go of the tiger's claws. Very well, this is also your good luck whether you can find Mister or not. Don't be smart, go. The red fox walked a few steps tremblingly, looked back at the tiger in a mountain, then sped up its limbs and rushed into the forest. Lu Shanjun watched the red fox disappear, thinking in his heart, it shouldn't be a cliché to send calligraphy and paintings. The early morning sun shines on Juan Pavilion, and the jujube trees in the courtyard are full of yellow-green jujube flowers. The faint scent of flowers wafts all over the small courtyard, and also wafts out of Juan Pavilion, filling half of Tianyafang. For the people living in Tianyafang, the faint fragrance of jujube flowers, which is different from previous years, together with the new residents of Juan Xiaoga, is a small anecdote this year. Although few people dare to approach the Juan Pavilion, it is not as scary as it used to be. After all, some people have lived in it for 2 months and are safe, and Mr. Ian from the school often runs to the Juan Pavilion, so he is still fine. Ji Yuan opened the door of the main room and came out of the room and stretched comfortably. He is also a vagrant like him who is not short of money for the time being. He can sleep freely until this time. Get up. I sleep alone at 3 poles in the sun, but unfortunately, I am not a god. Recited in a bad doggerel, Ji Yuan leisurely walked into the courtyard, took a thin willow branch picked yesterday by the side of the kitchen, hooked his finger, and a water line rose from the water tank. With a flick of the fingertips, the willow branch, infused with a trace of spiritual energy with internal skills, stretched straight, changing in a mouth with the running water, and the toothbrush was ready in 10 seconds. Abobobo. After spitting out the cloudy mouthwash, I feel more refreshed. Now Ji Yuan brushes his teeth more efficiently than before, and he obviously feels that there is less and less tartar after getting up every day, and maybe one day he won't need to brush his teeth. But Ji Yuan is very happy that he doesn't have to take a shower or brush his teeth someday. But even if he doesn't get hungry someday, he will never give up eating. This world is already so boring. It would be so boring if you can't enjoy delicious food. Bringing the bamboo slips of chess classics and closing the courtyard door, Ji Yuan went out leisurely. Recently, he felt that his strength has greatly increased, and he has begun to think about when to go out to see the world. The best proof is that Ji Yuan has mastered the 2 volumes of comprehension books, and the 2 volumes of martial arts secret books have also been practiced well. However, the so-called 7-layer real energy state of the iron punishment post, Ji Yuan doesn't know how to define his state. After all, the beginning is congenitally infuriating. But now that Ji Yuan didn't practice Qijue, he temporarily replaced it with the method of running the real energy of the iron punishment battle post, using it to circulate the spiritual energy and completely eliminate the real energy. Although I feel a little wronged by the aura, it is better than nothing, and the improvement of martial arts is very significant. In any case, if you are not qualified to wave in front of monsters and immortal cultivators, it is enough to protect yourself in front of the public. While walking through the alleys and alleys of Tianyafang, while reading the chess scriptures, when meeting the residents of Tianyafang on the road, they would respectfully ask good morning, Mr. Ji, and Ji Yuan would respond with a smile. Another advantage of being so good at hearing is that you can identify who the voices you have heard are, and you are never afraid of admitting mistakes when you say hello. Wow, woof, 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 woof. On the street at Fonko in the distance, there were bursts of ferocious dog barking, as if more than one dog was chasing something. Then Ji Yuan heard the commotion of a street crowd. Oh, whose dog is so fierce? Hey, fox. What a fox. Ha ha, I'm going to be bitten to death by a dog. It's a pity for that skin. Get out of the way. Where's the fox? Where's the fox? It's a good fur if you catch it. Go there. The dog is chasing him. The fur has been bitten. Wow, woof, woof. Bang. Woo, 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 woo. There it is. Catch it. Catch it. It looks like there's something in the fur on its back. And drive the dog away. Dead dog. Let it go. Let it go. Ah, woof, woof. Ji Yuan frowned and inexplicably quickened his pace. After walking out of Tianyafang, he walked towards the most lively and noisy area not far away. Exercising his spiritual energy and using martial arts and body skills, and he was like a blue shadow strolling on the street. However, it seems to be walking, but it is actually very fast. If it weren't for Ji Yuan's use of a trick to cover his eyes, he might be frightened and jump around in the street. A circle of onlookers gathered at the corner of the street. Damn dog, let go! Let go! Boom! Woo 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 woo. Two fierce men beat the two big yellow dogs that were holding onto the fox with wooden sticks until the yellow dogs whimpered in pain and dodged the sticks. There were more than 20 people onlookers watching the red fox dying on the street corner bleeding. Haha, this fox is ours now. One of the men was about to reach out to grab the tail of the fox, but the dying fox jumped up immediately and rushed out of the crowd. Wow, pretend to be dead. This fox is so smart. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Don't let it get away. I can't run far. The red fox limped and fled in despair, and the lingering big yellow dogs chased after it again. Suddenly, a blue shadow in a long robe in front stepped forward from a distance. Ji Yuan wanders here. Seeing her is like a spring breeze. The red fox froze on the spot, then reacted and immediately bent its forelegs and kept waving and bowing towards Ji Yuan. Whoa! The fox's moans were like crying, and there were bloody wounds all over his body, but he didn't dare to stop the movement of prostration. A few big yellow dogs kept barking wow, woof, woof around the side, but they didn't come forward. Some of the people around were afraid, and some were amazed. Hiss! This fox can't become a spirit. Is it begging for help? Mom, really? It's a bit scary. Let's kill it. Who is that person? Mr. Ji from Tianyafang, Master Yin's friend. That's right. Everyone in Tianyafang said that he is a strange person, and he has lived in Xiaoga for several months. Hiss! The crowd was full of curious discussions, and the two people who were holding sticks, trying to catch the fox, saw the strange situation in front of them, and they didn't dare to jump out directly. But Ji Yuan didn't look at other people at all, just stared at this familiar red fox, and also saw the tiger fur hidden under the fur on the fox's back. This red fox must have opened up its spiritual intelligence, but it was almost killed by a dog. It should not be some great monster, and it doesn't have the smell of hostility. Seeing the fox so miserable and begging to him constantly, Ji Yuan was moved with compassion. Besides, the fox was obviously looking for him, so he was hurt because of him. Ji Yuan raised his head and scanned the blurred crowd, and found the right owner within 2 seconds. I don't know if the two of you can part with each other and give this red fox to Ji. The fox fur has been bitten by a yellow dog, and it is not worth much money. Ji is willing to offer 100 coins, and the two of you will sell it for the next sake. How? Ji Yuan cupped his hand slightly, and when he was speaking, he looked towards the direction of the two men carrying sticks in the crowd, with a pair of calm eyes that were devoid of spirit. It's fox fur after all, and buy one is a little. Why are you doing? One of them wanted to open his mouth to bargain, but was twisted by his companion, who ignored his companion's complaint and nodded to Ji Yuan with a smile. Okay, if Mr. Ji wants it, take it. 101 is 101. Thank you. Ji Yuan took out the money bag from his sleeve, took 20 of them as wudong bao, and handed them to the two, then looked at the grinning big yellow dogs, a little troubled. People can use money, but what about dogs? Meaty bones? Who goes out with that thing? How about you go away too? Ji Yuan swore that he just wanted to try, but the big yellow dogs hesitated a few times and then walked away with a few steps, which made Ji Yuan stunned for a moment and also made everyone around him widen their eyes. Many people in the crowd were speechless in astonishment. Ji Yuan looked at the crowd, which tended to gather more and more, sighed, and stretched out his hand to lift the red fox, who had no strength after the excitement, into his arms. Everyone leave. After leaving this sentence, before everyone could react, Ji Yuan stepped out of the crowd, rubbing shoulders and heels, passing through other crowds who didn't know the truth and came to watch the excitement, and disappeared into a side alley. Others turned around to look at each other, but only saw the troublemaker who had rushed over, but not the blue shadow. It hurts badly. This is the conclusion that Ji Yuan came to naturally when he touched the fox. There are many wounds where the bones are deep and shocking. The blood of the fox is still gushing out. I don't know if some artery is broken. How can this injury be treated? I'm not a veterinarian. Ji Yuan was so anxious that he carried the fox around the alleys and rushed to the nearest clinic. At the same time, the spiritual energy in his body was being sent to the red fox's meridians in the form of true energy to maintain his vitality. The fox's back is still intact, and it seems that it has been deliberately protecting the things on its back. Ji Yuan pulled the fur of the fox and took it out, only to find that it was a scroll, whether it was writing or painting. But now I don't have time to look at this thing. It's important to save this fox. There's a street outside the alley in the distance, and you can still smell a trace of medicinal materials, and the medical center is there. Ji Yuan is a well-known medical center and pharmacy in Ning'an County. There are no divisions of medicine in it, and Dr. Tong is the owner. At this moment, Dr. Tong in Ji Yuan is preparing medicine for the guests. He skillfully grabs a handful of medicines in each drawer and twists them. After passing the small scale on the counter, he puts them in a yellow paper bag. It takes only half a minute for a medicine to be ready. Keep away your big tonic soup. Remember to soak it in cold water for 2 minutes, then boil it with a strong fire, and then turn it to a simmer. Boil 4 bowls of water into 1 bowl of water. Take it in the morning and evening. Okay, thank you, Dr. Tong. Thank you, Dr. Tong. The man in front of the counter thanked the medicinal materials repeatedly and was about to turn his head when there was a sudden breeze in the hall, and Ji Yuan seemed to appear in Ji Yuan in an instant. Oh, my mother! The sight of Ji Yuan hugging the red fox with his sleeves stained with blood startled the guests and apprentices in the hall, but he had no time to pay attention to them. Dr. Tong, please help me see if this fox can be saved. Now, the anecdote of a red fox begging for help on the other side of the market has not yet spread here, but the scene in front of me is weird enough. Dr. Tong looked at Ji Yuan in surprise, and then at the bloody fox in his arms. Tong has never healed livestock, let alone wild animals. Dr. Tong, as the saying goes, a doctor is benevolent, and a fox's life is also his life. Please try it. It's not easy for Ji Yuan to surrender to Dr. Tong at this moment, but his words are sincere enough. Then, let's try that, old man. Please follow me to the inner hall. You two go to the store outside to grab medicine. Don't make a mistake. Oh, Master. Master, I also want to see. Do something. Dr. Tong snorted at the 2 apprentices and led Ji Yuan into the inner hall of Ji Yuan. The 2 apprentices felt itchy, but they didn't dare to be disobedient, so they could only stay in the front hall and stare blankly. The inner hall is a consultation room with simple furnishings, a bed, chairs, and a table with the 4 treasures of the study. Dr. Tong took a piece of white coarse cloth and put it on the table. Come on, put this fox here. Ji Yuan hastily and carefully placed the red fox in his arms on top of it. The movement made the semi-conscious red fox tremble. Dr. Tong didn't say much and began to examine the fox's injuries carefully, opening up the damaged skin and flesh, looking at the fox's eyes, and checking whether there was still a pulse in his neck. This fox is less than an arm's length in length. It has lost a lot of energy and blood, but its pulse is strong. It's strange. Why does it have such a lack of energy and blood? While muttering to himself, Dr. Tong gently stroked the fox's body. After the inspection, he took the medical equipment and said to Ji Yuan, "There are many wounds on the body of the fox. It is easy to say that the wounds are caused by sticks and blunt objects. The serious ones are mostly caused by the bite of sharp teeth. This gentleman, Tong, will use 10 ash powder supplemented by golden sore medicine to stop bleeding, and then use Wu-Wei disinfectant drink to treat it. It clears away heat and detoxifies, and after that, it needs to be supplemented with meat. As for whether it can survive, it depends on the sky. Okay, Dr. Tong, please help. Well, hold it down for me." There were no guests outside the Juran Hall, and the 2 apprentices who were absent-minded suddenly heard the fierce fox barking ooh from the inner hall, and their bodies trembled in fright. The voice was sometimes like crying, and sometimes like the roar of an unknown animal, which was very scary to listen to. About half an hour later, Dr. Tong and Ji Yuan came out from the inner hall together, and the fox in Ji Yuan's arms was wrapped in a white cloth, with blood still oozing from it. Dr. Tong personally went to the medicine cabinet to grab the medicine, and within a short while, he handed the medicine to Ji Yuan. Boil it with the method I just said, but the medicinal soup tastes bitter, so Tong can't control how to make it drink. I'm sorry to trouble Dr. Tong. I'm very grateful. I don't know how much the consultation fee and medicine will cost. Dr. Tong returned to the counter and shook his hands a little tiredly. The consultation fee is free, and the medicine fee is 30 yuan. Give it to my apprentice. It was inconvenient for Ji Yuan to hold the red fox, so he just nodded to Dr. Tong, and then took out the copper coins from the purse. Pick it up, little master. Dr. Tong, Ji is leaving. After saying this, Ji Yuan covered the red fox in his arms with the wide sleeve of his right hand, strode out of Ji Rin Tang, then dodged into the alley a few times and rushed back towards Juan Xiaoga. In Ji Rin Tang, Dr. Tong did not let out a long breath until this time, and a lot of sweat oozes out. Master, what's wrong with you? That's right, Master. Did that voice just now belong to a fox? It's so scary. Dr. Tong breathed out slowly and sat on the chair behind the counter. Do you think I'm not afraid? That's no ordinary fox. It's become a spirit. Hiss. Huh. On the way back, Ji Yuan tried his best to choose a place where there were no people and practiced light kung fu and agility so that the speed was fast and the bumps were reduced. The aura is always injected into the red fox in a small but continuous state. Just now, Dr. Tong was doubtful about the tenacity of the fox's life. The fox's own physical fitness is good, and the input of spiritual energy accounts for half of it. Before he got home, the scent of jujube flowers had already spread far away, and the red fox in Ji Yuan's arms also opened his eyes to smell the scent, feeling very at ease. Pushing open the courtyard door and entering the small pavilion, with a flick of his sleeves, Ji Yuan swept the dustless stone table, then took out a quilt from the room, folded it, and spread it on the stone table. Ji Yuan gently placed the red fox on it and said in a calm tone, "Compared with the interior, maybe you will like this place more, and it is more suitable for you here." After saying this, when the red fox was still a little doubtful, Ji Yuan's right hand, hidden in his wide sleeve, had already squeezed his hand. From the sky above Juan Xiaoga to the courtyard, a gentle breeze gradually gathers, bringing the red fox an incomparable sense of comfort. Then the red fox suddenly reacted instinctively. The wind contained the aura of heaven and earth, and every breath here was more than 100 times stronger than the ignorant groping and cultivation in the mountains. In the courtyard, the branches of jujube trees sway lightly, and the green and yellow jujube flowers sometimes fall. Seeing the cloth-wrapped fox breathing evenly and starting to breathe out spiritual energy there, Ji Yuan was relieved. I shouldn't be able to die now, right? Recalling the inadvertent glance I had just had in the inner hall of the medical center, I smiled again. The vixen, it's still a male. The rescue of the fox came to an end for the time being. Ji Yuan took out a small scroll from his bosom when he had some free time and wanted to see what Lu Shanjun asked the fox to send. The paper roll was stained with some fox blood, and as it was slowly unfolded, it revealed the powerful calligraphy with iron and silver hooks on it. Good word. Wrong. This is, although the copybook is not large, the more than 100 characters on it show various forms, like a flying dragon flying like a frightened bird, with murderous intentions and fierce mountains and flowing water. In the eyes of Ji Yuan, who is both Taoist and martial arts, this is not a word at all, but a swordsmanship that swims in a trance. The value of this copybook in Ji Yuan's eyes is completely different from that in Lu Shanjuan's eyes, and he was immediately fascinated by it. Every character on the sword intent post has a different expression, and each stroke contains sharpness, but the overall combination has a sense of coherence, as if 100 or 10 apparently still characters are dancing together. Under the fascination, Ji Yuan forgot the time. The fox on the stone table saw Ji Yuan immersed in the copybook, and the aura in the courtyard slowly dissipated after a few moments, but he didn't dare to disturb him. It wasn't until it was getting late that Ji Yuan came back to his senses from the observation of characters and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Good words and good swords. I never thought that martial arts and swordsmanship could be so subtle. It's almost like this. This copybook was not written by a cultivator. Ji Yuan had a feeling for this when he first came into contact with a copybook. There is no aura or mysterious technique in the sense of cultivation. The meaning left by the writing is only a gesture of swiping the pen like a sword. Just soaking in water can destroy the copybook, and even bamboo slips of fate cannot be destroyed casually by ordinary water and fire invasion. What's more, what is recorded in the copybook is also the swordsmanship in martial arts. That is, the mortal art that people who cultivate immortals look down upon. But it's this kind of sword intent that connects, which is like a chess game. In Ji Yuan's mind, it seems to be activated like a swimming dragon, which contains wisdom and will. The warrior who posted this famous book here must be no ordinary warrior. He should be a generation of amazing talents. I don't know if he's still in the world. Just as Ji Yuan was thinking this way, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Wait, I'm so polite even thinking about things because of Mao. Shit, it's poisonous. Ji Yuan hurriedly shook his head nervously, turned his head, and found that the drowsy fox on the table had woken up a lot, and looked at the sky again, and found that the sun had already slanted to the west. Ha ha! I'm sorry, I forgot the time. I should decoct the medicine for you. There is no medicine stove and medicine pot. It is very clear what is going on at home. There must be no such thing as a medicine stove, so I can only borrow it from Yin's house. Stay here and don't run around. I'll come back as soon as I go. Leaving this sentence behind, seeing the fox's obedient appearance, Ji Yuan went out of the courtyard to Yin's house. Before he reached Yin's courtyard, he heard Yin Qing talking excitedly. My mother, my father, on the way back today, I heard someone talking about Mr. Ji. They said that a red fox appeared in the market this morning. It was chased and bitten by a big yellow dog and beaten, but the fox ran away. I fled to the feet of Mr. Ji, who was passing by, and kowtowed to Mr. Ji. Is there such a thing? Inside Yin's house, the mother tape made a sound of surprise, and then looked at Yin Zhaoxian, who was sitting on the side and was lighting candles with a fire. Sir, is what Qinger said true? Yin Zhaoxian lit the candle and nodded at her. It should be true. When I came back today, many people asked me about Mr. Ji. It is said that the red fox was dripping with blood. It escaped from the crowd by pretending to be dead, and then knelt down in front of Mr. Ji. The yellow dogs around, they didn't dare to step forward, and... Yes. Madam, let me tell you, Mr. Ji just said a word, and those big dogs backed away by themselves. Mr. Ji also gave the two fox hunters money to let them go. Pass that fox. What kind of money are you giving me? What Yin Qing said was full of childish emotions, as if he saw it with his own eyes. Well, I heard people say that Ji Rintang treated the fox later. Outside the courtyard, listening to Yin's family discussing the day's affairs there, Ji Yuan also laughed a little and then knocked on the courtyard door. Boom, boom, boom. Is Mrs. Yin at home? Ji Yuan is here to visit. Ji Yuan's upright and powerful voice came from outside the courtyard, startling the Yin family who were discussing him. Yin Zhaoxian hurried out to open the door. Yin Qing followed immediately. Opening the courtyard door, Ji Yuan is standing outside. What is particularly striking is that there are bloodstains on a pair of sleeves and chest. Master Yin, Ji Yuan cups his hands slightly. Mr. Ji is here. Please come in. Please come in. Qinger, let your mother make a pot of tea. No need. I came here just to borrow a medicine stove and medicine jar from you. I wonder if Mr. Yin has such a thing at home? Recalling the rumors in the market when he came back today, Yin Zhaoxian immediately realized and nodded repeatedly. Yes, I will fetch it for you. Daddy, the medicine stove is here. Before Yin Zhao went to look for it first, Yin Qing came over excitedly holding the medicine pot, and then handed it to Ji Yuan. Mr. Ji, Yao Furnace. Shame? Earth Vein, evil spirit? It can't be hostility, right? First try to see if you can still absorb the spiritual energy. In fact, Ji Yuan had a strange feeling before. usually holding pieces and gathering spirits. Seems to be some kind of suction of chess pieces, but it never absorbs aura or absorbs very little. It needs to be figured out later. Putting aside the unreasonable things for the time being, Ji Yuan got rid of distracting thoughts and began to visualize the Lanke chess game in his heart. With fewer and fewer distracting thoughts and more devotion, the small courtyard began to blow. The wind is not strong, but it is continuous, surrounding Ji Yuan for a distance of 10 feet, and the aura of green spirit gathered from all directions. Yes, around the sunspots, gradually thicker greenery gathers. Okay, very good. This time no one disturbed. Ji Yuan tried to see if he could have a limit. Woo-woo. The wind was still the same size, but it seemed that Ji Yuan heard the sound of the wind. The branches and leaves of the jujube trees in the yard were swaying, and the rustling sound was scattered with the wind. As for Ji Yuan's fingertips, apart from a little black in the center, a large group of green spirit energy has gathered, and its range is half the length of a person, showing a whirlwind slowly turning. At this point, Ji Yuan couldn't hold it anymore. His spirit began to tingle, and his arms were as heavy as if he was lifting a heavy barbell. There must be a degree in everything, and people like Ji Yuan who are so life-threatening don't even dare to absorb so much spiritual energy. Dissipate some first, and then absorb it when it becomes thinner. For us to think about it, to visualize the chess game, the surrounding green aura still disintegrated a little bit, turning into a series of auras that circulated in the courtyard, until only 1/3 of it was left. Ji Yuan finally thought about it. Ziz. At first, there was a feeling of electric shock, and then the fingertips were sore, and the aura of green spirit flowed in, and the soreness also climbed along the arm. Hiss! Ji Yuan stood up almost like a conditioned reflex. Hold back. This is an extremely uncomfortable feeling. It is a signal that the body is overwhelmed. If you eat too much supplements, it will become poison. Fortunately, you have developed a good endurance in the mountain temple before, so you can bear this pain. Ji Yuan kept his mind following the qi, trying not to keep the aura at one point, but guiding it around in the body, slowly reducing the pressure. It took about 10 minutes before the pain began to ease, and Ji Yuan was already trembling, with some involuntary slight convulsions. Fortunately, I was smart enough to dissipate most of the green aura first. Otherwise, it would be too stupid to kill myself like this. After another 10 minutes passed, all the reactions in the body subsided. Who pH? pH. Ji Yuan gasped for breath to ease his heartbeat and tired body, and sat down on the stone table lazily, not wanting to move. Feeling the surrounding wind is slowly dissipating. The branches and leaves of the jujube trees in the courtyard are swaying happily. Due to exhaustion, Ji Yuan leaned against the stone table and fell asleep unknowingly. During the rest, his body was like a tree branching in spring. A form like smoke drifts out from the body, making Ji Yuan return to comfort. Mr. Ji, I brought you the booklet. A faint voice came from outside the courtyard, and Ji Yuan, who was half asleep and half awake, squinted his eyes to look in the direction of the courtyard door. It's Lou Rickson. Please come in. I'm a little tired, so I won't come out to open the door. Anyway, they're all ghost bodies, so why not enter? And Ji Yuan feels that he and old Lou are also familiar. 2-day parades outside the courtyard, for errands with big black umbrellas looked at each other in blank dismay, then slowed down and walked through the courtyard gate of Juanxiaoga. Lord Chengwang personally ordered that the county's errands should not disturb the quietness of Juanxiaoga, and you must respect the owner of the small pavilion. Ji Yuan sat up and looked at the crowd of errands who entered the small courtyard. So many came. Looking at the sun in the sky, the 2-day parade should be due to some ability in my job, and the rest is probably due to the big umbrella. The 4 men under the umbrella in the back all carried a bamboo box. As they entered, the small courtyard was obviously much colder. Mr. Ji, this is the book that the Lord Chengwang ordered me to bring. Where do you think it should be placed? Ji Yuan couldn't wait any longer, pointed to the side of the stone table, and said, just put it here. However, these bookcases and books all came through the door following these errands, so there is no entity, right? Fortunately, it turned out that it was too much to worry about. The 4 errands untied the bookcases on their backs, and the 2-day tours reached under the umbrella cover to grab the bookcases and put them gently on the table. Ji Yuan could hear the sound of the bookcase touching the ground when it was put down. It was definitely the sound of the real thing. It must have just been similar to the rumored ghost transporting method in the previous life. Mr. Ji, the book has been delivered, and I will leave. Okay, thank you all. Ji Yuan turned his attention back from the book, bowed his hands to the other errands politely, and the other party naturally did not dare to neglect to return the salute, and then walked out through the door. After all, they're all ghosts. Even if they are destined for others, they have no intention of keeping them politely. After all the errands left, Ji Yuan relaxed to look at the 4 boxes of books and immediately went over to carry one of the boxes to the stone table. It's slightly heavy in the hand, but it feels like it's not heavy enough for Ji Yuan. Such a big bamboo bookcase should be heavy if it's full of books. When I opened the bookcase, I didn't see stacks of books as I imagined in my blurred vision, but something that looked like a cylinder. Reach out and touch your own concept in your heart. Bamboo slips. Ji Yuan took out one of the bamboo slips, weighed it in his hand, and then slowly unfolded it. The old city god has a heart. These bamboo slips are different from books written with ordinary brushes. The characters on them are all engraved, and Ji Yuan's finger gently strokes the bamboo slips, and he can read the content on them naturally. Regardless of whether the old city god is intentional or unintentional, the fate is still sympathetic. It seems that there is no need to find someone to help. It was already late at night, but Ji Yuan didn't feel sleepy. As a person with similar day and night vision, naturally there is no need to light candles. From noon to now, Ji Yuan has been reading in the courtyard. Sometimes I hold the bamboo slips, sometimes I spread the bamboo slips on the stone table, and use my index finger to trace each word carefully. The characters engraved on the bamboo slips are very thin and small, which allows each bamboo slip to hold a lot of characters, and Ji Yuan reads very slowly and fine. Okay, as always, a bowl of braised noodles and a bowl of chopped suey. Ji Yuan pulled up his sleeves and sat down on his seat. Old man's son did not leave and asked in a low voice, "Mr. Ji, I heard people say that you saved a fox at noon." Those who are familiar with him know that Mr. Ji from Tianyafang is humble, polite, and generous. Old man's son, who already thinks he is very familiar with Ji Yuan, has no pressure, so he naturally asks when he is curious. The other diners also listened attentively, not even the sound of noodles being sucked. Ji Yuan thought it was a bit funny. Even though the times were different, people's pursuit of gossip was similar, and there was no pressure, so he just said it straight. It's true. At that time, Ji was wandering into the street. The fox was chased by a yellow dog and beaten by idlers. He fled all the way to my feet. Seeing his miserable appearance, I was moved to sympathize with him and rescued him. This kind of thing is actually the same as a rich old man marrying a young concubine. It is a hot topic that will fade after a while. Although it is rare for a fox to worship someone, it has no effect on ordinary people after all. Mr. Ji, a special impression is left behind. Ji Yuan said it lightly, and didn't mention the mysterious thing about a fox begging someone and a yellow dog to retreat. Mr. Ji is really kind-hearted. Old man's son couldn't chat more if he wanted to do business, so he went back to work after a compliment, but he became more and more convinced that Ji Yuan was indeed a strange person, thinking that he might be able to ask him to interpret a dream or something in the future. Today, Ji Yuan changed his habit of chewing and eating slowly, ate a meal of noodles quickly, and then went directly to the market to buy 2 chickens, one live chicken and the other killed by the stall owner. When I got home, the old hen was still wilting, so I pushed open the gate of Juan Xiaoga. A chicken and a fox instantly met their eyes. Chuck, cluck, cluck. The old hen suddenly jumped up and down because of the instinct of fear and flapped its wings vigorously. The fox on the other end also stood up from the stone table, grinning with its teeth and claws showing a fierce look. Ji Yuan was a little nervous, closed the courtyard door, and raised the dead chicken in the other hand at the red fox. "You eat this today?" and I'll give you a live chicken when you recover a bit." After saying this, Ji Yuan went directly to the side of the kitchen, locked the hen in the coop that had been sealed for a long time, and then went into the kitchen to get a pot to boil water. Ji Yuan, who doesn't know how to cook, took a little work to remove all the chicken skeletons and prepared to make simple boiled chicken. Although he seems to be recovering well, Ji Yuan has seen what a fox looks like in the morning after all, so let's have some cooked food first. As dusk gradually fell, after Ji Yuan brought the chicken with soup to the stone table in a casserole, he began to seriously study the copybook by himself. In my previous life, there was a saying that calligraphy is like swordsmanship. I didn't believe it before, but now I have to believe it. The words on this copybook are connected together, and it looks like a sharp swimming dragon. There is no intuitive description of the sword move, but in Ji Yuan's eyes, there is a natural sense of the sword's power. With a wave of his hand, a twig under his feet flew up and fell into Ji Yuan's hands. He didn't know if there was a similar technique in the cultivation method, but the so-called fetching objects from the air of the high-level internal energy, it is really amazing to use it with spiritual energy. Elegant feeling that does not stick to smoke and fire. Whoosh, whoosh, woo. Using twigs as swords without a specific sword method, I temporarily integrated that free and unrestrained sword posture into the sword method of the iron punishment post, and used my sensitive feeling to remove those jerky places: hook, hang, point, picking, stabbing, teasing, and splitting are all at your fingertips. Gradually, the shadow of the sword technique disappeared, and even the shadow of the specific moves disappeared. Ji Yuan felt as if he was practicing handwriting with a brush. The sword was like the edge of a brush, and the sword shadow seemed to only have one strike and one stroke, but it seemed to be as natural and coherent as a dragon. Ji Yuan's physical calligraphy in this life was considered sublime, but at this moment it is even more like dancing swords and heavy calligraphy. The wind in the small pavilion in Ji Yuan turns freely. When the sword moves gently, the breeze slowly surrounds it. When the sword moves sharply, the wind blows upwards and downwards. It is unpredictable and miraculous. Ji Yuan became more and more free-spirited. The twigs seemed to be pulled by sticky threads in his hands. And finally, as he waved his sleeves and swayed his sword, the breeze in the courtyard rushed out of the small courtyard obliquely with the fallen branches and jujube flowers, turning into a faint blue and yellow dragon flying in Tianyafang, finally dissipated. Some people smelled the fragrance and looked up, only to see the breeze sending flowers like rain. After a long time, the sword rested in the courtyard of the small pavilion, and the sky was already full of stars. Ji Yuan slowly calmed down. The hearty feeling just now was really refreshing, and more importantly, even if he couldn't see someone himself, he knew that he must be very handsome and chic just now. That's right. No matter what the source of the sword intent copybook without sword moves is, the one just now is called Yulong. Perhaps Zhuo Kuang too, the peerless master of the rivers and lakes decades ago, would never have dreamed that the precious cheats in his tomb were no match for Ji Yuan. Count fate as a treasure. The fox had already finished eating the chicken at some point, and stared blankly at the fate of the wandering dragon in the yard. The scene of falling flowers in the yard flying around like a dragon in the wind, with a sense of shortcut, gave the red fox a sense of belonging. Strong shock.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.